What's up, everybody? Happy May 4th. It's time for some more Call of Duty Challengers Elite action here. And as is always the case, we're kicking things off with the European region. I'm Infinity. On the desk, as always, with Proper Mate. We got some good games ahead of us.
Yeah, may the 4th be with you and all things included, because you're going to need some sort of wizardry when it comes down to some of these teams, man. EU Challengers Elite started off with a bang yesterday. A lot of map 5s galore, and a lot of teams find themselves 0-2. Not where you want to be after day one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, right? We discussed that kind of topic yesterday about teams finishing 0-2 at the end of the first day of action. We've seen teams bounce back from those kind of positions before, but it's never a spot you want to find yourselves in, because you almost have to kind of play perfect once you're past that point, and it won't be long before you're finding yourself facing the end of the group stage and, well, relegation out of elites. Let's talk about the groups then as they currently lie moving forward, starting with Group A, because this is where a lot of the action has gone down. I already spoke a little bit about how I think this is probably the tougher of the two groups. And you've already got some teams sitting at 0-2, namely the Atlas Lions and Noctem Black, that, again, that's a struggle for them to be sitting there at the end of the first day of action.
Yeah, Noctem Black, Resi, Dave, PD, Detain, only winning a single map yesterday. It was a Search and Destroy versus VVV. They won that convincingly, but that is not where I would probably place them. Again, it's a very tough group at that, but the Atlas Lions is probably one that jumps off the page. Yet again, finding themselves 0-2 as far as an elite group stage is concerned after day number 1. They have to start off their entire group day today facing off, well, Team Notorious. That's not a good matchup for me.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them for sure. 0-3, you can bounce back from an 0-3 perspective, right? You can go 2-3, technically speaking, as long as the teams below you are like 1-4 and then 0-5 respectively. There is a way out of the group in a 4th seed. And let's be honest, Andy, with the amount that we've seen Atlas Lions this season so far, pretty much every single season of Challengers Elite, they've always made some stupid comeback from a horrible start. That is just their modem. That's just their entire existence, right? Of course, sitting at the top, though, Clutch Rain, that was also a big talking point yesterday with their clutch victories, quite literally, against some top teams. So a lot to discuss in terms of Group A, but over in Group B, a somewhat easier group. I will say this much, I do think there's a bit of a skill gap between the two groups. We have a Wubber sitting at the top, completely flawless across maps at the end of the first day of action. It is worth saying, though, I don't think they've actually been challenged just yet.
The boys are back for Wubber, Abuser, Cobra, Lins, Brezzy going back to their winning ways, starting off the entire day in the Elite Season 4 flawlessly, a 3-0 versus Strays, a 3-0 versus Signs, and albeit having at least one close map, it was a 5-point victory versus Strays. On their map 1 of Mercado Hardpoint, definitely what you would almost expect for their day 1. Same could be said about Deviants, who also beat Signs in a 3-0 fashion. They took Noctem White to a map number 5. That's F. Aroma, Maestro, and Chunk, but it's unfortunate to say that Noctem White not win that one. They were able to beat eFuse, who find themselves down 0-2, who had a really good start yesterday, all things considered, with that very crazy 250-148 hardpoint win versus Noctem White, but they could not convert any other map wins whatsoever, as you see Signs rounding out the rear there. Not a single map win yesterday, starting off 0-2 as well.
Yeah, and it's a very different start to last season's Signs, right? If I remember correctly, Andy did finish, or did start 2-0 at the end of day number 1 or something silly like that.
2 reverse sweeps, too.
Yeah, they were the upset kings on that very first day of action. Of course, it didn't end so well for them. They finished top 8 in Season 3, so not the start that they required again, and especially in a group where you expect to come out pretty well. I think for that Signs roster, definitely not the start that they have wanted. But we did just discuss the groups, and very briefly, I think we should have that conversation, right, about kind of where we're at in the season again, folks, because we've got to remind you that it is absolutely creeping up on us. We are in Season 4 now. The season is almost over, Andy. Champs is not that far away, and these guys are going to start thinking about ways to qualify for that Challengers Finals.
Yeah, relegation is what we normally always talk about, right? You start off 0-2, you're going to have to requalify for the upcoming season of the Elite. This is it. If you have to place outside of even the top 8, you don't make playoffs, that's pro points that you don't have going in towards champs. Remember, if you place top 10 globally, that is your spot for champs amongst all of the regions, much less if you can even kind of show up to Toronto and place top 2, that guarantees yourself a champ spot as well. So yeah, a lot riding on this Elite season, Brody, specifically for these EU teams. Comparatively to a handful of North American teams, when the pro points start to align themselves, you're going to take what you can get here in Europe.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tough battle. We've always talked about kind of that top 6, right? Those entrenched, like, top 4, top 5, top 6. It's grown, actually, a fair bit with the amount of challenges we've had over the course of this season thus far in Elite. But that battle for those 4 auto qualification spots in Toronto as well, there's a lot of different talking points that we can discuss. But in the macro here, we've got that to talk about. In the micro, we actually have the matches themselves. And coming up, the first match of the day is Deviants Gaming going head-to-head with Team Strays. On paper, if you were to just look at the names as they stand, it feels like a bit of a mismatch, especially with Deviants Gaming, the amount of talent on side versus a new look, unnamed 2.0 roster. It's going to be an uphill battle for them for sure. Let's start the conversation on the left side of the board then with Deviants Gaming. And when I looked at the notes over this team, it took me a hot minute to realize that this team is actually kind of a successor in a way to the very same Elevate team that won Season 1 just with Gizmo instead of Denzo.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? I mean, we've been shuffling around a whole bunch of different players in between a Wubber, Elevate, Orglis, now over here to Deviants. These 4 players have, one way or another, have had some game time spent together, whether it's in and around the Elites or some lands to speak of. Vortex, Journey, Lucky, Gizmo. Gonna be your Detroit Deviants roster coming in. Got some great coaching staff to speak of as well. We know that Ko is putting in the work behind the scenes. Even more so than that, I think that for this Deviants roster, you go to map 5 versus Noctum White. That must have been the wake-up call for them that they are surely able to lose maps. A 3-0 versus Signs here. If you can come out and 3-0 Strays convincingly, I think that will do it. That you're basically looking for Wubber to be the biggest problem in this group for this roster.
Yeah, for sure. Just Deviants Gaming, you look at the talent on side for this roster, even before they had Vortex on side, and you feel like this is, again, one of those teams that you could absolutely not underestimate at any given point. But Season 3, I think what was a top 6 finish at the name, I think, was relatively disappointing. So Deviants, they want to have a better go at things here, especially with Vortex, that veteranship on side, and maybe they will. Good start versus Strays is going to be required here in day number 2, though. And again, at face value, look at this Strays roster, and it's like, who the hell are Strays? Like, who are they to try and go up against this highly enthused Deviants Gaming roster? And then you're like, oh, it's unnamed, but with a slightly different roster. And again, the conversation point I think coming into the season is unnamed 2.0. Are they actually going to be an improvement? Can they actually keep up with that Cinderella story that we saw in Season 3?
Yeah, I mean, you go back through Season 3, that unnamed roster, obviously the returning members of both Henry, Rafi, they unfortunately got have Furious poached by Athelion, so have to kind of figure out where this roster might end up going. They pick up Pack, and we remember what Pack was able to do, especially through that Falcons roster, with an AR in hand, was able to at least put the legwork in for a few Elite seasons, rarely showed up at LAN. And then Dizzy's also the one that kind of rounds out this 4-player roster for me. Kind of a slept-on player, in my opinion, as far as Europe is concerned. He's willing to get the dirty work done. He can roam with an SMG in hand, not afraid to play the OBJ, and that's a great spot to be at when you get to see what Henry's been doing all season long. This guy has definitely shown up in a big way all year long as far as Modern Warfare 2 is concerned, and that makes things even easier for Rafi just to anchor up, hold his irons with an AR. We know he can deliver the goods.
Yeah, it's funny, right? You talk about Rafi as kind of one of those players to watch out for, and it feels like usually when we talk about these kind of head-to-head scenarios, we'd go for kind of the low-hanging fruit of, well, the ARs, you know, it would be Lucky versus Rafi as the story to talk about. No, we're going to not take the easy road here. We're going to go for another storyline between Deviants and Strays, and that's looking at the stories here of Vortex and Henry, 2 players in the head-to-head that I think are worth talking about here in just a moment because they are pretty good players. I think that much is for sure. I think Vortex on the left side, I think particular, Andy, has been a real interesting storyline because this is the first time I think in forever. I don't think even since like Black Ops 4, I don't think he's ever been dropped from a roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to really gauge. I mean, through a very long and decorative career for Steve Vortex, you see that S&D KD, I mean, that jumps off the board. It's a little inflated, I will say. I mean, the closest search and destroy that they played out of the 3 yesterday was a 6-3 win on Mercado versus Noctum White, but we know that Vortex always has those intangibles that he brings to the table. Not only can he find these timings as far as S&D is concerned, but he can also lay down some strats as well. 1.14 through day 1 of a map number 5 affair in a 3-0. That looks pretty good. Henry on the other side, I mean, I feel like we need to approach the elephant in the room. Their first matchup was against Wubber. That was going to be a tough matchup any way that you look at it, so it gets inflated in the opposite direction, but they showed up when it mattered versus eFuse and able to find that 3-0 for them. So Henry may be sitting at a .83, but definitely look for the influence this guy is going to bring on the map.
Yeah, for sure. Henry's a bit of a weird one, I think, just generally speaking. He has always been a player that's been hanging around like top 4, top 6. Just trying to break that with this team would be a real nice position for him to find himself in. Let's talk about the map set then for this best of 5 again. We'll say this much. We have pretty limited data to go off after all. There's only been 1 day of elite action so far, and our first impressions of Deviants and Strays, again, off the back of those first 2 matches, has been limited. That being said, here's what we've got. We've got a double Mikado to kick off the series, a hotel control, an embassy hardpoint, and then a hotel search and destroy if those last 2 maps are required, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, the Mercado Search and Destroy definitely jumps off the page for me. That is 2 times that Strays did play yesterday. They didn't even take a single round versus the Wubber, lost at 0-6. And they reprised it versus E-Fuse. They won at 6-3. The opposite side for Deviants, like I was noting, this was a very good map for them to close things out versus Knocked 'em White. They won at 6-3 yesterday. I think the Mercado Hardpoint is going to be a good map to kind of test to see where these 2 teams do stack up against each other. Let's not forget that even yesterday for the Strays roster, yeah, they lost the map number 1 versus Wubba, but they only lost it by 5 points. It could definitely turn up the heat, utilize a lot of these fixtures, alleyways that Mercado Las Almas can offer on a hardpoint. And hey, potentially could take map number 1 off of Deviants if they're not ready for it.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny story when you talk about Strays in particular in regards to, you talk about that kind of Mikado Search and Destroy as maybe a map to watch out for them. Because previously when we discussed the Search and Destroy, we talked about kind of that Cinderella run in Season 3. A lot of the firepower came from Furious and from Raffi, having that Search and Destroy duo back on the table together again for the first time since early Vanguard. Furious is gone, and again, now you're replacing those players with, what, Pac and Dizzy? And how much has that Search and Destroy confidence been knocked? That's really going to be the question for me, because that was, again, a big boon of success for them in that Season 3 run. Does that carry over here to Season 4 with the new look roster? It has to, in my mind, right? And on the other side of the table, you have a Deviants Gaming roster, Andy, that in Search and Destroy had been struggling during Season 3. It was absolutely their worst game mode. I think they were 2-7, I think is the scoreline they had at the end of Season 3. You've brought Vortex in the lineup. Is that going to be a boost to your S&D? I don't know, man. I just got a feeling that the S&D is going to be super important here in this best of 5.
I think it will. To speak of value, I mean, we already talked about what Vortex does bring to the table as far as Search and Destroy is concerned. Clearly, it worked yesterday, and they won all 3 of their Search and Destroys. I think that Vortex is a good pillar to bring in whenever you want to kind of to fix some woes when it comes down to a integral game mode that is Search and Destroy. On the other side, though, for Strays, just to kind of go against what you were talking about, you know, you have 2 of the returning 4 players, right? But 2 of those returning 4 players, one of them is Raffi, and we know that Raffi has been historically godlike at Search and Destroy. His map 2 and map 5 KD ratio, it just completely outshines anything that he's doing in the hardpoint or the control for many different years now. Even, I believe that it was versus Deviants in the last season of the Elite. They lost to Mercado Search and Destroy, but Raffi still went like double positive, was finding first bloods all over the place. So I think that map 2 and 5, you're right, Brody. That could be the end-all be-all for the series.
Yeah, for sure. We'll keep an eye on that then as it does progress. At the moment, though, it's another series going on concurrently with this one. Feels like a bit of a mismatch. E-Fuse, of course, making their return to Challengers Elite with this season. BB Connor, Kells, Runner, and Disarray all on the roster. They go up against a titanic team in the return of a Wubber. And so far, so good as we jump over towards Mikado Hardpoint here. They're currently in control of the rotation towards P2, but 3 players now approaching around this back alley. Runner already down for the count, and Disarray is trying to battle from up top. He's picked up the first, now coverage coming from that back alley as well. This is actually great support and gunfire coming through from E-Fuse. Disarray felt alone for a second there, but the team is here.
Yeah, again, this was the map 1 versus Knocked 'em White yesterday, and E-Fuse played this to a fine tee. Their rotations were always very successful. The only place where they really faltered was being able to find these transitional gunfights, but it's all coming up, all blue for E-Fuse. On the exit, so Cobra's just snaking on the backside of the cop car. Tough gunfight any way that you look at it. Couldn't find the trade, was BB Connor. So you might have been able to walk away with the majority of time here at P2. Bob's more than aware of that. We're going to be looking for a full 60 here at P3.
That's unfortunate. Sentex from Cobra. I think he threw it out. Got involved in a gunfight that he wasn't quite ready for, so ended up getting himself in a car explosion. But Cobra is just snapping at the moment on these players, aggressing right through Banana. They go 1 by 1, and they will fall by one by one as well. Runner will chout. Big kill against Cobra there as he was starting to streak out around the backline, and that will create some space as well for E-Fuse to start to make their way through. Players from all sides. Brezzy inside dark, ready for the boat for the players, and oh my goodness me, it's the Snapperoonie coming through from Brezzy. The trade not there just yet. Runner will hit it a little bit late, and I was going to say he wasn't ready for the second versus Abuser. Is he ready for the third? No, he wasn't, but that second kill does disrupt momentarily. Again, though, Wubber, they consistently have their trades. They've got consistently each other's backs. They are ready to trade out when required.
Runner wasn't even centered to deal with Abuser. He just kind of hops into his line of sight. But yeah, I mean, that two-piece is going to allow eFuse to contest here over by P3. You saw there for a moment, She Child was able to at least find Linz into the corner. That opened up the floodgates for Runner to recontest for the scrap time. Now it's a 3v4 for the upcoming hardpoint in rotation at that. You got BB Connor and Kels. They're playing on top of each other inside of the barbershop. They're about to get overwhelmed. It's full Cantina control for Wubber.
Indeed it is. Bob's trying to get around the back line here. Linz and Cobra for the double challenge, and Linz does pick up the double. Now Disarray going to challenge around the back line, and there's the third for Linz. Nicely done. Wubber, though, won't be long before they find themselves right back into the fire here, as eFuse will look to challenge via that parking lot, via the back alley. The coverage is mostly focused on what will be hitting from Cantina side. Now Abuser, well aware of the fact that there are players coming from the front, picks up the first, now look for the second and finds Disarray laying down. He cannot hide from Abuser in that situation. eFuse will be stunted on that initial push. They're trying to find their way on through, but pretty much every single push is being battered away, and now really you do want to start to put some value in towards the rotation. The problem is, Wubber, they've already got players here. Brezzy, big 1v1 to take versus Kels.
There's a certain win condition that eFuse can find themselves in because they're constantly challenging for the back 20 seconds of the scrap time. And off that lead that we got to see from P1 to P2, eFuse will still hold that lead marginally, so long as they can continue up with it. It's the consistency for me. Brezzy's double positive will immediately get killed by Kels, but the kill feed just erupts for a Wubber. 3 in a row. eFuse have to go back to the drawing board and see how they can recontest this hill.
Yeah, to be fair, it is worth noting that eFuse are currently ahead here in this game, so they've got a little bit of time, a little bit of chances to play with before getting in towards this hard point. Got to do this as a team, though. Kel's just flying out first is going to get cut down, and there is no trade because of the fact, well, that nobody was really in that tradable position. eFuse want to try and hit this one from all angles once again. It's going to be pressure around the backline from BB Connor. It is Disarray and Runner who kick things off with some kills. Runner finds the second there towards that corner of the hard point. Kels will pick up the last. And again, it was a little bit delayed, but eFuse will find their way through. It won't be long before Wubber are right back in, though. Those close spawns from Abuser and Cobra are just not helpful to eFuse whatsoever.
And again, look at the proactivity for Wubber. I mean, they fight for the scrap time. You already have 2 players rotating towards new as well. Linz is just going to lay down on this very sturdy overhead, but we have a lot of assistance here. Again, another 2v multiple situation for the entry point for Cantina. A lot of Wubber players are here. eFuse are aware of it, but they need to try to unearth these players very quickly.
Absolutely do. Disarray trying to find his way through, and he does get shut down there. That is really unfortunate. There are still players hanging about, namely BB Connor, who MG gets himself in a tussle and finds that second. Hello? How has that happened? Looking for number 3, and yeah, that's one of those kills off the cuff there where you feel yourself after the first gunfight, and I think feeling himself a little bit too much. Now Linz really starting to heat up, finds his 6th in a row up top, 13 and 8. Linz is very dangerous here on Mikado and eFuse. They are feeling that at the moment as Linz will find his 7th in a row. With eFuse's position at this point in time, 25 seconds left on the clock, you can already see here, Randy, they're just making sure they don't get too aggressive.
I mean, that lead you do feel like for eFuse was just going to be short-lived. I mean, you just look from top to bottom. The slaying is just absolutely there for a Wubber. And eFuse tries, you can get players on the rotation. You can get players to try to contest the scrap time. If you're not winning the gunfights, who would have thought on hardpoint, you're probably not going to be able to get inside the hill. So at the end of P6 going in towards P7, eFuse will hold that rotation. Now over towards our main focus matchup, Deviants versus Strays. The venue will remain the same, but the teams will change.
Yeah, this is one of our matches we're really excited for again. To see Strays 2.0 or a name 2.0. They're Strays now against Deviants. It's going to be a big test for them and really for Deviants as well. As we get into it, it is Deviants currently in the lead of this game. Vortex on 4 in a row sitting inside the hardpoint. Lucky just trying to provide some coverage around the forklift and will go for the challenge against Henry. Had an idea that somebody was hanging about in that corner. And, well, the idea did actually translate into reality, but he will not win that one as we hit 10 seconds left on the hardpoint. Strays just focusing on the rotation.
Again, these hard points, you really do feel like Team Strays are going to feel the pressure because Deviants, I mean, just off a namesake alone and what we got to see from them all year long, are probably going to outpace them as far as rotations and kill feed is concerned. So we're going to be looking for Team Strays to kind of play against that, if you will. Play in these very unorthodox positions, fish out with some timings. They already have the rotation inside of P4. Rafi's waiting for the timing to chow. The back alley will open up with a lot of good damage, and Dizzy inside the hill will find the trade.
Yeah, problem is now there's nobody around that back alley as Rafi does full covering it. Will allow Deviants to at the very least come knocking. Stun being thrown out by Dizzy. Gizmo now running away. Did he do it with dead silence? So that's the question, because they might be aware of it. He might have heard him play, and well, never mind, they don't. Oh, Gizmo does pick up at least 1 kill, but the trades, the numbers, way too powerful there for Deviants in that moment. And I think as those kills start to come through, at the 22nd mark on the hardpoint, Andy, it's Deviants who rotate.
Yep. Got to chalk and a rotate. Go all the way across the map. The way the Deviants have themselves set up, it's also to deny a lot of space. Lucky's going to be looking towards the back forklift side. Unbeknownst to him, this hit is mostly going to be coming through the back elephant room alley. 3 players strong, but it's going to be set up with pinch from Pack. He's currently going through lockers.
And these kills still going in favor of Deviants. By all these pushes coming through, none of them are working whatsoever. Journey now starting to streak out as well on 3 in a row. He's down to 50 HP, so not really going to be an advantage going towards that gunfight versus Raffi. Coverage from up top, that's a big position to take away if you're Strays, and you do want to get in. Numbers will now momentarily be in your favor. All really unlucky to try and remove Strays from this hardpoint. Journey in from behind as well. He will get cut down before he can do more damage, but Raffi still hanging about here. He's about to have 3 players from Deviants come in his direction, and Raffi has to deal with it. Will fall foul of the first.
That's not an easy gunfight that Joey just took there. Gizmo drops from the top of 10 onto the dumpster and still has the centering to be able to take down Raffi. So that's actually a big 15 seconds. We're looking at the grander scheme of things, because now we rotate over towards P6. Team Strays are currently here. You got 2 players already trying to maneuver through Barber's shop. That's a big first kill to find for Dizzy. Vortex is also when he's going to get stunned up. Goes for the chow. Had a good look for the second kill, but those few trades that come through will remain Team Strays inside of the current hill.
Big hard point. They've been keeping themselves pretty close to Deviants pretty much the entirety of the game so far, and this is one of those turning points that we always talk about. Making sure you hold this hill in towards the next one. Deviants on the right side of that for the moment, but they've got to break in. They've got to take this time away, and there you go. Journey, Vortex, Gizmo, they all fly through. Henry, the last one left alive, and he does pick up the double, trying to make it the triple. The shots are good, but overwhelmed by Lucky, who flies through for the final kill, and now you're in a stellar position. If you're Deviants, you're in for the scrap time here. There's still 25 seconds left to soak up. There's still challenges coming your way, but you're winning the vast majority of those, and you have the rotation towards parking.
Yeah, that's exactly where the term money rotation comes from. That if Deviants were able to almost do the impossible, and that's break inside of P6 and get Vortex in a position like this. He's going to start piecing them up together. Another 4 dead for Team Strays. Vortex finds himself on 4 in a row, and as you say, the rotation over towards P7 is already held. This is where this first set can spiral out of control, and Journey's still cutting players down over by the forklift. Really, the only entry point that you currently have working for you if you are Strays is that Henry is currently flanking through Cantina.
Henry does really feel like he's got all of the power in the play at this point in time. Has to be careful that he doesn't get caught out from the middle of the map. That coverage good for Dizzy. And Henry will be off of the path, but unfortunately he does go down. So now all of this presence is going to come from Strays from warehouse side, and Journey is just more than happy to take that player down. But Dizzy does go for the middle of the map and picks up 2. So that pressure now will relieve a little bit for Strays, and Gizmo will be left up on his lonesome here momentarily. Deviant spawning out on the other side of the map. He needs some help. The trophy system will go down, but that is after the car explosion brings him down a week. Somehow Gizmo is still surviving around this area. Yes, this time is going Strays' way, but his presence, just playing his life in that scenario and getting the 4th kill in a row as well, trying to translate that into a 5th would have been nice. It still offers up a little bit of time for Deviants.
Yeah, I don't mean that Deviants will hold a pretty strong lead going in towards the second set. Now we're looking for some adaptations to come through for Team Strays, who are getting pretty outslayed. I mean, Journey is moving through this map. I mean, he is 18 and 15 with a sub in hand. It's nice to see Juanito back with the Vaznev in hand. This guy is flying and quite literally frying, and you can see everybody's just benefiting from it as well. Vortex hits an off angle over by the parking lot half wall, has a double weapon setup. The assistance from Journey is there. 3 dead again. Deviants can do no wrong.
Yeah, this, last 2 wave of gunfights that have gone in favor of Deviants, just full wipes versus Team Strays, might well be the dagger here in this game, to be honest with you. You've lost control of P2. Team Strays going to need one last punch to try and get control, and Vortex, he's now streaking out. Will be denied the 6th kill. That really would have been the dagger. The cruise missile would have been on board for Deviants, but again, it's desperation. You can see it on the map right now, Andy. Team Strays, they are trying to batter their way through the middle of the map to get any semblance of control towards P2, and it isn't happening.
No, leader's advantage for Deviants, so you don't have to recontest P1. You just have to keep them trapped inside the tunnel, and they are just fish in a barrel for Gizmo. Finds 2 on the back end. Deviants looking to close it out here.
Yep, that's the kills. 20 seconds required now for Deviants. What a game this has been over the last few hard points. So often, that is the case on Mikado, but Team Strays will give this one last look. Players around the backline here. Gizmo pre-firing towards Barbershop. That's not where the threat is coming from. And now they're making their way downtown. Lucky, is he ready for it? Gets battered by Raffi, who takes his head off. Inside heel. Vortex now here to pick up the slack, and it's trades galore inside. But Team Strays come out on top. They were 6 points shy of losing, but they refuse to die.
One more break if you want it. You can see Deviants, that's a veteran call for them. 20 seconds remain in the old hill. Just set yourself up over inside P3. Their setup for P5 is what you're mostly going to be looking at for them to be able to find similar success. And Journey finds the angle, the timing to hit dead silence through the middle of the map, finds that kill through the cuts. Now Deviants just 6 points required here at the upcoming hill to close out map 1.
Yeah, and you just face a horrible choice here if you're number 5 and number 7, Raffi and Dizzy, because you don't really have much of a choice in terms of how you want to play this. You have to go individually. There's no waiting for teammates. Pack is going to pick up the first 2. Lucky and Journey ready with the coverage. Can Pack do any more than that? The stun will connect, but the kill will not. And Deviants off the back of those heroics. It is always those rotations here in Mercado that are the dagger for teams. If you lose control of the money rotations from P6 to P7 and then P1 to P2, back to back, the game just falls out of your control, and that is exactly what happened there.
Yeah, it was really, I mean, such a stellar hold, really. I mean, the majority of time of P5, and then the break over by P6 from Deviants, and then Joey just staying alive. Gizmo stayed over by that half wall for centuries before his teammates, who spawned all the way over by CDOM, moved all the way across the map to give him assistance, and he's still on that streak towards the tail end of P7. And you're very right to call that as the turning point, Brody, because it was very close, all things considered, for Deviants, completely outslaying all of Team Strays continuously through that map number 1. It just only takes that first few hills that can come all the way through. A big 80 points swing for Deviants. They have that lead and did not relent soon after. You got to see just tons of different angles, tons of different off timings being called out from both Journey as well as Vortex. And that'll be quite prevalent as far as these stats are concerned. 21 and 16 for Gizmo. 2,800 damage is leading the lobby as far as that is concerned. But I mean, the real conversation has to be in between Journey and Vortex. These two working in tandem with one another. Journey with an SMG in hand, 25 and 17. Come on! I've been missing this.
Yeah, it's been a while, right? Again, we talked about it before we got into this. That Elevate Season 1 roster was the last time that we saw Vortex and Journey playing together, and it was always a treat. Journey on the sub, man. He can do it all. He's played with an AR in the past. Of course, he's been a sub more often than not. And, you know, whenever we get to see it, it's a real treat. So alongside Vortex, who, again, we've had this conversation point a lot. And I don't mean this as any... I always have to add those asterisks beforehand, the prefix of, like, I don't mean to be rude or disparaging to any players. But Vortex has rarely been that statistical leader, right? He's not his role in any given team. But when he does do that, when he does go off, Vortex does it well. Let's say that much, especially looking towards the early season here in Modern Warfare 2 and at certain points as well during Season 3. But this is Deviants kicking off the series with that 1-0 start. We talked about it, big hardpoint victory for them. Kind of the norm after what happened in Season 3, even with Vortex being out of the roster. Nice to see that strength and hardpoint does remain. But again, Search and Destroy, we discussed it. This is where everything is going to really change, right? Because has the Search and Destroy power weakened for Team Strays? Has it got better for Deviants? Those are the questions.
Yeah, and I mean, off of yesterday alone, just off of recency, I would say that the S&D has been looking good from what I got to watch as far as 2x speed from the VODs of Deviants through this morning, Brody. I mean, they looked fantastic. Decision-making, kills, trades, lucky with the sniper. It's all great. And this map of Mercado Search and Destroy kind of plays into their hand. But to kind of go back to what we were talking about, if Strays were going to be able to steal away a hardpoint, that would have been great. We knew that they were going to get outpaced. We knew that the slaying was probably going to be a non-conversation for Strays, that they were going to get completely mollywopped as far as that is concerned. But the 2-3-5 is what you're going to have to look at. But it's still an uphill battle just off of namesakes and just off of the prowess that this Deviants roster has. I think that Strays, their best look might have to be this map number 2, though. If you do not win this, maybe you can seal away that control. I think that this series might just be done and dusted if they lose the search, though.
Yeah, we had that conversation right about how we thought the series was going to go. Is it going to go the distance, or is it going to be a fast one for one of the two teams? It could very quickly be a fast one for Deviants if this Search and Destroy slips away from Strays. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that one moving forward. But over towards Wubber and eFuse. I don't know what the exact scoreline was at the end of the first game, but Wubber do come out on top. Now we return to Mercado for the Search and Destroy. And eFuse, they've started pretty strong, but here in this one, well, you're just not going to get away from Brezzy.
250 to 172 was the final scoreline of the Mercado hardpoint in between eFuse and Wubba. I believe what our other matchup is Clutch Rain and VVV. I believe that they're still going through their hardpoint map number 1 right now, but we'll continue to give you updates as there's just tons of matches happening. 6 specifically simultaneously happening. It's group stage, baby. But Wubba's able to hop back in. Brezzy finds 3 within that round. They'll even things back up into round number 3 we go. And by the scoreline suggestion, eFuse were able to win that round number 1. It was on offense. Can they do it again?
It's Mercado Search and Destroy, so you can bet your bottom dollar that we'll be going towards A. Cobra going to draw the first blood here in the joust. Kels has positioned herself. Bottom Cantina. It's a power position to hold. If you can take maybe one or two of these players down. Brezzy and Cobra hanging about the hedge. They've got full control of the site. Cobra will go down. So now Brezzy, he got a 3-piece in the last round. He's on 4 in a row. So a bit of a precarious position for him. He wants to at least try and keep this streak alive if he does lose control of sight. But at the moment, he is just drawing fire from Runner and Kels.
Yeah, he just needs to stay alive over here. Player number 6 is Abuser. That's his help for Brezzy. He's just inside the tunnel. And so long as Brezzy just stays alive, he's got all of the bomb site on lock. He knows both these players inside Canteen. He can just continue to whittle down the clock.
I feel like Brezzy's like a thirst trap at the moment. He's enticing them to come his way so that Abuser can catch them on the cross, and doesn't do so as the team kill coming on through. That's unfortunate. He really felt like he had the coverage from Abuser. Did not. And I think Abuser might have taken some shots as well, so they've got some kind of idea that Abuser is located here. That Semtex will go out, and it at least will send Kels away and towards the corner, but does not connect. That information is not there. Stretch plant will go down. Abuser checks Runner from afar and realizes the stretch plant is in. Kels for the drop shot, and there goes Abuser.
I want to know how many bullets Runner had there at the end, because the second that we hopped up to his POV, top Canteen, he was down to like 15 bullets. He must have been holding this angle for Kels as she gets the stretch plant, force out the chow. He had to have been down to like 3 bullets. That's crazy. How many bullets that hedge actually ate, and how long Brezzy actually stayed alive until Kels was able to throw the chow. Again, there was no knowing. Abuser could have very much so been on the flank until they heard some cracking shots come out from the tunnel. The moment that Kels crossed to be able to get that kill onto Brezzy. 2 offensive round wins for eFuse. They'll have a 1-round lead.
Snipe going off. That's Cobra. He was taking some warning shots to the middle of the map. This is a lot of mid-map coverage coming out from Wubber Bobs here instead of just going straight down the back alley. And it will somewhat work out here. They've certainly got the trade game in their favor, and it sends BB Connor away, and that mid-map coverage being brought to you by Cobra as well is super oppressive. BB Connor cannot do anything, and it is one of those rare mid-map hits that we see on the offensive side.
Could have been a lack of utility. Probably not wanting to deal with any of this nade spam that can potentially come through. The Mercado Lazama's salsa dance, that is that A-bomb side, man. Just throw all of your utility. You'll probably get a kill, maybe tag a trophy system. I love that call coming through from Wubba Bubs. I mean, that's a great trust that you can have for yourself. I mean, Cobra with a sniper rifle, you can always guarantee he's going to be able to at least hold the angle, could end up finding a pick. He's going to be able to do just that, plus just the pressure that it brings to the table. All offense so far, 4 rounds deep, into round 5 we go.
Utility going out, trophy systems, if there are any, they're not doing much. It does get a Wubba Bobs forward. And they do lose Cobra from the initial joust, so eFuse will be content with that. And the way they're backing themselves up here, they are thinking about rotating towards B, but there would be somebody to meet them.
Gonna be Abuser. He's already in at the B site for a standardized rollout for a Wubba Bubs. That sounds gonna get popped by Luigi, aka Decimate. Looking for these Goombas to pounce on, but they're gonna be ready for Abuser. He's actually up top. They don't know he's here.
Oh, they do now. Oh, shots going out. That stun will connect on towards Disarray just as he challenges as well. This is so much pressure onto Abuser.
He gets out?
He gets out.
Okay.
Oh, my God. If he gets away there, I have no faith in anybody. Humanity's gone. It is still a 2v3 here for a Wubba Bubs, even if it's now translated and Abuser has got the time, has bought the time here for the players to rotate over. You can see in the play that eFuse, aware of the fact that somebody's hanging about. There it is, Brezzy picking up that first kill, but there's not a lot of time to make this happen. Liz has used the dead silence to go over here, so they don't know he gets that kill. He's getting the hell out of dodge.
Yeah, now Runner has to clear the angle. He's got to go for the challenge. He's actually going to catch Linz by surprise. Linz thought he had the time. He called the bluff that Runner was just going to pick up the bomb and plant it there at B. Not the case at all. Runner makes the play happen. 8-3, by the way, for the kid. Going to be able to catch him on the cross in towards the big door. I mean, that's a lot of offensive round wins where you're seeing eFuse kind of really play against the clock, and I'm sure that it's very, not only stressful, but it's also a really good call just to bait out maybe some unforced errors to come through for Wubba Bubs. Keeping it close there in the map number 2.
Yeah, that would be a big map, I think, for eFuse to take away. As it currently stands, that's now their 8th map overall for Season 4 for Wubba Bubs. They haven't lost one yet, so for eFuse, a big confidence boost if they're able to take a map away there from the Titans. But over towards our main focus matchup here, Deviants versus Team Strays. Deviants 1-0 up after that hardpoint victory towards the end. Now, in this one, they've started pretty well, too. This B here, again, they are rare to see. Pack is ready for it, though. Gets the first kill, and I think most importantly here, gets away.
Yep, that's the most important. Pick and run. much information do you still have? I mean, he's hearing a lot of Semtex being thrown on over here. Thinks that's going to be the close corner. Journey's going to drop down. Has the assistance from Vortex up top. And Lucky is also creating a lot of space all the way through the cuts as well. Pack's not going to expect this. Oh, good cover.
Yeah, Lucky gets taken down. Journey tries to trade things out. It's a good reaction coming up from Deviants there, but just, yeah, way too little. And great adaptations, I think, just generally speaking from Strays, right, to recognize that that flank was coming through.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a response immediately all off the what little sound cues and information they got through the early rounds, right? You got to see the Yule call for the Team Strays as soon as they got the information. They all rotated to reinforce that back street area. They had Pack inside of Dark, just making sure that that bomb did not go down scot-free. As we were talking about again, if Lucky was going to be able to get inside of Dark and maybe find that pick, also get the information for the player on the second of Rafi here in the streets, could have been looking at a very different round, but Team Strays played that very well. Deviants going to find themselves tied up. Team Strays, on the other hand, going to take their virtues to beat.
Just like in the prior round for Team Strays, Deviants do have somebody defensively watching this. It is Lucky. As the utility goes out now, more will be on their way. Lucky actually has a sniper rifle up close and personal here to trade things out, and it's a necessary trade as well, as they've already lost Gizmo in the round. But all of the pressure, all the help from Lucky is, well, depleting because he's lost Vortex, and now he's lost Gizmo as well.
Journey has to come help things out. I mean, Lucky is just forced to hold inside of Dark for this angle. The player that would probably give him a chow would be Henry B. He's got a sub. Whole lot of questions for these three players for Team Strays. They know that they have to still be worried about Dark, but they don't have the space to be able to plant the bomb quite yet. And Sun will confirm just that. Lucky's still in Dark.
Yeah, you know what? That is Lucky as well, right? I mean, it's very likely that Lucky hasn't escaped anywhere else because you would have seen where he's gone. So that's why the bomb does go down ultimately, but not enough coverage there to stop Journey getting the post-plant kill. Evens the odds here, and Pack did not see Lucky cross. That is really unfortunate Call of Duty timing. Might he see him trying to enter in towards the elephant room? That's the question. Journey also enacting a flank here. So this is going to be a lot of Call of Duty timing. Early shots going out from Rafi. I feel like a little bit more trigger discipline would have been good from Journey there in that scenario, but in the end, it doesn't matter.
Especially because he had that silence, Brody. I mean, he was flying around the back all the way through forklift already. Through dead silence, yeah, premature shots means that Pack can just kind of jump back across, find that last kill required. That was just wonderfully executed coming through for Team Strays. Again, just slowly working their way inside Elephant Room. They find the first blood. They get the information where the last two players are located at, and it was just fishing for timing soon after. Whether Lucky was able to find a weapon or not, whether he busted in there with an X12 pistol, you did kind of have to go because he didn't stop Henry from planting the bomb.
Just over towards A. So 3 versus 4 for the moment here. Deviants. Lucky's the only player who's removed from the site, and well, it doesn't matter. Gizmo and Journey have already won those first bloods. There is a trade coming through from Rafi, but for Strays, this is a tenuous hold from Hedge.
It's all going to be from that side as well. I mean, the A-bomb is more or less open, but you can't plant this until Rafi goes down. He also sees Pack over by the dumpster. Journey wants to crush this because, of course, he does. Will get traded, but the numbers advantage too strong. Deviants, 2v1.
Pack's going to get lucky. It's on 5 in a row as well. This would be a huge round for Strays and for Pack individually. Going head-to-head with the new addition of Deviants, and he's just seen him as well. Vortex throwing shoulders. That's not good whatsoever. Has to escape here and also still apply pressure at the same time. Doesn't want to give too much away to Pack. He is the player on the offense after all.
Vortex is going to start pushing this all the way through the cuts. He's got to have that silence. Pack doesn't know. The timing. Oh, the anxiety. No! That's such a big kill for Vortex. I mean, investing that silence just to press the trade nonetheless. The bomb was down, and I don't think Pack had that information. And just finding that first kill on the Lucky, who was holding his sniper scope through the mid-tunnel, Vortex makes the play happen, gets inside of L, and was able to catch Pack by surprise, who thought that the rotation was going to be all the way across, maybe back P7 through the middle of the map, going over towards B. It's just that little bit of information that Pack was missing, that the bomb was in fact dropped on the hedges from Journey pressing forward for that dumpster chow. Loses his 5 straight. Deviants, even things back up.
Never count out Vortex, man. Never. Learn one thing after years of Call of Duty. It's that. Big stop as well for Pack, who would have got streaks otherwise. Now Strays. Late here over towards A. It's going to send Deviants mostly over towards B. The bait does work out, but they haven't fully committed themselves. It's Journey in from behind. It's Journey from behind for 3. And Vortex, well, you just had to go and ruin it.
Oh, well, if anybody's going to take Journey out from the flank, it's going to be Vortex. Henry, 1v3. He's got a sniper. He's got Dead Silence to play with, but what's the avenue looking like to even find a weapon? Do you even want to invest Dead Silence into this? Trying to bait out the Chow from Vortex up top. They know he's got the boomstick now, and he's just going to get gunned from tunnel. Yeah, I mean, that, again, hey, it's Mercado Los Alamos, right? You go over towards 8, you're kind of dancing with death at that point, right? Is that it? You're going for the old tango through the middle of the map, the flanks, and all the shots are so crisp from Journey. Shut that round down, within like the first 10 seconds.
It was a little bit too certain, I would say, from Strays, right? They felt like everything was really quiet, that the bait play had worked out pretty much perfectly, and it almost had. I think they were just way too certain that somebody wasn't inside Cantina, their checking wasn't complete, and obviously off the back of that, Journey's able to jump them. Still a good play. Got to give Journey his props for doing that. Completely turns around on its head. Now for Deviants. Mid-rap push coming through again, going down, and it's Gizmo who draws the first blood in the scenario. Journey will be feeling himself from the last one, and well, just catches the head of Pack as he tries to fly away.
I mean, Journey again with the bomb in hand. He is not afraid to take the chows, and Deviants putting together a couple rounds in a row. They know that they are completely outgunning these guys of Team Strays. They're letting them have it, especially over by this A-bomb side. The early nades are so good. Deviants are always the first to get inside Cantina, and it's just by proxy. We learned this yesterday, like day 1 of Modern Warfare 2, right? Is that these players, if they're not around Cantina, they're not in Cantina, where do you got to put your irons at if you're top Cantina? Look towards the dumpster, look towards the hedges. Journey is always good for that chow. The press on forward, bomb in hand or not. He's double positive, 8 and 4.
It's the mid-map pushes again. And I've seen a lot of them to try and get around those initial jousts in terms of utility being thrown over the top. It's good for Strays. I mean, they've evaded it entirely. Deviants put so much aggression here into a late flank, and of course through mid-map coverage. Gizmo taking out shots. It would have been nice to translate into that into a kill, but now everything relies on that flank.
Being watched. Rafi's aware. Oh, Lucky with the boomstick, though. Had a good look. He doesn't miss too often, but Rafi is lucky to stay alive. Also gets the chow from Journey out from Barbershop, and Rafi knows that Lucky's still back here, but you lost at least one number. 3v2. Offense have the numbers. Had.
Big kill. Going down over by the fan as well. Lucky. Yes, he's going to hit at Rafi. Oh, it wasn't enough, though, for the kill. Rafi will just about survive. And yet still, what has felt like a pretty secure round for Strays is still in turmoil. And yeah, Gizmo just catches him off guard. Lovely play there from Lucky. Now it's a 1v2 for Henry. There's a 1v3 in the prior round. This time in a different situation. He's got the bomb in hand and he will plant it.
Looking like an overkill loadout right now. He's got the TAC 56 plus the bolt action. Gonna take this post plant inside of dark. Gets the first onto Gizmo, but that information's not gonna be good. Now they know that Henry's isolated inside of dark. No Dead Silence. Lucky holds the stick, and he will end up taking Henry out. Deviants. This is now 4 rounds in a row. Just completely unearthing Team Strays with these first bloods, and albeit some trades came through, I think it was Dizzy that was starting to maybe push through over by L. He gets caught over by the yellow van, I'm pretty sure by Gizmo, and I mean, giving away that 3v odd situation when Rafi was under immense pressure in the back alley. You just got to try to deny them any sort of entrance over by the A bomb site. You don't need to try to take more space there soon after. Let the information come to you. A costly mistake for Team Strays as Deviants now find themselves up on that point.
And that was such a huge round from Deviants, again, to try and put a stop to any momentum from Team Strays. Over in the picture-in-picture, how about that? Wubber Bob's handed their first map loss of Season 4, and it's by way of an E-Fuse Search and Destroys victory. So, big victory for them. They now tie that series up at 1-1. Here in this round, though, Team Strays get that first blood. Deviants man down as they look to get the bomb down on B.
Oh, no.
And look, guys. We don't have a worst plays with streaks. If we did, that would probably end up on it.
Oh, no. Oh, that was an expensive round. That's tough. The information was good. The collapse. Lucky was trying to find the trade. Not going to be good enough. Poor Gizmo. 1v4. Look, Joey's pretty good, man, but I think this might be out of the realm of possibility. Gets the first gifted to him. 83 HP. He can move.
And that's the problem. It's a 1v3. It wasn't 1v4. I was going to say, like, the thing is with Gizmo, you never quite know, do you? You give him a little bit of movement, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Fortunately for him, he does get stopped in his tracks, or fortunately for Strays, I should say, stopped in his tracks there with the final snipe coming through from Henry. Gotta say, though, backtracking a little bit, that was a bit of a fumble of a round, just generally speaking.
Yeah, oh yeah, it was an expensive fumble. I mean, there is like $1,000 spaghetti all over the floor from that round from Deviants. I mean, you had the streak to play with. It was a 5-2 lead, now it's 5-3. So, I mean, you had a couple rounds to play with. We'll have to see what the adaptation continues to look like for Team Strays. Nades over the top. It's going to be a bait play from Dizzy. Going to make a lot of chaos over towards A, but the 3 players for Team Strays are wrapping to B very quickly.
Yeah, Dizzy. A distraction. Lucky has a lot to do here for Deviants on the defensive side. No, it doesn't matter if the first shots come through from Raffy. Lucky's going to hit the snipe anyway. I think he was on Twitter last night saying just how easy the sniper was to use. Well, Lucky certainly makes it look easy. And off the back of that first blood, Strays certainly seem a little bit less assured as to what they want to do.
You can't get inside of B. You know you're going to be down a man to even try to chow this. So Pack needs to back up. And Dizzy's still over here by 8. Let's not forget the early snipes that came through. They know that somebody's going to be in that back alley. Henry finds the trade on a Gizmo. The sniper's still in play in the hands of Lucky, but the bomb's quickly maneuvering over towards A.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they get that kill versus Journey, now the bomb is completely opened up, or rather closed for Deviants. Still not certain just yet, though, after their earlier PTSD from Journey hanging about inside Cantina. They just want to make sure that nobody from Deviants is over here. Was looking for exit through the middle of the map was Vortex, but he will not find it. Pack escapes. Now for Deviants, got to find a way through. Gonna come by way of middle of the map. Call should be made by Pack. The initial snipe, that's unfortunate as Lucky turns away from the scope at the wrong time. Henry will not miss his. Strays put another round on the board.
That is just unfortunate timing to let go of your aim down side key. Button, rather. That's just really tough. It's just... Again, when it comes down to it, like, Lucky finds first blood, but that is a great adaptation coming through for Team Strays, isn't it? I mean, they take that round a lot slower than they typically do. Dizzy makes a lot of stress over by the A bomb site, but he doesn't just try to flood all the way through. He just holds his life there in the 3v4. They find the pick mid-map, and they work off of that information soon after, bring this within 1.
Yeah, I just don't want to count Team Strays out, man. Again, the way they've been playing the last couple of rounds, they've been answering what Deviants have been putting down pretty well. It's going to be mid-map coverage now coming on through. Lucky, though, he's ready for it. He switched away towards attack, and he picks up a kill. Raffy down for the count now, and Strays have no presence on site whatsoever.
Dizzy's expecting another challenge to come through over by the hedges. Pack gives up the tunnel angle at a very unfortunate time. Henry's also wrapping through the parking lot side. They're looking to trap Deviants inside the A bomb, but they got the win condition. That bomb's planted.
Utility out. Yeah, big one for Henry to lose around the backline there. Not much you could do. The Vasnef in that situation. Gizmo also going to catch Dizzy too, and Pack. This would be a stellar 1v4. He's not going to get it. Not in a million years. It takes a few rounds, but Deviants do close things out here in map number 2. Again, a big one in this series.
Yeah, would have gotten scary too, right? Because, I mean, if Deviants lost that search and destroy, we'd be looking at that turning point of the TK that comes through by way of cruise missile by one of Joey Gizmo, but not going to be the case at all. Those, 4 rounds in a row that Deviants were able to put all together is going to lead them to a 2-0 lead versus Team Strays. Not without a certain, fair shake coming through from Team Strays. The adaptation's a little late, but they gave them a good run for their money. 11-6 there for Joey in the map number 2.
Well, here's a look at a game that might just be about to finish in favor of VVB here versus the very same Clutch Rain roster that yesterday brought off an insane upset versus Team Notorious. Did they get it done? Jocks on 40, by the way. Vital on 39, now looking for the final couple of kills coming on through. Twisted picks up the double, and that should be it. But it was, I don't know if he got that final 40th kill or not. I don't think he did, but still, there, double 40 bombs? Hello?
He got it. I mean, we know that joke definitely dude.
Jesus.
Like, this guy's just been shooting and moving different all year long. It just takes a roster to take a chance on him, right? Oh, and Vital just missed out on the double. That's unfortunate. 39-23, though, is a very good scoreline when you're looking at the grander scheme of things. But, I mean, this VVV roster, that Clutch Rain roster, like, the way that we were kind of looking at, like, this first block matchup, that one's going to probably be the closest out of every single one of them. There's obviously going to be a lot of good instances. I mean, E-Fuse, nobody had that on their bingo card to even take a map off of Wubber Bubs. That's now guaranteed to go at map number 4, but I think the narrative still remains, especially for Clutch Rain, off their 2 map 5 victories yesterday, one of which, like you were talking about, versus Team Notorious, versus VVV, a very testing roster now with Joka in hand. I think that one's going to be a pretty good close one. That very much so could be the matchup for either 3rd or 4th in that group.
Yeah, for sure, right. It's funny because VVV, I remember when they came into Season 3 and we were just looking at our team and we're like, well, they've got BB Connor, I guess, like, and they don't have him anymore. But that was the way we were looking at it, right? In Season 3, it was just that was it, right? But here in this season, obviously, that's not the case anymore. They've been going through roster changes. After getting, I think it was top 8 is where they finished in Season 3. I don't think we can really count them out as one of those rosters that can still pull off big victories. We'll see, man. We'll see where they finish off. But a big victory there versus Clutch Rain to kick things off. I don't really know what's going on in Elite anymore. To be honest with you, with the victories that Clutch Rain got yesterday, and now Clutch Rain losing map number 1 versus VVV. Someone save me.
I'm just here for a good time and potentially a long time, Brody. That's all I got to say to you. Well, Bob's up on the offense. They were able to win the first defense. No telling how many segments of progression EVs were able to capture off their initial offense, but it looks like this one's going to come down to the game clock. 2 seconds remain. Trades galore. Disray's going to find the last 2. He ends this round on a 4 spree. eFuse, hold on.
And eFuse are really going toe-to-toe with Wubber Bobs at the moment. Again, I know the Wubber Bob story has been a really funny one this season, and maybe not so much in the comical sense, but just in terms of the weirdness of it all. The way that Abuser obviously jumped ship after their flawless Season 2 playoffs performance. Now the band is back together. But is it a remix? Are they putting out some original hits? That's the question for Wubber Bobs. eFuse, this roster, again, back in Season 1, mostly the same roster. Didn't really have the greatest of times. Want to have a better go at things here. So far, though, as I said, going toe-to-toe with Wubber Bobs, they are impressing thus far. First blood being drawn out by BB Connor as well. Brezzy getting aggressive, and he is punished for it.
They're trying to take their virtues over towards A. Their biggest issue is that they have nobody to even think about looking at Cobra top tower, and I don't even think they're going to even have a chance to worry about it. This finds a kill via Semtex. Opening engagement's good for Wubber Bobs. They just lose a single life. Now they can deny more map space, and oh, man. Gotta get past Abuser first in this football field to even sniff that B zone. Saw BB Connor at least finding a little bit more progress going over towards the middle of the map, but he's the only player that's up now, and eFuse need to get out of their spawn.
What is this, an 8-for-1 trade? 9-for-1 trade now in favor of a Wubber Bobs? BB Connor picked up that first frag, and beyond that, there has been nothing for eFuse whatsoever. You know the phrase, they're eating? You know, we see that a lot on Twitter. They're not eating anything. Yeah, they're not doing anything, mate. They're starving at this point in time. This is not good. There's a second kill there, but it's not enough to stop the streak coming through from Linz, who will find himself that cruise missile. This has been one of the most indomitable defenses we've seen on LSE low control ever. They've given nothing away whatsoever. eFuse, though, finally creating some space now, coming through that boss area. Got to deal with the player up top, though. Again, Cobra just chilling. He's feeling pretty good about his chances. Now moving down to get himself stuck into situation. I was trying to fight her way through. Will actually pick up the first kill there. Nice drop shot against Cobra to create some space on the point. And now it is just the one player in the form of Abuser up top to deal with. And hold on for a second here. It was a pretty good defense from a Wubber Bobs. They've got a serious slight advantage, but A is now progressing.
I mean, runners top tower. You got 2 players stacked in the A zone. They do lose BB Connor all the way over on the side of admin. So this is mostly going to be from within the control zone itself. Cobra wants to give a good shake at it, but I mean, this control zone, it has to be chalked, right? Team kill gets forced out. Kels takes down her teammate. A zone will be captured, but it's time plays up against 22 with a minute left to play. Now, I don't want to count anybody out. Look, it's Modern Warfare 2. It's control. One good hit might just be all it takes.
Yeah, I don't want to count anybody out, but I'll be the villain here, mate. This is not going to happen.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure.
It's not going to happen like that. Oh, God, as we progress through Modern Warfare 2, we've been seeing so many more knife. I know, like, it's very hard to counter just because of how fast sprinting here is, and tactical sprinting with a knife in this game, and obviously the pull-up time on the knife. But, like, it still shocks me every single time I see it. It's a real jump scare. And I feel like eFuse, excuse me, have been jump scared here in this round because Wubber Bobs have dominated them. Yeah, I mean, getting that has been everything for eFuse. It's nice to get those ticks on the board for a potential round number 5 conversation, but this has been a highly damaging round in terms of just streaks and kills. A lot of different things to talk about.
Hubbard's not even at double-digit deaths. Oh, I'm sorry, Linz isn't. Now he finally reaches there. God, silly me. Now only double positive. What are we doing out here? Lisa, I mean, eFuse are able to walk away with those 3 segments of progression. Again, we don't know what that first offense was. I'm not too sure if production would be able to tell us how many ticks of progression they honestly got off of their opening offense, but I'd reckon that it probably was no more than maybe 1, if that, given how we saw Wubbabobs with their rollout was just so enforceful. I mean, they waited for the challenges to come through mid-map over by the A control zone, and then soon after, it was just spawn trap for about 45 seconds or so. The fact that eFuse were even able to get 60 seconds added on towards the board with a respectable 3 segments at that, I think does speak volumes. But Wubbabob's looking to close it out here in an offense.
It's 4 ticks in round 1. Just had that producer confirm that, so still a fair few ticks, to be fair, to get there.
There's
on
a
the
way for them to
side.
get defense then.
Yeah, there is. There's a way. There's a path, right? But it still feels like pretty small. We'll say that much, right? Wubbabob's coming off the start of this one, already starting to aggress on towards A. The first tick is going to be through. Cal's approaching from one side. It's Disarray on the other, and Disarray has already picked up the first kill. Is he going to be wary of the fact that someone's going to be up top? Nope, he's not. Resi picks up the first. Surely not going to turn around for Runner for the second, and will not do so. So only 1 tick lost on A, but at Wubbabob's, they've changed target.
Yep. Moving their focus over towards B. That second segment over at A can't even be depleted. Disarray's going to take down his teammate there of Runner. Linz is going to challenge out the back. That should be the first segment guaranteed here at B. eFuse are, again, spawning all the way over by their shack, so they have a long ways to go before they can even try to contest this B zone.
It's just so hard to get into, right? And I think you can just tell kind of the wariness of a player like Connor, who's already being peppered up with shots from afar, from close as well. Cobra trying to provide some coverage from the middle alley, but actually in doing so, oppression from Kalos is enough to provide some coverage for number 3 and Disarray to find their ones at the point. Disarray actually finds a 2 as well, so B has been saved. That second tick does come through. Wubbabobs, though, have not got themselves over towards A off the back of that, so there isn't going to be an immediate hit just yet. They need to work for it. They need to find more kills. BB Connor on the kill. Needs to try and play his life as he can. Kel's on point, will pick up 2. Wubbabobs are not being able to certify themselves just yet.
They finally take down BB Connor over by the hill, but you still have Kels. She's still lurking over by the boxes there at the A control zone. Has some assistance there from Runner. Elsewhere, Linz is also causing distress over by Tools. It's actually going to cause these players to spawn over by the B control zone, and they're sacking this very quickly. Runner was the last defensive member there for eFuse. He gets shut down. 60 seconds out on him towards the board. If this goes round 5, Wubbabobs guarantee the defensive side.
And it's just the 1 tick, right? It's that earlier hit over towards B that's so stressful here for eFuse because they have to survive a full 90-second onslaught against a Wubbabobs, and 1 hit will do it. I think a Wubbabobs are one of those teams that will work out first and foremost. If we get the kills, just stack the point, no messing around. Gotta be careful here for your eFuse. I think I just heard a streak coming down?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I think Linz just brought his down, and it isn't actually going to do much at all.
That was Cobra that brought his down.
Oh.
Yeah. Resi's all the way back. Pride Rock, putting on his best Lion King impression. Everything you see with your eyes, everything the sun touches is yours, Resi. Everything the sun touches is yours, Resi. I'll finally get traded out. 2 kills do come through. Runner is going to be able to at least keep this contested for the time being, but I mean, eFuse, they're running out of lives. If you're Wubbabobs, you can close this map out here just by playing the trade game.
Yeah, it's that kind of time versus life situation that we were talking about. I was kind of surprised with the kills that were made there by Brezzy, that they didn't just jump on the point, but they are just trying to force it via lives. Maybe they can just do it via ticks instead. They're triple stack on the point. There's the 5 spree coming through from Linz to close things out. And Wubbabobs, they looked a little bit certain there towards the end. They still had to work for it. Let's say that much about eFuse there in that final round. They were doing well enough on the defensive positions inside the radio tower. But I think the most damaging thing of them all was just the fact that Wubbabobs were able to get those 2 ticks of aggression early on over towards B. Allowing that to happen just makes the defense of B just so much harder for you.
Again, we hopped in late, so there's only so little to go off of. But, I mean, the 2 rounds that we got to see from start to finish, like, Wubbabobs were winning these rounds just essentially off their opening breaks, right? We got to see it defensively, such an enforceful life advantage that even when the A-zone got tacked over, we knew that it was going to be an uphill battle, and it came down to lives, and the clock wasn't exactly friendly either for eFuse there in the final few moments. Same thing for that final offensive round for Wubbabobs. When they came out of the gates, they found the kills required. They got themselves on that B control zone, like you were talking about, Brody. That is so damning for eFuse to just try to combat it back from. By the time they finally got that 2-piece coming from Disarray, aka Luigi, in this season of the Elite, then you just spawn parallel over towards A. They stack that bad boy. They deal with Runner. They deal with BB Connor on the backside of that hill, and they're able to get themselves a pretty good look as far as a win condition just via the kills. Handful came through. They were able to step on that last segment for progression over by B, and Look, I mean, eFuse, they're forcing a Wubber to fight for this, right? I mean, they also handed them their first map loss as far as Season 4 is concerned here of the Elite. They're playing some pretty good Call of Duty. It just comes down to that slaying prowess that we know Wubber have been delivering, even before Linz, when they were still playing with Chaxter at the end of last year. These guys have been slaying out.
Yeah, it's nice to see Bob's just back together, I think, just generally speaking, right, as a team, because there was a lot of questions, I think, from us here on the casting team, was just like, why did that change even happen? And we get it, right? At the end of the day, I kind of get it, but still, bit of a weird one. Joker here in this round, as we switch over towards VVV and Clutch Rain, almost had a really good position there to pull off that 1 versus 2. They were certainly lined up, but the Overwatch was good.
Silo Search and Destroy is going to be a big one, because, I mean, when we were sitting here just talking about this matchup as a whole for Group A, the way that Clutch Rain were playing yesterday, their Search and Destroy is something that you can absolutely lean on. Just like some of these names on here. I mean, Genesis prides himself off of S&D. Nile has always been showing up Search and Destroy. Even when they were playing with that Originals roster last year, Nile was still delivering in the Search in Vanguard. Cruz and Twiz to round out the supporting cast. But we know that VVV can also hang. Sniper in the hand for Twisted. Gets the hit marker on the long-range shot onto Genesis. Has to reposition, but no space provided off of that one Kraken shot.
Keza, I thought he had something in the round, but this is the problem with Velasilo, right? You never quite know how players are positioned on your side of the map. Not prepared for Cruz there whatsoever. Now that bomb needs to be retrieved for VVV. Would be nice if you can get trade off from somewhere. There are snipes going across the board there between Twisted and Genesis, but neither of those connecting. Perhaps Vital can get something done inside tools. Trying to get the jump up. It's not going to happen. It finally will do, and now we'll be able to get that kill versus Nile.
Yeah, luckily he saw a dead silence. He also gets some information on a Cruz down low, but gets cut down by Twiz down bottom lockers. 2v3. Bomb still needs to get required. Joker's going to be able to take down Twiz. Now the bomb can get recollected here from Twiz and finds a weapon to play with as well. Tough shots. Now 1v2. 20 seconds remaining. That bomb looking to get planted.
Surely they don't go B. Surely they don't go B. Okay, it's okay.
Okay.
Ooh, you just ran right into the arms of Genesis. He, fortunately enough, I mean, Joker was providing the coverage there and does a lot in that round, not just with that final kill, but with the penultimate one as well. That is a very weird kind of tussle that we had there in terms of just where the bomb was situated, how long that round took.
I mean, it was going to force a lot of plays out from a lot of key members. Not only try to recollect that bomb, but also take a lot more space away because they were down in numbers early. Still, delivering at least an offensive round. We'll tie things up going into round number 3. Genesis looking to keep the sniper, at least for this round. Majority of this hit's all going to be on the interior of this building, looking like an A-execute.
Oh, what a read! I don't know if Vital gave some kind of audio cue or like slightly opened the door there. I don't know. Twiz just snapped on him through the door though. Now VVV got to try and regain some control of the middle of the map. Twisted trying to fight some Overwatch. Joker putting some shots through the side door. Twisted will actually snipe down Genesis from the middle of the map and picks up a second as well. Cruz now knows he needs to go and trade that one out. Keza is being chased down. Cruz cannot secure that kill. And now the coverage from Twisted should be there too. Cruz is no longer secure in this position. He's putting out a lot of shots. Unfortunately for him, not enough for a kill and then runs right in a Joker. Big dead silence pull.
He's got information. That information might be meaningless for Twiz. 1v3. He's in the bomb site. And VVV are going to allow this to get planted. Pops dead silence, 73 AP. He's expecting the challenge to come through. Gets the better Twisted and gets out.
I mean, I thought the entire play there was just to try and kind of catch Joker off guard. Joker was not falling for that little bait play. Twiz still needs to check the bomb though. Joker, Twiz is the better weapon for the situation, but Joker gets the first few shots and hits every single one following that. Finishes the round on 5 in a row as well. And those first few snipes from Twisted just completely detrimental to that A push.
Yeah, it really was, right? I mean, just locking down the entire line of sight. That's kind of the gambit, right? When you try to go all in for that A execute, the majority coming through from billiards. Nobody trying to hit an angle. Nobody trying to hit a flank of any sort of kind. Maybe go across top cat, all the way through the football field. Nothing. All of VVV, I mean, they were able to absolutely demolish Clutch Rain in the middle of the map. Fighting trades continuously, just straight gunfights. Shoulders being thrown a little bit too wide. VVV have a 1-round lead, and Joker looking for that 6th kill. Looking like he's not on score streaks, Brody, so that 1 kill will do it.
We always celebrate when a player's not using score streaks.
Yeah, I always got to talk about it.
Yeah, especially in Search and Destroy when it's basically like useless to use.
And Europe at that.
Yeah, always the bloody Europe, isn't it? Hey, us dastardly Europeans. Anyway, no score streak, so Joker will be looking for that 6th kill in the round. This time, though, the first snipe battle will be going in favor of Genesis, one of the only times it's happened so far in the first 3. That's a lot of control now for Clutch Rain off the back of that. VVV are boxed in towards Arcade.
It's going to call for somebody to make a play on VVV again. That's Silence looking like. I mean, we can see here from Vital doesn't have one. Keza does. And he's got a Semtex to play with a Vaznev. The biggest issue is that he is the bomb carrier, and Twiz is the guardian of this A-bomb site, expecting someone to chow through kegs or through the side door.
Well, trying to make sure that he's holds on towards this flank. Let's just find his way up towards the rocks, and Niall's just seen him. That's good information there to be reacted by Twiz. He knows that the targets are on their way. Time for the accuracy to be up for Twiz inside sight. Has a lot to do here, despite the fact that Genesis got another kill, and yet that's the kill that really will secure the round. Time was not on their side whatsoever. And now for Joker, you might think you have a free kill on towards Genesis. I don't know if there's much point in actually risking it, and yeah, Joker knows that's not the right play.
That's the right call. That is the right call. Just lay on your belly, you're in a 1v odd situation on a 5. Might as well give up the round, even things back up into round number 5. I'm pretty sure with this kill right here, we saw it from Kez's POV. I've never noticed it because I don't play with gold weapons in Modern Warfare 2, but I'm pretty sure you just got flashbang from the gold camo when you went for that chow, but could just be on our side. Again, we are playing with like rank settings and godlike PCs over here, so I don't know. Like
the Desert Siege sun?
Yeah.
You look up towards the sky,
it's like, sun from last year, too. Oh, man. And Joker get this 6th kill. A cruise missile would be integral, you would assume, especially on a map like El Asilo.
Yeah, for sure. It would be a separating factor between these two teams. Did Twisted just forget that, like, it was only last round where he was getting involved in a sniper battle versus Genesis or something? It was just like, yep, I'm just going to run out towards the football field for the best. The best is not what occurs there. VVV now 1 man down, the bomb is down.
Has a great position to find himself in. Doesn't have that silence, but Niall's going to find the trade in the landing of the stairs. Now a 2v3. The retake is on.
Joker's still on the hunt for the 6th kill.
He is.
This feels like it's one of the longest streaks going on. Big kill versus Niall. Shots through the wall. He's still got bullets, and there it is. Finally gets it. It would have been kind of anticlimactic, wouldn't it, after all that, if he didn't get the streak, but might not get the round. 2v2. They're still going to try and retake this site. Clutch Rain have the advantage of being able to peek a little bit late here now. Jocker is keeping an eye on the up top. No! I really thought Jocker was going to be the coverage player in the situation. Now it's Keza for the 1v2, and it's just not going to be there. I really thought for a second there the play was Jocker was going to pre-aim and somebody else was going to jump on the defuse.
Yep. That was absolutely... I thought it was going to be as well. Clutch Rain, I mean, with that bomb being planted, Twiz just inside of this site. He is the insane asylum inside of the lounge. That is just insane. I'll give you the final conclusion as far as that El Asilo map number 2 is concerned for Clutch Rain and VVV, but the hotel control very much so on, and a very important one at that for Team Strays to try to keep themselves alive in this series versus a very good Defiants roster. We're able to win that first round, but Deviants, as far as their offense is concerned, very, very quickly up and around this B zone. Already got the A zone captured too.
Yeah, that A-zone capture was by way of a late hit coming through from Vortex. They'd already got players through towards Spar's side, and now I think all of this on the defensive side comes from what Dizzy can do up top in bedroom. He's being hunted down by Lucky at the moment, and Lucky will win that fight. Now Journey and co, they're 3 stacking towards point. Strays don't really have much of a choice but to go for this if they do want to try and salvage this round. The streak does come through. Splash damage is good for a kill versus Gizmo, but the trade is even better from Journey. They just need to get somebody back on the point. Pack will double up. Henry for 3, and that is a good streak coming down from Henry. Yes, it only gets 1 kill, but it is good enough to disrupt the play.
Yeah, it's enough to stop the B-zone from also being captured as well. That cruise missile doesn't be called in. I mean, we could be talking about an offense for offense, but it's just a single segment is required. Hotel legitimately screams 1 good hit is all that you need. Gizmo's clearing all of bedroom, holding his irons in kind, waiting for his teammates to also cut through the middle of the map. Pack will trade out Lucky, and that's going to cause Gizmo to drop down low. No kills found besides that one from Lucky a few moments ago. 35 seconds left in the round.
And Strays will be really happy if they can salvage this round. It's one of those moments where you have, like, perfect streak usage to try and salvage something. Which was going to go away from you. It It's still tenuous, though. Deviants, despite being in a 7 versus 14, time is the factor more than anything in the situation, and they're flooding around the backline. Raffi, he's overwhelmed. The double stack's going to be in, and this should up the urgency for Team Strays here. Henry trying to salvage the point. He's not going to be able to get it done. And this is what I was saying, mate. Despite the double lives that you have there for Team Strays, despite the advanced positioning, if you're not covering your derriere, you're going to get slapped.
Why'd you put so much emphasis on derriere?
I don't know, it's a lovely
But
word.
you're not wrong. I mean, in that moment, right, you can't afford to get complacent whatsoever. Like, every single life does matter, especially when it comes down to a last segment required at the B control zone. You get bedroom back in your favor, you deal with the player's top valet, and those players can now get on the B control zone. You spawn in Bufu, aka Jewelry, all the way up on the northeast side of the map. You're not going to be able to get back there to contest. You got to have a player try to anchor things out inside a spa over by check-in. Go offense for offense. Pack is double positive, by the way. 14-7 for crying out loud. In the lobby in a multitude of stats, I'm sure. It's opening rip, though. 4 Team Strays is going to be finding themselves over by the A control zone. And production way ahead of me, already asking themselves the question. We are tied up in segments as well, Brody.
It feels like Deviants right now just making the right decision here, trying to establish themselves some mid-map control and prevent any stragglers from transitioning from A to B. This has been actually really good, I think, just generally speaking for Deviants. As those couple of kills did come through, they think this is the legitimization to actually go towards the point. Andy, I'll let you go off.
It's just no reason. I'm not going to exhaust this much energy. It's our first block, man. Long week. Deviants. You would almost feel like that they'd be lacking as far as their setup is concerned. The only player to really get past anything is going to be Dizzy. He is top bedroom. He should be aware that he's not alone up here. Gizmo's still playing around Valet. Journey's looking to help out in such an accord. He will take down Dizzy. While this is all happening, Raffi and Pack are taking a long time. They're on a spa day here, brother. They're clearing all the backside of Lounge, and that is troublesome for Deviants.
Team Strays hit. Got themselves entrenched around the backline. Pack being just an annoyance on 5 in a row. Swings across to Vortex, and Vortex is not going to be positioned to deal with that gunfight. Not in a million years. So that's the 6th kill there. And the cruise missile would be nice to replace the one that they utilized in that fire round. Strays still hanging about. It's slow but sure here in terms of making sure this aggression, this capture does come through. I love this play from Strays. They are not just going all in on the point. They're making sure that Deviants, they know that players from Deviants were hanging around in the back line. They make sure they deal with those players before jumping. Pack is still on this spree, by the way, providing coverage around bar area. There's number 8, not going to get number 9. It's Strays galore. Dizzy coming out on top of a double through the middle. And now for Strays, all of this action is going to be coming around the bar area.
Not a whole lot of space being taken. You can't really afford to do so. Got Dizzy that's on the control zone by himself. And he's going to push up a little bit further forward. He's going to take down Lucky. That should be the B control zone. You got Vortex on the flank. Yeah. He only finds one, and that should be it. Gizmo's going to have to fly into this control zone. Can't even get there in time. And Team Strays, we didn't get to see their opening offense, but if it looked anything similar like that, then it's great. Sign me up.
Yeah, again, just a brilliant round. And I've got to say, I'm going to bring it back to that point, Andy, because we talk about it so much. It's always really frustrating when we see a team go all in on saving an A control zone when you don't really need to do so. Like, you've picked up the kills, fine, but it's such a big risk because you obviously have the disadvantage in peaking at that point, right? You know, you're going into players that are L-triggering down those sites. It's just, it rarely works. It works sometimes, granted, and I think for a Deviants roster, they would be, if anybody, the team to make it work, but it's still frustrating to see sometimes, and I think that right there is just so monumental in losing map control that led to what happened there for Strays in the victory. But here we go towards this next round. Deviants now looking to move forward and trying to clean up the mess from the last round. The first few gunfights haven't exactly gone their way.
Yeah, no, it's a 1-for-2 trade favoring that of Team Strays on the defense, but Lucky's still on this A control zone, stalling out the clock, has some assistance. Journey spawn parallel inside a kitchen, and you also find kills and space through the middle of the map. Raffi will unfortunately find the trade. It's going to cause Lucky to actually step off the A control zone. Stalling out that clock just about means everything, but Deviant's also trying to find some kills to make the transition easier.
Deviants just want to make sure they get A out the way before anything else. There is a stray player in the form of Henry that is trying to challenge for it. As those kills come from the middle of the map now, Henry, I think just making sure these players don't get through rugs. He doesn't have much choice in the matter anymore, though, as Vortex will take him down. Now for Deviants, the path transition towards B is the next thing on the docket. Dizzy trying to cut some stray players off the back of the capture. Will pick up one that immediately gets traded out.
A lot of time to work with. You are Deviants, and you can see that they're toying around with the idea of trying to full flank around the backside of the lobby, and it's being watched. Dizzy's got an AR in hand. He's playing all the way inside of Spa. He will find 2. No entry past the hole. 3 dead. Bro, Deviants back to the drawing board. And I love this call. It's coming from Journey. While his teammates were trying to find space around the back line, he's all top bedroom and snapping like that. In some way, Team Strays thought that they needed to go back to the middle of the map. They have lost all composure and map control.
Oh, how about that for a hole-in-one from Journey? That's 3 in a row for him. Triple stack now coming through from Deviants. You don't have much choice here. Pack gonna bring that streak down. This is exactly what happened before. Strays saved the round via streak. They do it again here. Deviants denied a chance at round 5 for the moment.
Oh man, that was one trophy system away. You would feel like if it came to the center, but Pack was able to get the splash damage off of the wall. Been seeing that quite a lot since players have figured out splash damage is the way. Vortex, though, trying to cause a little bit more space. He was alone in that play at that. Gizmo was nowhere near in a position to try to find that trade. He's going to have to hold check-in for the time being, wait for his teammates to find a little bit more space, but Pack just ain't missing right now. Henry as well. Pack up to 29 and 12. A minute remains on the clock with 10 lives for Deviants.
Deviants looking to find a way through. Just put some players on the flank, maybe, getting past guys like Pack and Henry. That kind of needs to be the play because you've got no bedroom control whatsoever, and in every avenue they're just being shut down. Gizmo hasn't had the most stellar game so far at 9 and 20. Now needs to go off. Big 1v1 against Pack inside check-in, and he ends up losing it. Deviants, for all of their woes at the moment, this is not going how they wanted. A 6 versus 14, 30 seconds on the clock. You've got players scattered around, players in bedroom, players looking to aggress through statue side, but Pack's ready for it, and Vortex gets traded out.
Oh, good help coming through between Pack and Henry. Pack has his 31st kill. Lucky's looking for the chow. He will take Pack down. But someone needs to get onto this B control zone. It is a 2v12, and I don't want to count them out yet, but now I will. Vortex, good lunch, have fries, Steve. I don't think this one's going to go your way. Team Strays, they're going to stay alive in this series. They take the hotel control off of Deviants.
What do you mean, mate? A 1v12? Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy.
If it was Search and Destroy and it was a 1v12, then I would never count Steve out. But it's a control.
I hate to break it to you, mate. No such thing as a 1v12 in Search and Destroy.
Not
don't want to be the one to break it to you. Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. We'll bring the veteran bots on side, and that'll be how the numbers go in that
that's
favor.
tough, man. Those veteran bots shoot straight, man.
Yeah, they certainly shoot straight in the UD. But anyway, Deviant's going to lose that control there. Strays win out off the back of, to be frank, I honestly think, like, just great streak utilization. You kind of mentioned it right. Teams have got a lot better at using the splash damage to kind of circumvent the trophy systems on point. And it was Henry, I think, that brought the first streak down, and then Pack that brought the second. Very rare, I think, to see streaks deciding everything just because of kind of how useless they can be sometimes. But as you said, I mean, just good utilization on the wall of those streaks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we got to see Henry utilize that streak. I mean, it unfortunately ended in still Deviants being able to get that B control zone and at least extending it to another round. But, I mean, Pack, yeah, the streak was great, but Pack was not missing in that control. I mean, he finishes with a 30 bomb. He was leading the lobby as far as KD is concerned. I'm sure that he probably had a plethora of damage as well, although I don't think that the in-game client will allow me to see said damage number. But it had to have been closer to about like 4K than it was further away. Because the way that he was positioning throughout the entirety of that map, he was the reason why you had a lot of space being provided for Henry and Dizzy to get in these very annoying positions. And there it is. I mean, I can trust that at 3,700 damage because this guy was shooting straight. 25, 31 eliminations not traded. I mean, come on. That is absolutely absurd. Also, the offense and defense kills as far as how it's, like, justified. I think that it would probably lean to a little bit more favored for the defense. I can only trust these stats as far as I can throw them in their digital, brother, so we can.
What do you mean? You don't think Henry got 0 offensive kills? Really? I don't know, bud. I think 0 plus 7 definitely equals 20. But regardless, yeah, Strays just doing really well there. I think Pack, individually speaking, right, it's kind of funny because his season thus far has been relatively muted. I think we'll say that much. I think we both agree that he was by far and away the best player on Team Falcons when he was on that roster during Season 1 and Season 2. I think it was a Wubber Bob's Academy was the roster in which he was spending time on. It was Revived Gaming, excuse me, during Season 3. And those rosters weren't the most successful teams. We'll say that much, right? And so for Pack, it's been kind of one of those stories of just finding yourselves the best opportunity to prove what you're made of. And Team Strays, again, you're following up Unnamed, what they did in Season 3 European champions. this is the best chance he's going to have, and he is stepping up to play at the moment, certainly in that control with those 31 kills. So it does mean that Team Strays stay alive in this series with that hotel control victory. But let's not count Deviants out just yet, of course. They managed to walk away, certainly with the last few hardpoints on Mikado. That is what split the difference between the two teams. Embassy hardpoint, always a close one, always a fun one. And Deviants do the same thing.
Just to give some updates across the board, not only is this extending to map number 4, Aphelion also have a 2-0 lead over Noctum Black, setting themselves up for a hotel control. Clutch Rain were able to beat VVV in that LOC search and destroy. They won that in around 11-6-5. So they're setting up for a hotel control as well. And I think that Noctum White are also going into a map 4 versus Signs. So I think that the only thing that we have that is finished as far as this first block is concerned is that Wubber Bobs were able to beat eFuse 3-1. Their final map was on a hotel. They won it 250 to 179. So, hey, look at that. Production. Wow. Sport, get out of my brain, brother. What's going on, man? But yeah, I mean, eFuse gave them a real good shake, didn't they? I mean, they were playing some pretty respectable Call of Duty throughout the hard points. At least the one we got to see on Mercado, they were clearly getting in a lot of good favorable positions. It just came down to the overall gunfights that were going more way of the Wubber Bobs. That continued through the LOC low control, and I'm sure it was the same narrative for the hotel hardpoint. But to hand them their first map loss on a search and destroy Mercado at that is respectable to say the least. But being 0-3 for eFuse, it's crunch time. You gotta win out.
Yeah, I mean, let's not get it twisted. Wubber Bobs were never going to be the team that eFuse took down, right? I don't think anybody, I would bet a mortgage that wasn't going to be the case. I don't have a mortgage. I'm not old enough for one. Certainly not mature enough for one. But yeah, if I had one, that's where I'd put it. eFuse were never going to win this series in my mind. And I'm not trying to be too mean against that, but like, it's just a Wubber Bobs. You look at this team, like, dude, the Season 2 champions and the manner in which they were... No, I'm going to drill you in for this one, bud. Season 2 champions and the way that they did that. I mean, like, it's having this roster back together. I think they are absolutely still going to be just as good as they were. It doesn't feel like they're going to have skipped a beat. But still, yeah, you're absolutely right to point out, mate, that search and destroy on Mikado is everything for eFuse. Even if you're 0-3 right now, it's just nice to come away from the series with something, right? It's just like, you know, we just took these guys... search and destroy off them on, I think this is one of their best maps, if I remember correctly, as well. Like, yeah, that's a big win for eFuse, even if they're currently 0-3.
Yep, oh, absolutely. So again, for eFuse, that's only your second map win, so still a lot more work to be done if you want to have playoffs in your line of sight. Here's the map set for that Clutch Rain series. Again, round 11, Clutch Rain were able to eke it out after losing that Fortress Hardpoint map number 1 by a pretty dramatic scoreline, I will say that much. They're setting themselves up for a hotel control. And honestly speaking, in between these two teams, it's such a toss-up. Again, you're talking about two different teams that, you know, they have some time spent between one another. It's really tough to be able to say which one this might honestly sway. I mean, VVV yesterday, they played hotel control twice. They got smacked around by Aphelion. They lost at 0-3. They won a round number 5 versus Noctum Black. The other side for Clutch Rain, the only time that they played this yesterday was again against Notorious, and we know how they play online Call of Duty, especially in control. They don't miss. They also lost that 0-3.
Yeah, you know what's funny here is we look over towards VVV and Clutch Rain, and again, both of them are rosters, I think, just at face value. I don't think we expected them to be contenders, really, for, like, the top echelon of European Call of Duty. VVV, like, they were challengers last season, right? I think they got some clutch victories. They managed to get top 8. Clutch Rain, I think this is actually mostly formed with Revived Gaming. I think Nile and Genesis were on Revived last season, and that roster wasn't that impressive. So I think coming into the season, I don't think we really expected much of those teams, but, you know, to see them 1-1 at the moment, to see Clutch Rain starting in the way that they have, I think probably the biggest surprise so far after the first day of action coming into day number 2. Big battle between those guys. Right now, though, let's see the conclusion of Deviants and Team Strays. Deviants 2-1 up in the series. They lost the control. Of course, they did win crucially that first hub.
Yeah, exactly. And in that first hard point, I mean, Deviants just completely outslayed Team Strays. It was the early going for Team Strays where they were winning a lot of, not necessarily crucial gunfights, but key ones, I will say that much, to get themselves inside of the hard point early and at least battle for some scrap time. So when you're looking towards a map like Embassy comparatively towards Mercado, the triple AR and the triple SMG needs to be flexible for Team Strays. And you can see Rafi is absolutely just having his way. A 5-0 start. Loses out towards that 6. Vortex will find that trade. This is a good spot to find yourself in if you are Team Strays.
Yeah, Vortex providing some great coverage at the moment from Xbox. Looking for some more. Finds that second versus pack. That's despicable. Gizmo also gets another one against Henry too. So Team Strays have lost their grip on the rotation. You can see the way that Rafi's playing apprehensively around the backline here. He's anticipating somebody from Deviants to overextend. Deviants, as a matter of fact, their response is to just wait for Rafi to come their way. And on the other side, Pack now starting to aggress through cafeteria side. Vortex really heating up, though. Finds himself in 5 in a row. Rafi's still finally going to approach. It took a while for Rafi to get involved in the action. But I tell you what, he is here.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Rafi's always been a very stable shot. When he's able to deliver kills like this in streaks at bat on a game mode like Hardpoint, it allows these SMGs to get a little bit more active throughout the entirety of the map, but the positioning is going to get snuffed out by a couple nades. Wonderfully placed there from Deviants, chalking the back 20 seconds. They kept that contested for a good while. They'll have the rotation over towards 3 very early.
Deviants just ready for Strays to hit this from the top side. Just have to be wary about number 4, Henry. Acting a flank, looking to make their way up the optic ladder. Lucky down to 1 HP here, this duel. Oh my god, he somehow wins that! Hello? How has he done that? That's insane that Lucky gets away with murder. Of course, that flanking player in the form of Henry also goes down inside orange, but now Team Strays, they're knocking at the door. Rafi trying to put some shots through the wall here. Journey's going to back away. The trophy system down, meaning that Rafi will not be pummeled with any Sentexes or stuns. As a matter of fact, never mind. That trophy system gets overwhelmed, and that stun will go through. Rafi picks up 1 kill, but no more than that. So Deviants doing a great job at this point of holding on towards this hill time, but they have to be wary because Deviants are starting to move through towards the rotation as well.
Good help from Pack there to at least keep Henry alive under admin. He can slip his way inside of the staircase, has a tough one versus Gizmo, has some assistance to speak of as well. Gizmo had a good shake to maybe try to get kill number 3 within that spree. That forces Henry's hand to try to fly inside of P4. Now Dizzy trying to pick up the slack. He has some assistance again. Pack is always in the right place to help out his SMGs when it matters the most, but they're unable to stay alive for a long time. Deviants had the closer spawns. They're going to be able to get the numbers in here first. They stabilize the hard point for now.
Yeah, close response from Strays though. So Vortex, Gizmo got a lot to do here, and Gizmo does get overwhelmed inside, so Strays will find their way back through. Vortex will not connect. No information off the back of that as well, so doesn't expect Dizzy to be laying down in that position. Dizzy off the back of that will find a kill. Still, though, trades looking good here for Deviants. Maybe not so much anymore as Pack doubles up. Rafi finds the 3rd in all between of that kills. Vortex is looking for the scrap time, and it's valuable scrap time as well. 20 seconds, still a lot of time, and Vortex wins the 1v1. Takes some shots off and wins that gunfight. So Deviants do get that time. But as we turn our heads towards the rotation here, Andy, mate, it is Team Strays that have the numbers.
Again, you feel like that with Rafi being 12-5. This could very much so be a different scoreline should these SMGs get further involved. And they're not too far away from doing it, Brody. It's just once they get inside the hill, they get broken up so quickly by Deviants. Into P5 we go. Get your subs out. Rafi's holding it with an AR. Deviants looking to break it from the back.
Initial kills coming good for Lucky and Journey. And they're done enough now to break on through. There is a good response. That and the Semtex from Pack does actually land on towards Gizmo. And Lucky is isolated as Journey goes down, but it's all good for Lucky because he will find 2. Rafi, Dizzy's still knocking at the door, and Rafi is good for a 1. Dizzy does go down, and so this is a continual kind of game of isolation here inside. And well, isolated his Journey as his teammate does take him down. The numbers, I was going to say, temporarily good for Deviants, but again, just so back and forth with the control of this hill. Those close spawns from Tennis continue to allow Deviants to get close. Here they go again. Nade from Pack is not going to finish Lucky off as he picks up yet another team kill. Again, that is just not good enough to try and get break back through.
But it was good, though, from Team Strays, the way that they were able to at least keep that contested. A good chunk of that hard point actually went towards the game clock, so they'll keep this within 20 points going in towards the second set. I was worried there for a second. Again, Team Strays had the initial setup. Rafi's double positive, 14-7, but Deviants just break it almost too easily. Luckily enough, again, keeping it contested is going to keep things within 20. Towards the second set, we will go. You have a lot of Team Strays players. They have an immediate focus towards toilets, inside top paper, making sure that they have that building in their favor, the south side of the map, Brody, in their control, to not only get some possession on P1, but to also hold the Xbox side.
Very close game right now between these two teams. Strays looking to get control of P1. 20 seconds left to fight for. Deviant's going to get themselves into towards top paper. Gizmo's in that power position, and that's unfortunate. It's down to 6 HP. That's enough for a trophy system to take you down. Now looking towards the rotation. Journey for the double. That is huge. Completely cleans out the parking lot. And that parking finds left, right, and center. And Deviants now looking pretty good here, Andy, mate. They're 20 points up over Strays, and they've got control of P2.
And let's not forget, I mean, especially through that map number 1, the player that was running around and finding a lot of value was, in fact, Journey. He's on a 3 spree, 13 and 12, has an AR to play with as well. Snaking over by the A-bomb, you dirty, dirty boy. 5 spree now for Journey, 15 and 12, causing more distress at the front. That means his ARs can look towards the back as Deviants build their lead.
Oh, mate. Deviants. We're going to cover. Journey does find that 6th kill for the streak. Team Strays, they're knocking around the front here. Big 30 seconds left to fight for here. The back 30, you've got to be careful about how much you put in towards this one because number 6 on the minimap, Vortex, is already moving over towards a rotation. He's already picked up 1 kill. Pack is here for it, though. That's a big kill for that rotation. Journey now knocking at the door from the other side, who is still on that streak we were talking about. By the way, 8 in a row for him. Finally going to get cut down by Henry, but Deviants now 70 points or so up, 75. At the end of this hard point, Strays need to hold on here to P3.
Look at the difference as well. I mean, remember the last time I talked about Rafi, he was 14 and 7, now he's 15 and 13. You do the quick maths. That has not been a good second set so far for Rafi. Deviants just having their ways. And Journey's calling in the streak immediately? Yeah, he sure is. Trophy system's gonna be on P3. It should keep these players safe. There's nowhere to splash damage it, but Deviants are just collapsing all the way from up top P5. The trades need to be on point. Rafi, as well as Dizzy, will hold on.
Yeah, big streak utilization coming through from Deviants. They want us to put the game away. Still going to have to do it now. Fire just weaponry inside the hard point. And too many targets to pick if you're a Gizmo there as he gets overwhelmed by Dizzy. Henry, Pack also picking up gunfights. And this is really not good if you're Deviants. That wave of kills now is going to give Team Strays an in towards the rotation. But Henry loses the initial. Deviants will get there first. Now it's a 2v3 here for Pack and Rafi. Shots through the wall for Pack. Has to hit the reloads here. He's just seriously trying to pepper players through the wall. Pack is not going to get anything for the back of that. Now we'll just choose to fly through. And it's an individual effort from Pack that will fall foul.
175 to 153. That was a great P3 for Team Strays. Keeps them within this map number 4. Again, to push a map number 5 versus Deviants is no easy feat. We have, as far as a break attempt, it is just all squirrely. I mean, you have players for Team Strays on multitude of different choke points just trying to find their way inside of this hard point. Dizzy's up top on a 4 spree. Know that he wants to try to play for this streak. There's kill number 5. Has to drop down to now pinch this along with his teammates. Rafi's inside the hallways. Tough gunfight for Dizzy, but he finds kill number 6. The break surely soon to follow.
You feel like you still need to follow that with this hill because 30 seconds is a lot of time to give away for Deviants when they're this close to closing out the series. Yes, there is a streak on side now. Is Gizmo going to have one on the other side as well? He finds his 6 in a row. Vortex also starting to streak out on 4. That streak might well be useful for later on in this game, but there has to be a later on to talk about first and foremost. As those kills come through from Strays, it will now be calm before the inevitable storm that is Cafeteria.
Striking distance. Deviants just need 22 more points to put it away. Again, this is another rotation that Team Strays, they have themselves set up inside of P5. And Deviants' attempt is supposed to come through the parking lot side. It's starting to lack on that side. The majority of this defense is all within the hill.
Lucky and Vortex coming up the Cafeteria. Vortex goes in ahead of Lucky. Lucky was maybe waiting for a trade, maybe waiting for a player to get aggressive. And now it's Lucky and Journey. The Spaniards get cut down by Dizzy. Down to 4 HP he goes, but the job is done. Pack and Rafi also going to be cleaning things up. And look at the positioning on the map right now from a player such as Rafi. He is blocking those tennis balls from coming through.
This is a great hard point coming through from Team Strays. That'll keep this game just about even going in towards the third and final set. Oh, but Deviants, they want to try to get the break. How do you just sneak your way in between the door like that? That is the strongest door I have ever seen. Deviants are going to be able to find the break, albeit for just about 10 seconds. It just inches their way closer to closing out this map 4 and the series.
Yeah, it gives you really a chance, a right to do it on P1, right? You just need 11 seconds, and that's plausible. Coverage up top. The Vortex, big 1v1 for Pack to take here. If he gets this control, it would be big. Vortex down to 4 HP, but Pack ends up winning it. Now the trade needs to be good here for Deviants. They no longer, because they don't have paper control, they don't have bathroom control, have really the opportunity to get on towards the hard point and close things out on P1 yet. But Vortex is going back to deal with that, as is Lucky as well. Ravi, is doing things inside Laundry and around Orange. Again, these guys, they're vying for map control at this point. Neither team want to touch the hill.
Gotta be careful because you also have to jostle for positioning ahead of the rotation, but you can't allow Deviants to get on the hard point as well. Pack needs to stay alive. Top paper. This power position is going to be held. Tough gunfight versus Gizmo is going to be able to take him down. You still have players to be worried about over by the tennis court side, but all of Team Strays, they have those close spawns ahead of the P2 rotation, but Deviants starting to flood through the parking lot side.
Oh, Pack finds the 6 as well. But he's got score streaks on! No,
like this.
back! No! Well, Gizmo's got a streak anyway. Deviant's going to bring this one down to remove Stray, send them inside. They're going to rely on the trophy systems. Dizzy will be protected. And now Gizmo around the back line. Players from all sides here. Deviants, they're coming in for the clap, but Dizzy's going to double up here. Gizmo, he's putting shots in. None of them connecting, though. Finally, we'll take down Henry, but not before Henry has picked up a gunfight. And Gizmo is all alone around the back line. He's picked up yet another one. The kill's looking pretty good. Gizmo finds number 3. And Deviants might have just found their way through to close out the game. Nobody from Strays will touch. And it's not down to a streak they get it done. It's down to Gizmo.
Man, say what you will about Gizmo's unfortunate performance there in the hotel map number 3. He comes through and delivers in the map number 4 on Embassy Hardpoint, just has his way. Dizzy also was able to turn things around. You can see here in this P5, especially starting in the second set from P3, 4, and then 5. Dizzy really came alive for this Team Strays roster. It just was not enough. You almost feel like that if that was the early days for Dizzy rather than the later days here in the Embassy Hardpoint, along with Rafi and their Herculean performance there at the beginning of that Hardpoint. We very much so could be setting ourselves up for a hotel map number 5. Not going to be the case at all. We'll talk more about the stats here in a few moments if we can get them, but I mean, Deviants, again, just absolutely having their ways. The slays, the consistency of the slays is just something that I feel like Team Strays were just not ready to deal with throughout these respawns, Brody. Because, I mean, if it wasn't going to be Vortex, we know what Journey was also bringing to the table. We got to see it in kind through that map number 1. And then there was a continuation in that map number 4. Just Unchained was Journey throughout the entirety of that map, snaking his way to high heaven. That paintball video comes to mind on that I got to see on Twitter. That guy is just feeling himself. 26 and 25, 20 of those 26 non-traded with 3,400 damage. Like, what? He was just peppering everybody across the map. Joey will finish off with the 30 bomb as well. It needs to be said. He turned around his performance after a very unfortunate map number 3. Team Strays will unfortunately bow out in this series. They'll lose it 3-1.
I've forgotten all about that paintball video.
It's
just
so
like
funny.
Sent me straight back to that memory of just seeing Journey slide cancelling IRL. Oh, dearie mate. He's doing it in a game, doing an out of game as well. That 8 spree, as you say, mate, was everything for Deviants to really put some distance between themselves and Team Strays on Parking Lot. And that was the dagger ultimately, right? I got to give props to Team Strays because they definitely fought pretty heavily their way back into the game with Cafeteria Hold, I think, in particular, just winning those trades. And I think the thing that did it for me, for Team Strays, that at least brought the game relatively close, was the fact that they manipulate the spawns pretty well, to be honest. Like, generally speaking, you see teams spawn up close by tennis courts. That's why they're able to consistently just continue hitting the hill time after time after time, and it's just endless aggression. But no, the read was good from Team Strays, but in the end, again, just that P2 hold, that full 60 seconds that put a 70.5 gap between the two teams, that was the thing that they just could not overcome in the end. And it does mean in the end that Deviants win the series through. Showing here for the newly formed team with Vortex joining the ensemble, a big victory for them. And really, I think more to the point, a big loss for Team Strays, because when you talk about following up a Season 3 Elite Championship, this new look roster needs to be able to beat top teams like this.
Absolutely. I mean, if Team Strays want to try to contest whatsoever with even playoffs, much less try to make a deep run, if they do make it to playoffs, then it's mostly all going to have to be in form of taking these top teams to the brink. So far, I mean, they were able to at least offer it. I mean, 10 rounds in Search and Destroy. No easy feat versus this Deviants roster. They remain undefeated in that game mode. The Hotel Control was definitely a master performance. Pack was shooting probably the straightest that we have seen in quite some time with an AR in hand. Couple that along with Rafi. If you can find some semblance of consistency, I think that the Strays roster definitely has the tools to be maybe taking these top teams to at least a certain different level. But the loss versus the Wubber Bubs, the loss versus Deviants, I think that we can go ahead and call a spade here, brother. You already faced the 2 top teams within Group B. Now it comes down to Strays. They already beat eFuse. They have to beat Noctum White and Science to confirm themselves not only as a top 4 team, but for playoffs to look that much better.
Yeah, for sure. A brilliant start here from Deviants Gaming. That is a great showing from them. They take that victory 3-1. Look over towards Clutch Rain and VVV, though. We are in towards the control. Well, we're in some time between the control of the Search and Destroy. It took a while for this one to get off the ground, but it is going to be around here for a Clutch Rain. 2-1 up they go here on Hotel.
It's a big swing map mode combination between these two teams. This is going to set up the rest of the series quite wonderfully. Again, guaranteed to go a map number 4. Their LOC Search and Destroy did go the distance as far as around 11 is concerned. Clutch Rain were able to eke that one out. As far as Hotel Control is concerned, I mean, any any team that's going to be able to win this. I'll probably go out on a limb that the team that wins this will probably win the entire series. This is a big test for both of these two rosters. 2-1 goes the scoreline, back over towards the offense for Clutch Rain. Not too sure what the segments of progression look like, but I'm not too sure it really matters because it's hotel control. Any side can win.
Sure. Initial hit for VVV will be a B hit coming through. Got to be careful about players coming on the flank, though. Not just through the middle of the map, but also behind inside bedroom, because Twiz is about to find an easy kill. There it is, on towards Joker. Twisted also now finds himself overwhelmed, and this is the worst case scenario in terms of a B hit. You're still spawning pretty close. Vital is the only thing you've got left hanging on towards bedroom control, and that is the biggest problem here, is you don't have any control over bedroom whatsoever, and now you're allowing more kills to come through. Twiz is flying!
Yeah. Ben has putting on his best Namor impression. He's got some winged feet going through. And how does he still win that gunfight? I'm pretty sure both of them were stunned. That was just weird. Shaka, Keza able to at least find a couple trades. Still have a big battle happening over by this A control zone. Finally, VVV deal with the Clutch Rain players over here. They can start some progress.
Gonna be slow but sure here for VVV. The frag does come through from Cruz. This will give Clutch Rain some chance of maybe hitting this one and stopping the A capture from coming through, but it's all going to be about the timing. And yeah, off screen, it's going to be Cruz who does die. Yeah, he gets caught out. I think it was the shots from Keza that really was the thing that put the final nail in the coffin for him there. And again, this is one of those situations where it's a little bit staggered, I will say that much. Clutch Rain don't make everything into it, but they do lose players, and that will give VVV some mid-map control off the back of that A capture.
Biggest problem is going to be Nile in and around top bedroom. I believe he could be down low right now. A lot of this push is hindering off of VVV, finding success around the back. Losing Twisted doesn't exactly help out this push. Twist thinking that he's so under pressure, and he'd be right. I mean, Kez is going to take him down. Joke on the opposite side, also able to find the trade, but the flank at least remains secure with Cruz not giving up check-in.
Cruz, oh my god, he's getting so aggressive towards the L desk, and he gets a second as well. What is that? Joker! Oh, goodness me, you're not laughing anymore. Cruz for the kill, and now he's definitely feeling himself. His ways flying across the map. Twisted has an idea that Cruz has just pushed through bottom rooftops and will take them down. VVV just trying to clear some space at the moment to regain control of bedroom side. There isn't actually anybody contesting from there just yet. It's actually relying on what Nile can do from the case, and Genesis from luggage. VVV fully stacked in towards the bedroom though here.
They're wasting a lot of time. VVV trying to find where a lot of these players are located at. Again, it buys Cruz some time. He's able to flank a player inside of couches. Now he's going to look to flank the player that's in and around luggage. Finally, Genesis can get activated. He's been laying here for about 20 seconds or so. Will get traded out. It's just up to Twisted, who, again, Cruz was on this flank from this life for quite some time. You at least found some kills, but 8 seconds on the clock.
Still going as well. They need to take him down. Big kill by Joker. That is it now. Nobody on the flank to be contending with anymore, but there is the time. You need to get on towards the point. Joker's the only one to do so. The trades are good, and, well, despite number 5 jumping on the point, that is still not enough time. Clutch Rain end up winning this control, and that last round was kind of weird in a way to see VVV just consistently contesting for bedroom control and never really finding it.
No, and even in those final few moments, right? I mean, they hesitated a lot. They got themselves inside a bedroom, but because they were hesitating through the middle of the map, inside of couches, Cruz was able to then seek his revenge after being traded, went on a massive, another few kill sprees, and he was just hitting off angles and timings galore through those last few rounds of play that we got to see. I mean, Cruz, if he's constantly just able to find these certain flank opportunities, I guess we can call it, and VVV are going to constantly feel lost as far as these respawns are concerned, because if your flank is not secured, especially on a map mode combination like Hotel Control, any SMG could be on the flank with Dead Silence pop. This time it's Cruz, and you let VVV have it in that final round.
I love that, by the way. I've never heard that. Did you just come up with that? Did you just
I use flank opportunities and sniper opportunities. It's a pretty normal thing for me. I feel like when I talk, you just don't hear me.
No, yeah, that's very true. Generally, I've actually got like a setting. It's like a button on my back, and I just like press it, and it's just like the tune-up Andy setting. Just don't want to hear you, mate. Anyway, Clutch Rain, they end up winning out their 3-1 victory for them, and it isn't, to be fair, that much of an outslaying case, right, really. I think especially when you look at the side of VVV with players like Keza at 25 and 20, and look, Joker isn't that negative at 21 and 21. The other is Twisted at 21 and 26. Vital's really the only player that's falling behind, but for Clutch Rain, again, Cruz, who was previously a Noctum esports player, was the only one on that roster. I think he was still not playing for some form of Noctum. coming in here on Clutch Rain, having a great performance alongside Twiz for this roster.
Absolutely. I mean, this team of Clutch Rain is definitely nothing to bat an eyelash at. I mean, let's not forget. I mean, I saw a couple tweets come out, especially from one of Eric Boom, saying they did not play real Call of Duty, but they still lost that series. And Clutch Rain were able to win it in 5 versus Team Notorious, your Texas Open champions, by the way, casual. I think that this team might honestly be the real deal. Again, we always ask this about, like, you know, the middle of the mill teams, right? Is you can beat the bottom teams, you can keep it close as far as map counts, but what do you look like versus the top teams? I think that this is a really big task for both of VVV and Clutch Rain, be able to find themselves and where they kind of gauge off of each other what we could potentially get towards the tail end of group play.
Yeah, for sure. It's a weird situation, isn't it? I think for Clutch Rain, generally speaking, because for them, you've got to imagine, like, after day one, they've already done quite a lot of damage, right? I mean, that victory, as you said, versus Team Notorious is just so huge. Even if the rest of the group stage didn't go well for them, that puts them in at least a contesting position, right? It, you know, can cause some problems in terms of maybe head-to-head scenarios where Team Notorious might have to fight out the group. To Clutch Rain, it is just such a massive victory for them. And then, you know, off the back of that as well, to get that second victory versus the Atlas Lions, those are big wins to take, right? It's huge for them. To lose versus VVV would be a bit weird. we'll say that much, right? It's just like, it's a whole different ball game. They seem to have found their footing now at the back of that control, but it has been a close series so far. They had to go to round 11 to win the LSCLO. Next up is going to be on a good old Mikado hardpoint, a double Mikado billing if required.
Yep. That's what's going to be very interesting, especially through these Mercados, is that we know where we're probably going to get if we go to a map number 5. It is a Michael Bay film across that A lane, but I mean, as far as Mercado Hardpoint is concerned, a lot of teams, specifically in Europe, they kind of falter to the same exact idea. They always heat up towards the second set. F-Dot really comes to mind as far as the player that kind of screams out to me. But I think that when you're looking at this from the perspective of both Clutch Rain as well as VVV, whichever team is going to be able to come out of the gates swinging very, very early, I feel like could honestly sway the decision as far as a Mercado hardpoint is concerned, because it is a very easy hardpoint to kind of let out of your grips, right? We got to see that in the matchup, even from a Wubber perspective, the way that you're able to at least get yourself in possession, P6, P7, even off of P5, it can turn disastrous very, very quickly, but the pace needs to be met in between both of these two rosters. I mean, for both VVV and Clutch Rain, to say that this is a very must-win matchup for both these teams would probably be putting it as an understatement.
Yeah, again, because it's one of those bubble matches, right? We talk about kind of how we expect Group A to go. Aphelion, damn well, better qualify. Team Notorious, better qualify. Of course, as you said, the Texas Open champions, the Atlas Lions. Even though they're currently 0-2 at this point in time, they always seem to find a way to qualify. And honestly, you know, I probably would have said it would be Clutch Rain, or maybe not even Clutch Rain. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised they're even in this spot. Because again, you look at the roster, and historically speaking, yeah, Twiz has had his moments this season so far, but you know, Nile and Genesis, again on Revive Gaming last season, wasn't that great, right?
Oh.
It's just like, I don't know, this has been a real surprise. It's been a pleasant surprise, I think, to see Clutch Rain in the position that they are currently. You know what, while we've been talking about it, while we're talking about Group A, let's show you kind of how things are looking at this point in time while we wait for the conclusion of VVV and Clutch Rain to go down. Clutch Rain do currently still sit on top of the group at 2-0, depending on how the rest of the series go. They might continue to sit there. Aphelion, they go 3-0 after their first match of the day. Good to see that new look Aphelion roster coming pretty well in towards Group A. Team Notorious, again, I mean, they're 2-1 right now. The stain on that record is the loss versus Clutch Rain. Sitting at the bottom of the group, though, I mean, we talked about it. You don't really want to go 0-3. You can still technically qualify at 0-3. The Atlas Lions, if anybody could do it, but still, it's not a good look for that roster.
No, it's really not, because, I mean, the Atlas Lions, they lost to Team Notorious 0-3, and they took them to at least around 5 in the Expo control, but everything else just realistically wasn't all too close. 6-3 LSC, Search and Destroy, 250-131 Hotel Hardpoint. I think Team Notorious are coming to play with a certain level of grit that they were missing versus Clutch Rain yesterday. But, yeah, I mean, there's still an avenue, when you're looking at it from Tal's perspective, hell, maybe even knock them black, because the Atlas Lions, I mean, from playing Aphelion, also playing Clutch Rain, and now Team Notorious, they have to play knock them black, VVV as well. So, I mean, there's still a way, like you were talking about. 0-3 is no detrimental spot to find yourself at. I think that it's more kind of damning, especially for Knock Them Black, considering that they only have a single map win.
Yeah. And I think at the end of the day, who do they play next? Do we know who the Atlas Lions play next? Let me have a look. You know what? I'm going to answer my question. Don't do it. All right? Listen, I know you want to always answer my questions, Andy.
Atlas Lions are playing VVV next.
Yeah, that's you know what, I still, depending on how VVV go head to head here with Clutch Rain, if they end up winning the series, even if they do lose, like VVV have proven a contestant versus Clutch Rain, have proven a contestant so far with their only win, so I still wouldn't count them out in that scenario. It's going to be a real uphill battle. I think the last match is going to decide everything. The Atlas lines, VVV versus Clutch Rain though. Let's see if VVV can hold on in this series. Big Mikado hardpoint coming up, and it's been a big start as well.
Yep. No kills. Everybody fighting a kill for VVV. It's a starkly different stat board across these two teams. With the way that Clutch Rain are trying to reprise themselves rather than just try to brute force their way through cuts, it's just Cruz that's in a position like that. The majority of this hit is also coming from the palm tree and over by the parking lot side, and that's a great way to resurface yourself for some 20 seconds or so here on P1. I almost feel like it's an inevitability. Niall's gonna pounce on that kill as well. That should be the spawn, sure is, but Niall needs to hold on.
Yeah, he does actually get a split spawn coming on through. Twist will be the only player actually in an immediate position to do something about this. Genesis, though, gets some good timing. Twisted and Vital are not going to expect that. They probably expected the back spawns coming through from Clutch Rain. And I think, statistically speaking, I don't often where you lose control of PT if you actually spawn on that side of the map. I'd imagine it's a pretty rare occurrence here in Challengers Elite. Clutch Rain, one of the teams to get it done here. Big turning point early on in this game. Now they want to hold control, and all the first field kills very much in their favor. Joker, the only one to offer any resistance from VVV around that back alley.
And again, it's all off of that timely push, especially losing the opening break the way that Clutch Rain did, just to resurface all the way through the parking lot side. Now being able to get inside a cantina means that these spawns in these close areas of the map will remain for Clutch Rain for the time being. VVV thought that they had at least an entry point to get inside the hardpoint itself. Just 2 players remain in said position. Joker's still trying to stay alive, and he will get some much-needed assistance to do just that. Scrap time will be conceded for Clutch Rain. They're headed over towards 3.
VVV breaking, and they actually do a really good job there. I'm away from Clutch Rain, generally speaking. That hill, I think once you lose control of it, it's considered like a 40-point hard point for the team that is in control. So VVV to take any time away is good enough. They do indeed trade off the rotation off the back of that. So Clutch Rain will touch first on Elephant Room. Look at this positioning from Cruz. It's a bit of an off angle. And yeah, Joker, Twisted, you're never going to expect that. Twisted almost turns around. It's okay. Vital will pick up that kill. But again, they just lost 2 players. And Vital's actually doubled up off the back of that headshot. Good headshot multiplier coming through for a Kim. Now Keza starting to contest in towards this one. It is a 2 versus 2. Genesis wins the first. Numbers duel overwhelmed, though. Niall not able to look in 2 different directions at once. And he will go down. So it won't be long before VVV are in. Twisted, though, still has to fight for it. Clutch Rain, a dogmatic team.
Yeah. VVV are still staying alive here as far as scrap time is concerned. I mean, back-to-back scrap being fought over for VVV. Niall not wanting to give up all the 20 seconds. A lot of trust is involved in this play. If you are Clutch Rain, to battle for 20 seconds rather than try to favor your numbers for the rotation, but when you got the close spawns like that, you might as well give it at least a good look. A lot of space needs to be taken away, though. You got at least 1 player for VVV, top Cantina, trying to cut down players in the rotation, and Joker's denying space around the back. So VVV will have the initial setup here for 4.
Initial coming through now from VVV. Vital just does such a stellar job of keeping control, keeping these guys at bay, just guarding Cantina. And it's a problem that Clutch Rain need to immediately go and deal with. Cruz knows that. That's why he gets himself in towards Cantina to take that player down. But nonetheless, VVV are doing a great job at the moment, just keeping Clutch Rain away. Genesis through the middle of the map does end up falling. Now Cruz tries to go through the back alley, and they are going very individually at this point in time. These team hits are not happening whatsoever, and ultimately, off the back of that, VVV, they are feeling very comfortable with this halt. Guys are now just looking for the final nail in the coffin for this hill, and as we hit the 20-second mark, Clutch Rain do not challenge that anymore.
Nope, there's no reason to. You gotta go all the way across the map and set yourself up in and around this elephant room. Twisted's already back here inside the alleyway, but that's a tough gunfight whether or not you like it or not. Niall will take down Twisted from up top inside of the window. Going in towards this P5 as far as things considered for this time. Clutch Rain will have the initial setup, and they would do well to soak up the majority of time here.
Nice first kill coming through from Niall. Gets the information on almost a second as well. That's what he was waiting for, but that kill does not come through. Instead, it is a hit around the back alley from Twisted & Co. As VVV, they break through for the umpteenth time here in this game. They've got quite a margin of lead over Clutch Rain, and to be honest, CR cannot really afford to give away this time. Cruz knows it as well. Flying through towards the elephant room to get control. There's a lot more damage to be done against the players coming through, and he's only got 6 bullets to get it done. That's why he has to hit the reload for the next kill. Now looking for a trade inside as Twisted takes down 1. Cruz does end up finding it's going to be a bit of a straggly kill from Clutch Rain, but nonetheless they do take some time away from VVV. Honestly though, VVV, they're very comfortable with the position at the moment. They've rotated towards Barber.
Yep. That's the way you got to do it, right? I mean, P6 to P7, we always end up talking about it. This is where I actually adore your phrase of a money rotation. If you can somehow string together P6 to P7 on a map like Mercado Los Alamos, you're going to be absolutely dancing when it comes down to the end of the first set. Both teams very aware of just that. You only have one player that's actually inside the hill. That's going to be Cruz. He realistically doesn't have all too much reinforcement, so Keza, I mean, needs to be careful for one with his life. Needs to try to get himself upstairs, but just as soon as VVV might have been able to sniff a point of contest, Clutch Rain hold on for the initial 20.
Keza, as you said, knows he needs to get up top here, and he does get himself right involved in the action for one. It is him and Joker who do pick up a double, but Twiz comes through. He's going to double up. He'll triple up as well. Single-handedly clearing space inside. And you said it right, Annie, mate. With 25 seconds left now, this is a really threatening position for VVV. They will fight their way through Cantina. Cruz is here, though, and he takes both of those players down as they start to aggress. Now we look over towards the new hill, and there are already some crucial gunfights going down. Keza the first gets overwhelmed by the X-Revive duo, and as Genesis picks up that second now, it should be Clutch Rain touching first.
Should be. It looks like their final kills require for it, but I mean, you look at the setup, it's actually mostly around lockers and all the way over by small, so VVV actually have an opportunity to get themselves inside of the parking lot P7. T-kill's not exactly going to help out your affair, is it, if you are VVV? Joka, more than aware of it. He's losing his teammates left, right, and center. A flank comes through from Genesis. Clutch Rain will hold on.
Oh, I thought for a second there Cruz wasn't moving. I was very concerned. I could see him on the mini map. I was like, no, we're not having this right now. We're not dealing with this. But it's okay. Cruz did just start moving. Maybe he was on the forward menu for a second, speaking to his parents. I don't know. Regardless, it is Clutch Rain now that will take the lead away from VVV. They definitely had to fight for this a lot more than they would have liked. This has not been a secure kill by any means. But nonetheless, it is going to be the remaining time going their way. And because of that, because they do get denied effectively that money rotation, VVV are not that far behind them at the end of the first set here, Annie, and it gives them a path to actually still take the lead away from Clutch Rain. Yep.
162 to 134. Clutch Rain, again, have been able to flip this on its head from the initial setup that they had over by P6, and the majority of the time they walked away with there on P7. Not out of the woods quite yet. VVV, it's a very spaced setup. You got Twisted. He's currently holding over by the half wall. One player inside the tunnel. That was Keza. He gets cut down. And Vital needs to try to push for this trade, but he's stunned up to oblivion. Clutch Rain looking to hold mid-map.
Now being given away by VVV. They are really gambling on making sure they hold the right side of the map, and as Cruz and Genesis pick up kills now, a lot relying on Twisted and Joker. Now it is just the latter of those two players. Has to do more here and loses the one to Cruz. This is worst case scenario now for VVV. You've lost control of P2. Clutch Rain still continue to put the hammer down as well.
He may hold the rotation. I mean, it's 15 seconds. You're essentially fighting over VVV. I don't even think you can have the luxury of even trying to soak up this time. You got a lot of space in the middle of the map, and I don't think that they're going to be aware of this. I mean, it's just one player that was over here. It's going to be Genesis. He gets cut down. You also have player number 7 of Twisted. He's soaking up the old time. He's looking over by the cuts, and Clutch Rain are aware that they lost the spawns. VVV have the rotation over towards P2, and these are a great string of gunfights to find for yourself if you are VVV. Get yourself set up for a potential full 60.
That's absolutely huge, because if they didn't fight back right there, Randy, mate, they would have lost control. Twiz, though, he has much more of a fight back. Unfortunately for him, cannot find any more than just the first two. He's saying that as both Joker, and Twisted will pick up a 2-piece each. VVV once again regain control of this hill. With 35 seconds left, Clutch Rain will give this one last shake before deciding to move over towards the rotation. And I don't know if they've got autonomy in that play anymore. The kill's now starting to come through from the tunnel. It is just Twisted isolated inside. The corner kick will be through, but it's going to be the trade out from Nile. Big last 20 seconds. And while all that was going on, number 5 Vital spawned out towards silos off screen.
Yep. Gonna look and be holding this rotation for P3 if you are VVV. This is everything. If you get broken up, it very much so could be not only the end of map number 4, but also the end of this series for VVV. 223 to 167. Clutch Rain are aware of it. One good break is all they need. Cruz trying to find some information around the back wall. The rest of his teammates are trying to push through over by the yellow van.
Cruz can outplay somebody that's not there. Now needs to get involved in the action. Gonna be Vital on the other side. Shots going out. None of them connecting. He will connect on the water first, though, and he pre-fires for the second. None of those shots gonna connect. Vital now on his lonesome here momentarily. Twisted will join the fun soon. will it be fun? That's the question. Twist is not having any as he does go down now. Vital all alone here. Twist to up top. Twist up top. Comes down for the second. Joker down. Keza, he's weak, but he has no choice but to challenge here in the play. Or at the very least to just try and bait some of these players out. They're not going to go for the challenge though. And off the back of that now, both Day and Vital need to chow through. Keza goes down. There goes Vital as well. That might be it here. We cannot finish things on this, but look at the rotation.
Yeah, I was about to say it might not just finish it out here, but you got to look at the rotation over towards New. You already got Twizzies over here trying to cause a lot of distress. Cruz has just been on one as well. Kills coming through the back line. Cruz for 3. That is just it. I mean, there is just no answer throughout the entirety of the second set. It started with the breakover or the contest for P6, and then it led towards a fantastic P7 for Clutch Rain. They just found that second gear and did not relent off of that gas pedal whatsoever. Cruz, have yourself a map 4, brother. 26 and 22 was letting them have it.
And what a final couple of hard points there between those two teams. Clutch Rain, they had a couple of opportunities there to really slam the door on VVV. I think looking over towards Cantina there, I think in particular, Andy, mate, that was the one where it was just like, oh God, there was a sinking moment there. I was just like, yeah, VVV have lost this here. I'll tell you what though, gotta give VVV their props. They're tenacious, mate. They definitely fought back and they almost made it happen, but it just was not to be. Losing crucial control over the Elephant Room. I think that was the dagger in the final moments as Clutch Rain take the series. Here's a look at the stat board at the end of the game. And honestly, I feel like this is going to be the case a lot for Clutch Rain because I think they kind of lack that star power, as it were, in like, they don't have that one player that is like the player to be watching on this team. They're very much like kind of a team, if that makes sense. That's a really dumb way that's a really dumb way to describe it. they're a cooperative team, right? I mean, everybody does something, and that definitely, I think, shows out here in the scoreboard where there isn't the one player that's shining above the rest. Everybody is contributing something to the roster.
I got you, brother. It's a democracy for Clutch.
Thanks, bud. That's what we were looking for.
Almost 3K damage for Cruz. No, you're good, man. Words are hard, you know? Like 26 to 22 for Cruz. 18 of those 26 non-traded. The majority of these kills, I mean, those sprees were definitely impactful. It was the tail end of the first set and then continuation all the way through the second set as well. Only 23 seconds worth of OBJ time, but it was Nile that was delivering the goods inside the hill. Almost 3 minutes of objective time. They couldn't get this guy off the time. 20 and 18 as well for Nile, and 10 of those kills came within the objective to boot. I think that this Clutch Rain roster are definitely playing with a certain amount of heat. Obviously, something to be said about that Fortress Hardpoint Map 1 loss. They lost it pretty dramatically, I will say, but it gets rectified through the rest of the series. Close stays as far as El Asilo Search and Destroy is concerned. But that Hotel Control and everything that we got to see, especially from that P5 onward, from that Mercado map number 4, was just fantastic for Clutch Rain, clearly showing us the reasons why they were able to beat your Texas Open champions.
Yeah, for sure. Clutch Rain, they really do look like a threat, right? This season, I mean, every season of European challenges in particular, I think North American Challenger, it's just like a foregone conclusion that there's going to be one silly team coming through out of nowhere and surprising. But every single season in European challenges, there's always one team that comes out and overperforms. Clutch Rain, it feels like early season, and it is very early days. This is only week 1 after all. Feels like they're that team this year. And again, we can't stress it enough. In the context of the group here, Group A versus Group B, we always have those discussions about which group is harder. Group A definitely feels like the group of death. And so for Clutch Rain to do this, to come out and start 3-0 with the big wins versus Team Notorious and the Atlas Lions, it puts them in great stead to not just qualify from this group, but also come out with a pretty good seed.
I think that they're probably guaranteed just to be able to make playoffs just off of this win already versus VVV. Obviously, there's still a lot more Call of Duty left to be played as far as group stage is concerned, but they've already taken down a big dog that is of Team Notorious. Being 3-0 is no easy feat, especially in this so-called group of death like you're calling it, and I'll go ahead and agree with you as well. There's a lot of good teams in this Group A. Not to say that Group B is starkly different, but I mean, when you look from top to bottom, just the explosivity that we had even off of day 1, the first block as well, this Group A can definitely really kind of put a lot of teams on skates. It's no way settled who that 4th, 3rd, or even 2nd team might honestly be. Still a lot of COD left to be played.
Indeed there is, and boy oh boy, do we have a matchup coming up right off the break here, folks. We've got the boys, they're back in town. It's a Wubber Bobs back together again for a ride versus, well, would you believe it, Deviants Gaming. It's going to be a banger of a matchup. Trust me, you guys don't want to miss it. We'll see you after the break. What's up, everybody? It's time now for more Call of Duty Challengers Elite. After a very brief break, it's time to get in some banger matchups. Of course, it's that time now with European Challengers. We've had a few matchups and they've been fun, but it's time to get into all that serious business as the top teams start to take each other on, starting off with Wubber and Deviants Gaming. Both teams flawless so far, Andy. One of them is about to take their first loss.
And flawless not in map count anymore by Wubber, by the way. Let's not forget what just happened in their first series of the day versus eFuse. They lost that Mercado Search and Destroy. And honestly, again, I mean, I definitely had eFuse maybe taking a map off of Wubber, but not the way that they lost that Search and Destroy. 6-3 was that final scoreline. Deviants, though, on the other side, looking very, very good and promised at that with a 3-1 win over Strays.
Yeah, for sure. That map loss, again, that Search and Destroy wasn't that helpful for Deviants. I don't think they'll be very happy with the loss, or sorry, the control, excuse me, that they did end up losing. Regardless, though, they get the victory in that series. And as we said, overall, at least, both teams 3-0 coming in towards what is a great map set. We got ourselves an Expo control. Boy, oh boy, do we always celebrate that whenever we get one of those in European Challengers. That sandwich in between a Mikado Hardpoint, a Fortress Search and Destroy, and then if we require them, Embassy Hardpoint and a Mikado Search and Destroy. A double hotel veto coming through from the Deviants boys.
And this is a Group B matchup that is going to settle the first seed here in the second day of groups. I know it's still early days for a lot of people, but hey, you blink and the season might just be over for you. Starting off on Mercado Hardpoint map number 1. And again, this is going to be a good feel for how these two teams do face off against each other. Again, Journey back over towards the sub versus a Wubber. I think might get a little run for their money.
All about making sure you control the tempo here as we rotate over towards P2. There's one player that's still hanging about. That's Abuser. Of course, the player returning. The prodigal son has returned to Wubber, and he, right now he's just picking up kills around the top side. There's that first versus Gizmo. Journey on the hunt, though, will take him down with ease. The Deviants at the moment, we're very happy with how this rotation has gone, but it's far from secure again. Cobra still challenging around that backline.
Yep, still threatening it. Gotta try to deal with him, though, you would think, but there's not exactly a player to try to cut down a lot more space. So I love this call coming through from Lucky, just playing inside top Cantina, and it worked so wonderfully with Journey down low. Gizmo playing this back half wall will secure the rotation, but it's looking like there is some fortunate mishaps going on as far as the lobby is concerned, because the Wubber are taking each other out. They're gonna leave the lobby. Well, yeah.
You know what it is, Andy? They just really, they lost control of P2. It's like, we don't want this. We want to restart the game. I'm just joking, of course. I would never imply such a horrible thing would happen in European Challenges. But we are going to restart that game, and that means we're going to get to see the always wonderful P1 and P2 rotation yet again. But that was a good start coming through, I think, from Journey. I think especially as he went on the hunt for those final kills, just tried to clear some space over by P2. A great rotation to kick things off by Deviants. But I'm glad that we do have a restart here because it gives us a little bit of time to talk about these two teams a little bit more, Andy. You said it right. This is, I guess, the Group B face-off, as it were. These are the two top teams in Group B. I think that much is undeniable. For both of the rosters, they have something to prove. Deviants, of course, bringing Vortex on side. They kind of want to really cement themselves. I think Vortex especially wants to cement himself as one of the top players to watch. And then for Wubber, they're back together again. It really has to feel like for this roster that Season 3 didn't even happen.
I'm pretty sure Vortex, I mean, he was dropped from that affiliate roster. They wanted to play with Furious instead, try to find a little bit more value with that core 3, if you will. But, I mean, I just feel like that we're just tossing around a whole bunch of different rosters to try to find that one super team for Europe to maybe try to make a very big dent as far as not only challengers, elites are concerned, but also opens. And I'm really hot on this Deviants roster. For one thing in particular, again, I know that Journey, I mean, he's very, very good with the AR. We got to see that all year long, even when he was playing on Elevate. But now we get Juanito back on the sub, and I love the way that it looks with Vortex as that SMG, because it allows Journey to go on these long flanks, play these very annoying angles. And again, like what we were talking about there, even from the early stages, that was that Mercado map number 1, you got to see what it means. He's working in tandem with Lucky with an AR, overwatching his plays, and Vortex and Gizmo can also work on the opposite side. I think that this Deviants roster is something that you cannot bat an eyelash at.
Yeah, we said this was the match of the Titans, as it were, the match of the big boys. This is where we get the fun stuff. And another fun match that's going on currently with that one is a big match for Group A. Felion Esports taking on Team Notorious, the Texas Open champions. Goodness me, I'm never going to stop parroting that. Big proud of the European boys. Team Notorious now looking to hold on towards P2, and I don't think they're going to. Mythics, Harry, Furious, all of them contributing there as they find 4 kills between them. That back 20 should be theirs, but these sparse spawns might mean it's short-lived.
It's got to be said, though. I mean, this is a very big matchup. either way that you look at it, because, I mean, take it from two different sides, right? If Aphelion win, that should almost guarantee themselves to potentially be the #1 team out from this group. If Team Notorious win, then it could potentially be a three-way tie, depending on what happens with Clutch Rain and the rest of this group. I'm here for either or. Team Notorious, though, with a very slight lead. They lost the rotation. They lost a few numbers going inside of the kitchen hardpoint, but Eric Boom's looking to unearth them very quickly.
I'll only find one. Metal's still going to have to fight for this one, as will Maple. Maple goes down. Now Metal's looking for more. Gets the kill. Surely not #3 as well. Harry going to back away here momentarily, and that gives Metals a right. But that Semtex will give him no more. The 2-piece coming through from Harry. Immediate trade is being made by Eric Boom at the moment. Team Notorious fighting tooth and nail to maintain control, but they will lose the numbers as Furious finds the second with the fly through, and Aphelion Esports now looking pretty good to capture this back 25 second. Team Notorious with these restaurant spawns will continue to get this time after time. Furious now finds himself on 4 in a row off the back of yet a second 2-piece, and Aphelion Esports very happy to take that time away.
Lucifer is already hitting the rotation, going over towards P4 as well, and Team Notorious is going to feel rather costly. You would think that maybe trying to hit for the scrap time there at P3 is kind of leaving them lacking as far as their setup ahead of P4. Luckily enough, they were able to find a couple of key eliminations. Coming in towards P4, by the way, Furious is 13-4. It's up on a 5 spree. Will be shut down, cut down a little short of getting that cruise missile, but still, you have Aphelion Esports members here to contest very early.
Yeah, right. I mean, you dropped Vortex for Furious, so you have to make that trade-off count, and Furious is bringing a lot of value at the moment to this Aphelion Esports roster, as you said, 14-5. Right now, just sitting on the other side of the trophy case will be Denza. Has to get involved in the heal as players dying around him, and an off angle that they don't expect will catch Eric Boom off guard, but the numbers overwhelming again. These back spawns for Team Notorious are entrenched for about 25 seconds left now. Aphelion Esports might be wise to move over towards the rotation. At the very least, make sure they don't lose mid-map control. Stunned up right now is Denzer. I think about to get overwhelmed here by Metals on the flank, and he will at least pick up the first. He knows that's not Denzer. Denzer should still be hanging about, but yet still Denzer will pick up that kill. The pinstripe kill feed will be in effect, and now 1v1. Mythics with the pre-fire is good for it.
Yeah, and again, I know that there was a lot of conversation, especially between Shift and Visions yesterday, just about how this Aphelion Esports roster has come together, right? You know, Abuso wanted to go back to play with the French there for a Wubber, so that AR flex position was open, and I love to see that Mythics is back in playing with a very, very good roster. Not to say that his old roster wasn't anything bad. I mean, he won the Season 3 of the Elite by any stretch of the imagination. That's a good one at that. Same with Furious, 14-9 now. The kill feed, again, erupting in white. It is just Metals that is inside of this hill, and he has so much to do, and he's buying so much time for reinforcements to come through. Pinstripe might go to kill feed, but keep in mind, Aphelion got the numbers for the full break.
Yeah, this has actually got a lot more implications than just this scrap time, right? With 25 seconds left, Aphelion Esports are now reaching towards the rotation as well. Furious giving a look through kitchen. Will lose that kill off the back of a 3-piece. Nonetheless, though, keeps Notorious at bay. Last 15 seconds will go Aphelion's direction. This is so back and forth here in this game of Hardpoint, expected when you look at kind of the caliber of players across the board get. Team Notorious now looking for a full 60 on rooftops. Mid-map coverage being provided by Maple, who's watching from top roofs. You've also got, I was going to say, Eric Boom keeping an eye on that top bedroom side, but now Maple's got a couple of things to do here. His players, his teammates dying around him, gets involved, knows that Furious is challenging from bottom rooftops. And how about this for a very quick flip of control?
I mean, flip of control, flip of the script. Team Notorious, that lead that they had, albeit slight, has now flipped on their heads. A combined 7 spree between Mythic, Furious, and Denza. Weeman, oh man! Denza finds that kill. I'm sure that Weeman probably loses his lid. Probably not, he's a very chill fella. Team Notorious, though, again, looking from the outside in. You feel like this is 25 seconds that you have to fight for, and even if you try to come around the back, Lucifer is watching it, finally gets traded out. Mythics is at least unearthed. But 2 nades come in, and just as soon as you thought the Team Notorious might be able to give themselves a firm shake for this scrap time, Aphelion Esports, they abruptly close the door.
I only got 5 bullets in the magazine there. Weeman just, yeah, it's not enough unless you hit, like, maybe, like, the upper chest, the head. It's not enough to get those kills, so Weeman, gonna get those kills. It's a lot of time for Aphelion to take. That might prove a huge flip come later on in towards this hard point. For the moment, though, Aphelion now want to put some damage between themselves and Notorious. Not going to be able to do so as 3 kills do come through. Now for Team Notorious, they can really start to aggress. Those kitchen spawns, those restaurant spawns, in effect for Aphelion at the moment. Mythic's the only one on side around double arches for Aphelion. Team Notorious well aware of that fact now. Maple trying to put something together inside connector. Shots going out towards Furious, none of them connecting though, and that's a double for Eric Boom, the third for Wee Man. Team Notorious just dancing around this hard point at the moment as Eric Boom finds his third here on the spree. This is a great position for Notorious.
It's a lot of time that they're actually accruing here off of P1, not to mention all the lurking members. Maple tried to go for the chow, forces out the team kill from Lucifer on the Mythics, and his teammates are there to deliver the goods for the trades. Keep in mind you, Team Notorious still have this side of the map on lock. The only thing that they're lacking is going to be that spot push, and I love the call from Maple off the respawn to try to lock it down for this rotation ahead of 2.
Again, one of those big moments in the game here. Team Notorious seems to have taken a real chunk of time away on P1. Now they want to hold things for P2 to flip the lead back in their favor. Lot to be done for Maple, watching Spa. Lot to be done for Eric Boom here, watching the check-in, and they're going to kind of work in tandem here. Eric Boom will pick up the slack there as Maple goes down. That's 5 in a row for Kim. Big stop to make for Harry as he finds the second in a row. And now for Team Notorious, the spawns not in their favor whatsoever, despite the fact that Wee Man is sitting around the backline here. He's not going to get a single challenge. Instead, Team Notorious, they need to get involved in the action via Chandler's side. And somehow Eric Boom has just trotted his way on towards the hard point. It gives Wee Man something to do around the backline as well. Maple will find 2 headshots to close out on that time.
I mean, that is just a massive play coming through from Eric Boom. Not only to stay alive, but find a handful of kills. It allows his ARs to re-encroach onto the situation at hand. They actually find themselves a really timely push to the middle of the map. Look at the spawns. They have flipped out. Valiant Esports, they might be soaking up the junk time there on P2. But the rotation over towards P3 is currently being maintained by Team Notorious. They only trail by 15.
Team Notorious now. Race period while they wait for Aphelion to challenge. Dent is going to go first, and Eric's going to get some shots into his legs, so down to about 70 HP or so, I'd imagine. That's enough to send Denzer away for the moment to hit the regen. And it's okay, because you're waiting for your teammates to also hit at the same time. Those hits are not going to come through anytime soon, because they are being batted away around the map at this point in time. Finally, Denzer goes for that challenge now that he has the backup of Mythics. This challenge now coming through Freezer's side. The trades are looking pretty good if you're a Denzer. Metals is here, ready for it, laying down. Denzer with a pre-fire, not good enough for the kill. It's trades galore. Wee Man, can he take down Harry for the second? Yes, he can. Team Notorious now taking the lead here in this game in a commanding fashion as we move towards noon.
Dude, Wee Man was like 0-5. Like, he was somewhere near double negative for quite some time. He goes on an 8 spree. Now he's 21-17. I mean, talk about composure out of the kid. Goodness me. 226 to 187. Wee Man off of the old time there at P3 is calling the cruise missile in almost immediately. Won't be able to find much of anything besides some information. It's only Eric Boom to try to collect off of said information. And if Valiant Esports find the kills on the flank, they'll have the setup here at 4.
I feel like you can get more value out of that cruise missile elsewhere.
Yeah, I didn't like it,
to be honest, especially on Restaurant. It's not over just yet. Team Notorious, they only require 24 seconds to close out this game. The kills are not going their way. I thought for a second as they found 3. They might be able to just kind of barge their way through. Yeah, I don't know. We'll get back to that later on during the game, depending on if they do require it towards Restaurant. Here for the moment, though. Got a player in on the flank. Wee Man going to get those back spawns through. How quickly do Aphelion realize it? Though that's the question. I don't think they do. Wee Man comes up. Surprise! And he does only pick up 1. Aphelion still hold on to that time. They're about a few seconds away now from taking the lead. But Metals, again, those back spawns give him a chance for a 2-piece, and he will take it.
And look at the rotation already. Team Notorious are already spawning over by couches underneath the catwalk, leading in towards the final hill, coming in towards this map number 1. And Metals is still over here at the old time. You almost got to keep your head on a swivel because now Metals has a free flank from behind.
Yeah, now one-dimensional though. Team Notorious looking pretty good to close this one out. He's going to be weak. Eric Boom, but has the coverage from Maple. This flank is coming through from Mythics. Is he going to be able to touch in time? He goes for the kill instead of the kill. Yeah, it's just the first instinct you have, right? It's just to make sure you clear the space before touching the kill. I don't think there's much he would have been able to do if he didn't in that scenario. So Team Notorious, they were cutting it fine. They do get it done here in map number 1.
It was very close. I mean, they were trailing down by a hefty margin at the tail end of the first set, but I mean, again, this team has some wicked, crazy composure. I mean, again, Wee Man just turns that entire game around. Again, he was like 0-5 to start. Now he's 25-20. What? Big map 1 win there for Team Notorious. Really sets the pace for the rest of that series as we hop in towards Wubber versus Deviants, as far as their Mercado is concerned. And it's looking pretty one-sided here, brother. Rezzy's 20-8. Yes. 19-6 for Cobra. Like, huh?
Yeah. The boys are back in town. We were talking about, you know, the the bands being back together. They're putting out hit singles, mate. Wubber Bob's here, about the 100-point club. Deviants, they're not going to be able to do it at the very least off the back of P7, but just still, the way that they are dominating this game at this point in time. Trades galore at the moment for Deviants. That'll give them some control over P1, but Vortex is looking for any exit frags, and he can't even find that. Linz is like, I know what's up. Not going to allow that to happen. Wubber Bob's just looking for the final 3 seconds, and as Cobra now barges his way on towards the hard point, well, they get those 2 out of the 3 seconds. Fuser, can you get it done? No, not just yet.
Trades. Resi for 2. Final second will be tacked on over. And, well, it's a good thing we didn't show that, because, I mean, I don't know if we have the ability to show a full-on massacre on Mercado Las Almas for a map number 1 between the 2 top teams in Group B. Like, are we sure that Brezzy can't get a spot in the league? Like, what is going... Like, this guy's insane. Starts off with an AR. Remember old Texas Nation. Yep. Goes over to the SMG with the Wubba Bubs. Works in tandem with Cobra, who is now playing that AR role. Like, are we sure... Look at me in my eyes. Look at me in my eyes. Are we sure that Brezzy shouldn't be in the league? Like, he should be in the league. Like, that guy is absolutely doing everything right for that team. He's allowing the space to be provided to work in tandem with Linz, his SMG duo. Cobra's overwatching these plays, always going down, and it just allows Abusa just to sit back, play his game. He can soak up 2 minutes of OBJ time and just hold his irons, because he's finding kills galore.
Yeah, like, we always talk about this, right, is like, the best teams in challenges, and it doesn't apply to CDL, to be honest with you, but the best teams in challenges always have the propensity for any of them to go off. Like, any of them to go off at any one time. CDL is also very different. It's much more team-based in terms of, like, the way you play. Like, you're not expecting everybody to have that pop-off ability. It's just kind of about the way the team plays together. Here in challenges, I think sometimes things can be a lot more singular, and just down to, can you have all of the individuals having these performances, all of them having the ability to go off at any one time? And they just do. Like, that's what made Wubber Bub so deadly during Season 2 of Challenges. It's what made that playoffs run so horrific to watch if you're on the other side, because it is that. That's just so problematic. I mean, look at it, man. 24-10 from Brezzy, 16-9 from Abuser, 22-8 from Cobra. And I honestly as well, I'll say this much, because we were focusing on Brezzy, but Cobra has to be spoken about, because him, and I think Linz to a certain extent, is by having some kind of rookie hype behind him this year, have felt understated. That season away on Clutch Rain was, in my mind at least, really important to raise their stock as, hey, like, we're not just Brezzy and Abuser's teammates, we're actually really good on this team.
I don't think that was ever necessarily a consideration for Cobra. I mean, the only necessary consideration for Cobra is that, like, he does all these crazy performances online that it just doesn't transition to land. I mean, 22-8, a minute and 23 of OBJ time, 2,800 damage. Brother, what? I mean, everybody from Wubber Bubs just absolutely delivered. And it's like I was saying, I mean, Abusa could just set himself up inside the hard point. He had 2 minutes of OBJ time. 5 of his 16 kills were within the OBJ itself. He just didn't have to move. So now that really sets the pace as far as this Titanic Group B matchup, as we were so calling it. But right now it's looking like a David and Goliath situation. Must need a map number 2 win for Deviants. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, I think we'll say that much. Okay. That's a fair assessment, mate.
Already.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's absolutely a fair assessment, just given what we know about Wubber Bobs in the past as well. Their control has been pretty good. We'll say that much. For Deviants Gaming, again, it comes back to that talking point about Search and Destroy during Season 3 wasn't good enough, and I think they know that as well. And, you know what, I will say this much. There is a positive to be found here, not so much about map number 1, but about kind of Search and Destroy just in general, is that there is a real shot here for Deviants, who I don't believe have lost to Search and Destroy this season thus far, to really just start to make it up and actually just be better at Search and Destroy in general with Vortex on the team. Like, yeah. Again, Vortex is sometimes not the flashiest of players, but when it comes down to just general kind of veteranship in Search and Destroy and what he brings to the table in terms of kind of being that kind of silent playmaker, as it were, he just brings so much to the team that maybe that's where they need to look for that next map. Here for the moment, though, Team Notorious taking on Aphelion Esports. God, I love it when we get to see Team Notorious in Search and Destroy, because it's Maple with the boomstick.
Few things you can always guarantee: life, death, taxes, and Jack Maple with a boomstick in hand. Lost first blood, though. Wingman goes down. Metals, 1 HP. Clearly has the dream of staying alive. Will join the likes of Maple over towards that A-bomb. Elsewhere, Eric Boom's trying to cause some chaos over in Rugs.
3 versus 3 at the moment. This kill versus Harry is everything to just completely clear the space on. And yeah, I love this from Notorious. Very much confident enough that they've got control over the site. Post plant. Oh, it was almost good for Denzer there. Shot through the wall will not translate into a frag just yet. And that's a big trade-off now for Denzer to make in the 1v1 because now that information is given away to where he is located. All they don't know is where Furious is. He hasn't popped off in this round just yet. And have eyes in the flank by way of Eric Boom. And yep, just cut down there is Furious. And of course, now you already know where Denzer's located, just like that.
You got two Vaznevs there in the 2v situation to retake the B bomb site. You're running into players holding their irons, one on the backside of the lobby staircase, and then, of course, that display case all the way on the backside of P4. And even Metal's had an AR as well. I mean, that is a good luck, have fun moment if I've ever seen it. Through a handful of search and destroys being played through Season 4 of the Elite so far, Metals is has a 1.24 overall KD in the game mode. He's 8-0 as far as opening duels are concerned. I'm not too sure if this includes their series that was played earlier today, but Weeman is also having a 100% opening duel win percentage rate at 4-0 as well. These guys are moving diffy.
Jesus, that's a stat.
It is.
That is a stat line for sure. Oh dear. How about this for opening duels though? Harry catching both off guard. Yeah, that's aggressive from Notorious. That's very aggressive from Notorious. And Aphelion is like, well, all right, you guys, we'll meet you at our own pace.
Sorry, I blinked. Is the round over?
It is, mate.
I mean, for Aphelion, that's just a really good read coming through. It's just pretty standardized, right? I mean, when you think of it defensively, or offensively, I should say, just try to look through the middle of the map, and they catch Notorious completely off guard, just going for the old tussle as far as the atrium is concerned. Almost looking like the day one of a LAN, where you get like all the same teams, like in the lobby of the hotel. Jokes. Aphelion, though, looking to ride off of that. And middle of the map is what they're looking at first and foremost. Team Notorious going for the old leave the bomb in spawn strat.
You know what? It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it works out for them. Not going to work out for Weeman, though. Just pummeled with nades and stuns. And yeah, you kind of feel like you're just stuck in the mud in those situations. You're just like, well, I'm dead. Now Maple for the 1v2. And he's got the sniper rifle, so this would make for a spectacular play.
Oh, man. I was on the edge of my seat, brother. I thought he was going to get that kill for sure. I mean, it would have been traded out almost immediately, but... I mean, you just could never count Maple out, right? I mean, like, days of singularities pass. Even back in Modern Warfare 2019, this guy was making moves on, like, Arc Law Peak with, like, a pistol and sniper combination. You'd never count Jack out when he's alive in the 1v odd. But Wubber Bubs are going to be able to... Or Aphelion, excuse me. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Aphelion are going to be able to win 2 rounds in a row. Stopping that offensive barrage. Kind of split, honestly, for Team Notorious. It was a weird one. 4-2 now for Furious to 3 rounds.
Yeah, he's really aggressive in Search and Destroy again. We're always going to note the power of Furious in Search and Destroy. Real boon of success for Aphelion. Good map now for a Weeman versus Mythix. And yeah, there it is again. That reaction from Furious is not just him, it's Denzer joining him. This is 2 very fast-paced SMGs on the same team, and this is what you get when those 2 players are put together. Bit of an interesting scenario here, though, with 2 players entrenched deep in towards B. The bomb is a bit far away.
Lucifer needs to fly in here. But I mean, Team Notorious aren't exactly trying to set up for this pinch very quickly. It's actually forcing Maple to go check the A-bomb. Everybody from Aphelion are over here, and I think that Maple's got the boomstick, but still the bomb has not been laid down. And I think the way that Aphelion are kind of playing around with this, they might try to look for a couple of exits. Finally, Harry approaches on forward. Gonna lay this bomb down a bit.
That's always that concern, right? That you're gonna get caught with your pants down. Legit timing, as is ever the case. And Eric Boom for the initial. Gets some shots through, not enough for the kill. Fortunately enough, though, there is a trade by way of Metals and Maple. Oh, good job, Observers, for catching that one. Denzer now for the 1v2. Shots going out, but Maple's caught a Vastef off the ground. Yeah, he thought, you know what? It's only a sniper. I can deal this one up close and personal. No. Shock. Horror. It's a Vastef.
Oh, God. I mean, we're going to have to close down this kitchen and disinfect it for at least a week off of that. That's 86 everything. Kitchen shut down. That is just absurd coming through from Maple. And again, that's why you can never really count him out. I mean, the first with the sniper, just the centering, understanding, hey, that's exactly where a player is going to lay prone to watch this side door. Doesn't even need anybody to open the door up for himself. Just opens it up, gets the scope aimed down sight, and then picks up the Faznev for the last. give you the final updates there for Notorious and Aphelion as we go back over towards our main focus matchup here of a Wubber versus Deviants. Again, a much-needed map number 2 win you would feel for Deviants after getting a 100-point clubbed on the Mercado Las Almas map 1.
A lot riding on this one for Deviants. A lot of power on side. Fortress, there's not really much room for error here on this map, to be frank. What does the strategy look like for a Wubber? Well, it looks like aggression. Up top inside munitions. Double windows was not being watched. And, well, it might have been, to be fair, but Journey, he wasn't watching it for long.
Art control being contested. Linz is still up here. And you would feel like that Vortex, I mean, he does need to check this. I would reckon that he probably already used the stun to clear top single. That's where Cobra is holding this angle, throws out a shot. But it's still information that Deviants are still encroaching towards the A-bomb.
That kind of feels a little bit silly to me, to be honest, for Gizmo. You know that Cobra's hanging about, sitting out in the open like that in an off angle. You're likely not going to catch Cobra off guard. Back of that, Lucky and Vortex now have to defend this bomb, one man down. Of course, angles they've chosen to play, instead of moving all the way back towards the log truck, playing this one from inside munitions, it's going to give them the advantage, the element of surprise. And Wubber, though, they've got the element of numbers. Vortex now. Well, the numbers that count, the HP, not going to be there for him. As Linz!
How dare you?
What was that for?
You've been teaming with this guy all year, and that's what it's going to be? I mean, hey, that's a big knife, man. You got to be careful with just swinging around. Can't be doing that. That's just... that's comedy. Cobra only had 2 kills, so I mean, he could have been potentially looking towards some streaks, but I'm sure Wubber are probably just sitting there laughing about it the same as we are. And that's just, again, the strength of a Wubber, right? Especially on Fortress Search and Destroy, this has been historically good for a Wubber as far as their retake is concerned over by A. Always exploiting a lot of these points of interest. This time it was through the streets just to overwhelm with numbers like you were talking about, Brody.
Yeah, small little individual gunfights going down, really changing the way the rounds are played out at this point in time. And once again, Deviant's going to overreach themselves in towards 8. Journey going to be the first part of that play now. Vortex looking for a double. He will find it. Catches 2 players off guard. Big flip of the round now.
Oh, man. Lucky even with the pistol. Okay. Takes out Abuser. Cobra. 1v3 with the sniper. If you can tell by the camera in my voice, it's probably not the right tool to have. Especially for an offensive clutch. That bomb is down right in front of him. And he also has a Vaznev just waiting for him off of a corpse of his comrade. So, potential for this play to very much still be alive. Has full utility, dead silence included.
Yeah, it's whether or not you actually want to invest that into the play. If you get 1 kill without using any of it, it's fine. And Lucky's going to snipe it. You know what? Fair play to Cobra for even still sticking around at that point. Not just like running off, hightailing it away. But yeah, that Semtex will close out a round. Vortex does so much of that initial push, completely riles him.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, fair play to Cobra. He knows that if the wall being shot, if he gets legged, he's still going to be alive from the SPX-80. It's in the hands of Lucky there, so it's just expecting maybe for the head to pop up over there, but the Semtex was held all the way towards the end of the round for Lucky. Be able to get that last kill. And as you were talking about, if you're Cobra in that situation, right, I mean... Well, utility, it is what it is. I mean, you can throw your throwables if you can confirm information of kill, if that, but you want to save your dead silence coming in towards this round. 1 round lead here for Wubber.
For Wubber here on the defensive side, not too aggressive, unlike the last round. That came by way of pushes up double windows, and it feels like Linz, I think we can see him via the X-ray trying that jump up. Fails it initially. Now just going to kind of work with the flow, brush it off. Evan's trying to get this bomb down, and again, it is in this position now where it is much easier to watch the defuse from there. It goes down, no kill to be made, and Vortex gets out.
Yeah, just gets lagged by Cobra, who's holding this angle that allows these players to cross and allows this A-bomb to come through. 4v4 for the retake. You got to be careful because we're already down to 30 seconds.
Cobra getting aggressive with the sniper here on the retake. Doesn't really have much of a choice to play conservatively. Inside munitions, though. He does have a choice and chooses to go right towards Lucky for the double. That nade will close it out, though. Brezzy already inside munitions. Now looking for the 1v3. Shots against Lucky are good, but that kill really needed to be there to have any semblance of a chance of a 1 versus 3. It is just not to be. And getting control of A is everything there for Deviants.
But even more so, that Vortex was allowed to plant the bomb and get out with his life. I mean, that angle is always going to be held, you would feel, by either an AR or a sniper underneath that closed archway. whether they're all the way over by maps or up the staircase like Cobra, to allow those players to cross, whether it was some shots that came through, some damage maybe. Trophy systems kept them safe for some nades, but the way that Deviants were able to keep all 4 players alive and maintain control in and around Art and back pallets, the main benefactor for them to close out that round.
Lovely stuff from Deviants. This game up at 2 for 2. First blood for Journey. Shots through the wall for Linz, and this is very quickly. Oh my god, okay. All right. Very quickly, this has become a 1 versus 1. The problem for Cobra in the plate, that bomb is in no man's land, and oh my goodness me, he is running out of lives.
That bomb is dropped. Top benches. And Cobra's making a lot of noise. He's got a trophy system for this round. He gets the mantle just to collect the bomb.
Oh.
And that angle's already being held top boat. Cobra again. What's that, his 7th life in this round? Gonna jump across Gizmo.
How? How?
That regen's gonna come through.
How is he still alive? Cobra has no right to be alive. And he's going to get the bomb down as well. I mean, Gizmo, he's not going to be able to stop this unless he gets some good timing. This bomb is going to go down. It's all about the post plant. Where does Cobra choose to settle? What does he choose to watch? A ton of angles to try and gamble as to where Gizmo is going to be looking from. Gizmo just keeping a peek through the door. Cobra cannot look away. Call of Duty timing. Oh! It is not there. Yeah, that's one of those situations where bullets in the body, getting the bag in as well. Pretty deserved. Gizmo just eviscerated him.
I mean, Cobra got like the first 5 bullets. He still lost the gunfight, had the read and everything like you were talking about. In a post-play 1v1, it's already a bold call enough for Gizmo to even try to play for the retake. There could have been so many different angles that Cobra could have been located at with the Vaznev in hand, but, I mean, fair play to Gizmo. Just hit all the way through the big door, look up towards top maps, and that was the right read required to be able to clutch that round up. 3 rounds on the bounce for Deviants as they take a 1-round lead.
Deviants hit. This has been a really good last couple of rounds from them. Gonna get better as well. Gizmo's gonna clear the space here. Oh no, goes for a second kill. I thought that was a little bit greedy, but it doesn't matter. The space is still clear. Journey gonna double up in the middle of the map, and now it's fully paved the way here for the bomb to go down. It's not even gonna happen there as that 3rd kill comes through. Fast and furious as Deviants feeling it now.
Yeah, I was about to say it was only a matter of time, right? Until we got to see Journey get further activated. I mean, he finds 2 within that round, just starts flying at them inside a bottom single. Vaznev in hand. I think he was playing the majority of the search and destroy so far with that 2nd or 3rd AR, depending on what Deviants were playing with, depending on sniper rifles being pulled by Lucky. That's a big call coming through from Journey to work in tandem with Vortex to get munitions in their favor and continue on with their round spree. Now up to 4 in a row.
Bobs need to start to find some resistance, to be frank, here in this search and destroy, and they are not finding it. So many of these first bloods in the last handful of rounds have frankly just not gone their way, and I think it gets worse as well because they haven't got the trades. Linz is trying it, but not before already losing Abuser in the play, and door's going to be closed quite literally on towards Journey, and that's for the kill, and I have no idea what just happened there.
Door gets shot, Journey throws a couple wall bangs, and Linz just sprays him down. Doesn't matter, though, because Deviants were just holding that angle since yesterday. Lucky with the boomstick, defensively playing on the backside of the horse statue. Oh, man. 5 rounds in a row for Deviants. They lost the opening 2 off of some pretty good fundamental search being played by a Wubber enforcing their numbers, fighting that first blood. But ever since that moment in time, Deviants have just been running them down. A combined 14 kills between Gizmo and Vortex.
This has just been an insane resurgence from Deviants, isn't it? Is this 5 rounds on the bounce now?
Yep.
Incredible. And I've said it for the last 3 rounds, so Wubber Bobs need to start turning the wheels right about now, and that is just not the way to get it done. Lucky's cooking something up nice. It's a nade, and Abuser did not want to swallow it.
Now he just keeps the defense so honest. They can't try to take more space away. Trophy system is at least going to keep Rezi's positioning at least unknown for now, but you would have to assume that there's going to be a player around this close archway. Deviants, even with that first blood, not feeling the ante to try to press forward and try to plant this bomb at A with the lack of information they have on the other side of the double arch.
Yeah, there's just a certain level of spice which doesn't seem to be there right now for a Wubber Bobs, you know. Just how egregiously they like to challenge things, how fast and furious they like to play. Deviants have just completely shut any of that pace down. It's about to get worse as well because Journey now putting shots in towards Cobra from behind. I don't know if he actually did get shots in, but regardless, he's going to now. There you go. Finally, will activate for the double. Gizmo for number 3, putting that one home. 6 rounds on the bounce from Deviants. And after that hard point, they needed that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we said it was a must-needed map number 2 win, and Deviants absolutely hurt, and they brought it all the way home. I mean, they just could not do any wrong besides losing those first 2 rounds. It was just the first bloods that came through, and then Deviants, you got to see some good tempered aggression being exemplified for them. Once they had the information, once they got the first bloods to come through, so much space was just being taken away and just being played so wonderfully by their SMGs, and angles being held between Gizmo and Lucky with the sniper AR combination, respectfully. This is the end of the map number 2 between Team Notorious and Aphelion, and that is also guaranteed to go to a map 4 as Aphelion take the search.
Yeah, again, we talked about it, right? We didn't get to actually see the vast majority of that search and destroy, Addy. But Aphelion Esports, we need to see improvements in search and destroy after last season. That was one of the areas where they were somewhat struggling, and it feels like at the very least they have found that with Mythics or, excuse me, Enzo looking pretty good on the team. So Aphelion Esports now looking pretty good. They are going to take that search and destroy against Team Notorious, of course, Texas Open champion. So as you said, right now 1-1 across the board in our main focus matchups. I'm actually going to take a look here while all those matchups have gone down to see what's happening elsewhere, because of course we always, as we do, are providing additional coverage via We Are Clutch GG. So if you've got to go check that out while we wait for other matches to get underway, feel free to do so. There's some wonderful casters over there at this point in time. So I'll go check right now to have a look at what's going on around the ground. I'm not the fastest guy in the world, Andy. You know me. But right now, the Atlas Lions, they went head-to-head. That was yesterday's game. I'm looking for the 4th slot. Here we go. Finally found it. Nocturne Black taking on Clutch Rain. Nocturne Black 1-0 up versus Clutch Rain. That was a very close hard point, 250-241. That is a big hard point again, because Clutch Rain currently flawless in their group. Looking pretty good. Elsewhere, Nocturne White currently 2-1 up over Team Strays. They just won the Control 3-0 on Hotel. eFuse currently battling out with Signs as well. That is a 2-1 victory for Signs at this point in time, looking at win the Embassy. And then finally, of course, a Wubber Bobs taking on Deviants. We've just shown that on stream. Here is that Noctem versus Signs game as it currently stands. I keep on saying Signs. Noctem versus Strays game. Strays winning the Mercado Search and Destroy 6-2. That is a big victory for them to keep them alive in the series.
Yeah, a couple S teams really catching you on skates there, brother. 3-0 though in the Hotel Control for Nocturne White, and that's honestly a really good spot to find yourself in, especially with how the rest of the series does kind of pan out. That Mercado hardpoint could honestly either be disastrous or it could be the benefactor for Team Strays to be able to force out that LSCLO search and destroy. And again, that's probably their best way to be able to win the series, obviously, is to be able to convincingly, I would say, win that Mercado hardpoint and then shut things down in the LSCLO search and destroy. As you got to see, the Mercado was not too friendly to Nocturne White. They got shut out 6-2.
Yeah, and that would be a huge win as well for Noctem, right? Just generally speaking, Nocturne White, because we look over towards that group here, and again, to take a match away from Strays like that, it's a must-needed one. We talk about kind of those teams on the bubble of qualifying for playoffs. That's probably going to be one of those situations. Right now, as we actually see, I mean, literally, Nocturne White are 2-1, Team Strays are 1-2. For Team Strays to take a loss, again, we talk about kind of their legacy of being, technically speaking, the reigning elite champions, at least half of the roster are. To go 1-3 at the end of week 1 would not be a good way to start their campaign for the final season of 2023 Elite. For Nocturne White, on the other hand, though, I mean, look, this is, I think, pretty much a brand new roster coming into this season. Great start, brilliant start, especially in the context of, I think there are some teams here underperforming, looking at you, Signs, that I expected a little bit more out of.
And even for, you look at the bottom 2 teams, eFuse versus Signs, they are currently doing battle right now. Again, it's going to a map number 4. eFuse are trailing 2-1 as far as that series is concerned, but I mean, the only way that you would realistically see one of those 2 teams make it into playoffs is if Team Strays lose out and eFuse or Signs win out. It would be really close as far as head-to-heads are concerned, but it's got to have to be mostly series record, specifically for eFuse. They would have to not only beat what, for Signs, but then they would also have to beat Deviants because they've already lost to Wubber Bobs, they lost to Strays, they lost to Noctem White in their opening matchup. There's got to be some sort of permutation that could see one of these two teams in there, but it's looking almost guaranteed the way that things are shaking out over here.
You know what, mate? If there is a permutation, I'll find it.
Yeah, you'll find it.
I'll be right on it, mate, next week. Yeah, that eFuse versus Signs match is everything, because when you go 0-4 in any given scenario, like, unless you do find, like, a head-to-head situation where you've managed to take maps off particular teams where maybe, like, at 1-4 you could find yourself in, I don't even think there's a way. I'm scrambling for something. I don't think there's a way, if you go 0-4 down, that you can actually make it out of the group, to be honest. I don't know if this ever happened before. So, yeah, not a good start, I think, for either of those two teams. For Signs especially, I've got to say, I'll put it in bold brackets, mate. For Signs, especially after what they've managed to achieve in the past, that roster hasn't changed, by the way. Like, they're still the very same roster that got top 8 last season. To fall out this season in the group stage in that manner is a real disappointment, and they have to sort things out, I think, moving forward if they do plan to attend Toronto. But over towards good old Expo control here between Deviants and Wubber Bobs. We will waste no more time. Been a bit of a flip-floppy series so far, with Deviants coming out pretty heavy on that search and destroy.
Yeah, Wubber Bobs convincing in the hard point, Deviants convincing in the search and destroy. This is a really big swing map mode combination. We're going to see a lot more Expo here in Season 4 of the Elite comparatively to Season 3, especially ahead of Toronto. I can only imagine the amount of Expos that we will get once we get into the 6. But as far as opening breaks are concerned, very good look here for Deviants. They only lost 2 lives along the way, and they're going to get 60 seconds on the board as well.
Yeah, I do like the decision-making, though, from Wubber Bobs, just not investing anything more into this one. They know that when you lose to control of B, very much unlikely to regain control of B. Just look for the exit frag, stop Deviants from entrenching themselves in towards a spawn trap, and Linz is trying to do that, but right now, more contesting with players coming up that elevated shaft. That's not where they were coming from at all. It is instead players around the flank, and now Deviants have somebody. It's Vortex catching these players coming off the spawn, and this is the immediate problem. You have to deal with Vortex. You also need to get players off the point, and Vortex is piecing through so many different players at this point. Finally, he will be cut down. His first tick about to go through.
Oh, it absolutely is. That second segment also looking pretty juicy for Deviants as well. Wubber Bobs need to try to find their way in. They got a couple players down by Snow, a couple players still hanging out inside the lounge, but Journey off the respawn finds the angle to be able to attack, and it actually gets shut down. Now the last player is going to be Vortex. He's top diner, and Cobra more than aware of it as well. Vortex just needs to stay alive. Minute 45 left on the clock, and Deviants have themselves a very healthy life lead.
You know, what I will say is, for the transition that Deviants made, it hasn't given them that much map control. Like, Wubber Bobs are still doing a relatively good job at hanging on and actually causing some spawn traps of their own. But as I say that, players go down. Now it's looking a lot more tenuous. Brezzy has to survive here as Abuser falls. Picked up one already. That's position revealed. They know whether to look for that kill, and there goes Brezzy. Now the double stack starting to come through. That second tick will not be far away. They will still have to fight through one final wave of gunfights. Is the support through from Vortex and Gizmo? That's the play. Yes, it is. Vortex looking pretty good from the bar. Gizmo also picking up kills. How about that for some positive Call of Duty timing for once? That's the point.
A zone capture, doing it via segments is exactly what you want to see when it comes down to Expo. I'm not too sure. I mean, we've been seeing more offensive rounds on this than I feel like we ever had in Challengers through Hotel and LSilo. So, again, it's always just a giant toss-up when it comes down to that round number 5. But we will at least note that for Deviants, able to do it via segments. And really, I mean, they had so much time. I mean, winning the opening break, getting B as fast as they did, again, the easier the 2 zones to capture here on Expo. Deviants could really have a pick of the litter on where they wanted to attack soon after. Journey was constantly flanking them off the old B control zone through Lounge. Vortex always holding those angles with another AR in hand. 7-2 is Vortex coming to this round.
Wubber Bob's hit. This is a very heavy hit over towards B, and I think Deviants, I would say they're trying to entrench themselves in for a spawn trap early on, because this thing could be pretty potent when you put it together. Instead, it is going to be a late flank coming through. The Wubber Bobs haven't heavily stacked the point just yet, and the first player will now be down. So the call will be made that, hey guys, they're coming on the flank. We've got to deal with this one. Cobra can be the first to contact with Vortex and gets that one gunfight. But Journey, now looking to contest, coming down the stairwell. Dawn is lonesome, so he has to try and come away with at least one kill, and Cobra gets the better of him there with a jump shot. We're going to deal with all that threat from Deviants.
I mean, that was a weird opening rip for Deviants. I mean, they thought it was all going to be an A push, and it's getting from bad to worse and soon to be disastrous. Vortex is the last player to maybe try to defend this. You got Gizmo afar in the snow. He gets traded. Vortex pounces from top diner. At least find some couple trades, but you went all in for Deviants to essentially guard this A control zone. That B zone got chalked pretty darn early. Just got to hold on for what? Casually 2 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, like, this isn't as disastrous as it would have been, right?
It almost
did
was.
start to get the... Yeah, exactly. I mean, they did get those transitional gunfights through, and so there was a concerning moment there where you were like, hold on. They're surely not going to swing straight from B to A, but... Nope. All good. Deviants do regain map control. Now for Wubber Bobs, it's back to page 1, square 1. Trying to get themselves on the flank. Trying to get players in from behind and being annoyance, and also trying to remove Deviants from the restaurant. Step 1 of that is good, as Gizmo does go down, but Brez is still on the hunt for Lucky here and does get outplayed as Lucky just waits patiently for them to go through. But Linz elsewhere will find 2 kills, and this is going to be the problem for Deviants, as Wubber Bobs do send players in on the flank. Players like Linz can be super annoying, they can really cause some carnage off the spawn.
Just trying to at least get themselves diner control. 2 players are Deviants. Brezzy, though, he's going to start pouncing, going a little bit further forward. He's going to step on that A control zone. And you already had 2 players try to get themselves back inside of Lounge. Unsuccessful for Deviants, but the trades need to be on point. Unable to deliver. Wubber Bobs still have some space to get on the A zone.
Yeah, those kills coming through now. Detrimental for Deviants there, coming off the spawn. AR control looking pretty good as Linz now looking across the way. Cobra also keeping an eye up top. He will pick up that kill. The Semtex most certainly would finish it if he doesn't with attack, but it's okay now. Vortex looking to trade things out, and he does pick up a double. Things not looking so hot for a Wubber Bobs anymore. Lucky across the left side for 2. And Deviants, they regain map control. Vortex finds a third by the way. And now Deviants, off the back of not having any map control whatsoever, might be able to enact a spawn trap.
Oh, man, Stee is actually just expo right now. 13-8 for him. Gizmo's at 12-9. Journey finally gets cut down, trying to cross back over towards the pool side. But Gizmo's here to try to pick up the slack around the A control zone, not allowing a Wubber Bobs to try to get over here for free. The majority of their recontest is going to be coming through the bar and the bar steps.
This feels so slow for Wubber Bobs. More slow than I would expect for a team on the offensive side to try and send players through on the flank. That has happened, what, once successfully so far? And we're hitting 20 seconds. Time is very quickly running out for you to do that. Got numbers. Linz and Cobra are trying it. You've also now got Abuser and Brezzy trying to make their way through the restaurant. That contestant now needs to come through, though. Gizmo will double up. Oh, God, he makes it look so easy, doesn't he? And it's just too little too late for those flanking players that I was mentioning previously. That is a great defense for Deviants. And oh, my God. I mean, yeah, he's piecing, mate. There's just no other way to say it. Gizmo is on one.
Gizmo? What the hell, brother? Got to see a lot of snappy plays in the search and destroy. I mean, everybody from Deviants just got absolutely poopied on in the first map, but 16-9 for Gizmo at the end. All right, let's chill here, all right? Let's be careful how early we shoot bodies. There's still a way for Wubber Bobs to potentially bring themselves back in, but a combined 14 and 27 between Brezzy and Abuser, that's not what you really want to see. I mean, they're just getting outslayed, and that's not something I necessarily thought I would say for Wubber Bobs on a map like Expo, but Vortex is everywhere that a Wubber Bobs aren't expecting. Even Lucky finally comes alive at the end of that round on a force spree, coming to this.
How about this from Wubber Bobs? Big gamble as they heavily get in towards B to try and defend this point early on. Flanking player, not going to go anything. Going to get anything, excuse me, down lower corridor. Cobra does end up falling, so now all of this has to come from the stage side. And Linz, well, he's going to get forced away by that lovely placed Semtex from Vortex. Now straight in towards the action is going to be Linz for a 1. The trade is good from Journey now. Just one more player left alive. That's Brezzy, and he is down. But Deviants, they've only got a couple of players here, so Wubber Bobs still do have a shot at least at defending this point. Whether or not they want to invest those resources, and I think the way they're positioned at this point in time, if there is a hit coming, it will be a late.
No, they're not going to go for it at all. They're chalking it. They're just trying to find these last 2 players for Deviants that are still spawning in over towards the globe area to at least make them feel trapped, set themselves up for the spawn trap. Kind of the same flavor that Deviants kind of offered us as far as their opening defense is concerned, but it's so much more potent from Deviants this time around. Even off of the B zone being captured, they're fighting transitional gunfights. Biggest concern is you got player number 5 of Linz. He's over by the blue tent. Rezzy's trying to get himself some diner control, but you already got Deviants players trying to stall the clock here today.
Yeah, they haven't cleared restaurant is the big thing here for Deviants. I think they're trying to do step B before they do step A. That can be quite concerning at this time, but it might still work out. The trades are pretty good, and Vortex produces a double out of thin air. Now it's control here for Deviants. Not too much. Vortex still has to do a lot and has to be the hero in the situation. Deviants players far away. Cobra ready to chout, and will take him down. And Wubber Bobs do stabilize here. Nobody from Deviants to contest with around the spawn point. Gizmo was looking to set himself up in that position, but does get taken away. So back and forth we go, but there is a wealth of time for Deviants to make this one work.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, Deviants, they were able to shave 2 minutes off the board from a Wubber to their previous offense, but with lives being even up 15 apiece, and a Wubber their only real forward position is going to be Brezzy. He's over inside of the bar. He's just trying to cut down a little bit more space, trying to get in over towards Diner. It's a very one-dimensional play. But Journey, you can also take a look at the minimap. He's all the way on the flank. He's going to get a free kill onto Cobra, and that means that the A control zone, it is open wide for Deviants to step on.
And there's the kills as well. Yeah, this one's done, Zoe. This one is over.
GG.
There is no way. Journey is just piecing around the spawn. There it is. The capture comes through. That is a very clean Expo control. And look, it's a map that, generally speaking, is pretty offensively sided. I think we've kind of come to that conclusion, right? That round number 2 was just brilliant from Deviants. And I'll be honest with you, Anime, I think the Wubber were just too slow. I don't know what it was. They just did not look like themselves. For a Wubber, their strengths always seem to lie in just that fast-paced, patented aggression that we love to see from them. It just was not there.
Dude. Vortex, I mean, look, we always talk about what this guy delivers in Search and Destroy, but I mean, even in Control, in other game modes, including Hardpoint, get to see what he absolutely is capable of. Again, just playing around with timings, all the different fixtures in the early stages of those rounds was just piecing up a Wubba from the front. He was never the flanking member. That task was always towards Journey, and you got to see there at the final few moments as well. It paid off. I was worried, especially for the gamble that we saw there in the round number 2. I mean, the way that Deviants kind of rolled out for their defense was all over by the A control zone, expecting the Wubba members to try to assault that A control zone first. Again, the one of the 2 more difficult zones to capture there on Expo control. And they completely, I mean, more or less chalked the B control zone early on. They shaved 2 minutes and 20 seconds off the clock and just never allowed a Wubba any sort of map positioning. No sort of pressure was going past the 50-yard line for the Wubba team. And the same thing continued on going through that final round number 3 for a Deviants offensive round win. Gizmo is on one. 20-12 for Joey. 18-10 for Vortex, and Journey's flanks were absolutely sublime. 19-16 as well. And it's tough for me to honestly say, Wubba they just got heavily outslayed.
Yeah, I think that's one way to describe the situation here, right? Again, to me, it just comes back to that round number 2, where what we normally expect to see from a roster such as a Wubber is players like Linz and, you know, I'm not even going to bother naming the entire roster. It's just fast-paced aggression. That is what they're so good at, just catching players off guard, catching good timing, and just kind of knowing exactly where to catch Deviants off guard. And that just wasn't happening. Deviants were not falling to it whatsoever. What Bob said, they didn't even really attempt. And I think that was the big thing for me. You could see it. They really felt hesitant to send players on the flank until it was just too late. But you can't say enough about Gizmo in that game. Just had a real game there for Deviants, and it gives them a ton of momentum now, not just off the back of the 3-0 in the control, but also the 6-2 on Fortress Search and Destroy. That is a lot of momentum in their favor now, and it's a bit of a real swing, because the way this series opened up, Andy, I didn't think this would happen.
I did, but not to that scoreline for the map number 1. Look, Deviants' only way to win this series, it's got to be a 2-3-5, Brody. It just had to be. I mean, we know what a Wubba are able to bring to the table. We got to see it through so many different seasons of the Elite. Their hardpoint is so good, but I mean, Search and Destroy for Deviants, you know that that's probably going to be a better game mode for them. Let's not forget that the Wubba also lost to E-Fuse on Mercado Search and Destroy. So even if you lose that Embassy hardpoint, it still looks good for Deviants to win the series.
Over towards another series right now. Control here for Team Notorious versus Aphelion. Team Notorious currently up in this one, about to capture A as well, so they'll put an extra 60 seconds on the board. But it feels like at this point in time, we're 22.6, the clock is in the red, and Aphelion have lost or wasted a lot of time. They're just a lot of time away from Team Notorious. But look at this fast push coming through from Team Notorious here to try and get control. Lovely Semtex. That I thought stuck on towards Maple there.
Trophy.
Apparently it does not. And yeah, it's actually a trophy that takes it away.
Trophy's going to be able to allow Maple to cross, and now you feel like the map has completely flipped. Like, you got Weeman that's waiting for players to come off of the spawn, and all of Team Notorious. I mean, they know that their focus has to be over in top and bottom bed, but it's a double-edged sword, man, and Furious comes all the way through lobby via check-in, gets the kills required. Just a single segment captured for Team Notorious over by the B control zone. They need 2 more to stay alive in this map number 3.
Did Weeman not see Harry there? I mean, I know we have the benefit of X-rays sometimes, and, you know, obviously players in the heat at the moment might be able to see the play, but still, I really was convinced that he saw, like, just the entire head, shoulders, torso. Yeah, the whole shebang of Harry, everything that he has to offer, it's all out there, and Wingman just didn't want it. Regardless, Notorious now being a little bit more honest with it, trying to take this one from the front. It's not exactly working out. Down goes one, but Metals and Wingman do actually answer back with a couple of kills. Is that enough to create space? No, as Furious regains control of the bedroom side. We'll get back up towards full health, but won't be long before he's met by the vastness of Eric Booms. Team Notorious now, 28 seconds here on the clock to try and hit this one. Mythix has the AR power to hold these guys at bay. Harry is also alongside him. Nobody from the middle of the map. Furious will try to reposition around that point, and Eric Boom has to take them down. Will do so. Denzer now flying towards the point, though. It's Wingman who will pick up a double, and now he's on the point.
He's on the point, and he's going to get reinforcements here from Metals. It's going to be a two-player stack to come through. Player number 3 is going to be Mythix. He has to challenge. He finds the first. He's just trying to spray against a couple walls. 2 versus 6. Are they actually about to do this? Last player alive is going to be Maple. And Aphelion Esports find the last kill required. You never want to count Team Notorious out on a game mode that is control, much less even when they're down in numbers. But Aphelion, they hold on. They will take a big swing map mode here in the hotel control.
Yeah, big round coming out from Aphelion there. And honestly, we didn't get to see it, but I'd imagine what caused that victory was as we jumped in, they chipped a ton of time away from the clock and a ton of lives off the counter as well. That, of course, gave them a huge advantage moving in towards that great defense in round number 4. So as you said, Andy, mate, they take the series lead versus the Texas Open champions. Now moving back over towards the other series right now. Wubber Bobs just one map away from taking their first loss as Deviants. They've built up some serious gains over the last 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, for real. Let's not forget what Deviants look like in their map number 1 versus Team Strays. I know I'm comparing apples to oranges, no shade to Team Strays, but this is the Wubba Bobs we're talking about. So you feel like that if you lose this map 4 for Deviant versus Deviants, you have a lot to explain if you are a Wubba Bobs, and it's a great start for Deviants at that, soaking up a lot of time off of P1. They've allowed a Wubba Bobs to actually come around the backside of admin. They're giving up a lot of parking lot control ahead of this rotation for 2.
Kills coming through there. Nicely done from Linz to pick up the double. Cobra, it's got to be really frustrating when you try to slap a trophy system down and another trophy stops that from happening. So annoying. It's okay, though. Cobra will make up for it with a kill. Around the back line come Deviants, and here much of that aggression is being answered at this point in time. It's going to be pinch play coming out. Individual pinch play, we will say that much. Not much in terms of power on both sides, but maybe they don't need to. Maybe they can just do it via raw aggression. Lucky picks up one, not going to get any more than that. Journey will do the same on the other side, but Deviants, they are coming from that backside area. Gizmo now just going to be snaking his head off around the plants, and you know what? It's fine. If it works, it works. Cobra will try to get back on towards the point, but he will be denied. Deviants, they break on through for the back 25.
That's a big 25 to lose if you are a Wubba Bobs. Still early days in this map number 4, and they're trying to set themselves up for that P3 rotation. Prezzy's going to be able to lock things down over inside the parking lot. That should more or less guarantee the rotation over towards New is here for the Wubba Bobs. But look at the spawns for Deviants. They are completely just swarming the middle of the map, trying to get themselves inside of servers quickly.
Big rotation coming out now. Wubba Bobs got 2 players on side. Abuser position. I don't know if Vortex is going to check it. He does, but it doesn't matter. Abuser wins the 1 anyway. Now we'll go to help out his team on the point. Big trophy system to get down. If not, there would have been utility coming in the direction of Cobra. Okay. Players now looking to make their way through orange side. Cobra needs to keep his life up top and will not be able to. Now Brezzy has a couple of players that will line up very easily for him. He'll take that all day long. And now next up on the docket would be Lucky to take down. It's actually Gizmo to pick up that final kill. And Lucky comes out with number 3. So back and forth with this game early doors. Deviants now looking for control over P3. But looking for a Wubba Bobs. They're already looking at P4.
They need to. That is just junk time. You don't want to try to recontest if you are Wubba Bobs. You got the majority of P3. Now you need to rotate inside P4 where you have those closer spawns. But Deviants are very proactive. They are making sure that they swarm inside these hallways. Wubba Bobs are looking to read them here.
And goes 1. Not going to count out Linz in that corner. I don't think he expected him at all. Good start here for Wubba Bobs, and it will be a little bit of time before Deviants are able to touch. Got to make sure this is a simultaneous hit from all sides from Deviants if they want to break a team like a Wubba Bobs. First kills are looking pretty good. It is a staggered push, if anything, and yeah, Cobra, I think, was just a little bit thrown off by the timing there. Linz is able to reduce 2, but you need to get more if you want to stop Deviants from breaking through. Big break coming through now from Deviants, but Wubba Bobs getting those close spawns inside administration building. That's not a great team nade. Are the trades good from Deviants? Yes, they are. Journey going to get 2 in the side door to make sure that time goes Deviants' way.
Yep, and that's a big 20 seconds there for Deviants. Again, it keeps the Wubbabubs at 69, and with that being said, it's going to force the same thing that we saw at the end of the servers going in towards admin, the same thing here from 4 to 5. You're forced to rotate if you are Wubbabubs. Get your fast nevs out. We're getting inside the kitchen. They got to cook up a stronghold here.
Have to have it. Have to have this time for Wubbabubs. This game will start to slip away from you. Embassies tend to do that. Cobra up top, trying to provide some coverage, maybe catch a couple of players off guard. Instead, he is the one with his pants down. Goes Vortex as well for the second kill. Abusers firing shots in. Able to produce one, not the second, though. It's Gizmo now soaking up the time. Vortex going to have to be sent away as he was involved in his own duel inside Laundry. And now back into the action is they. A lot of kills to be had here. Gizmo momentarily exits the hard point to try and cover up there to double up alongside Vortex, but as those players go down, actually via way of a team kill from Vortex, Deviants, they lose control.
Yeah, I would say that, like, it wasn't utterly necessary for Wubbabubs to get all the time here at P5, but you have to keep it close because, again, this is a map mode combination that could spiral out of control very quickly. So nice recontest coming through from Wubbabubs. Couple team, 14 kills is not going to help out Deviants to try to recontest this. Vortex is the last one, though. It's just down to junk time. 3 seconds is what Steve's going to get for himself. Abuser might be looking for this last little kill here. We'll be able to find it. But going in towards the second set, just about even, 113 to 104, as we set ourselves up for a second set of rotations.
Kills being made by Wubbabubs here. It's very rare, we will say that much, for teams to take a lot of control, a lot of time away from P1. Generally speaking, I think a lot of it is just kind of positioning yourselves for that rotation towards P2, a hill where it is much easier to take a chunk of time away. The Wubbabubs are able to even the game at the very least. Big gunfight now going down to try and get control of Paper. Gizmo putting enough shots in now and goes for the challenge against Linz, but Cobra has the Schnapperoonie. Gonna take Gizmo out of position and picks up a second as well. Journey now weak with the gunfight against Prezi. The Semtex goes long for the kill, but you are not stopping Cobra on this spree. 5 in a row for him, but Deviants, they're happy with the positioning. They've got control of administration for the rotation, and Vortex now getting involved right into it, but is not ready for Linz.
Yeah, again, all of those kills like you were talking about, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to get yourself a majority of time off of P1, but you know that at the tail end, when it comes down to 20 seconds, the Wubbabubs are aware that Deviants are still spawning in over by tennis courts on the backside of admin, so they can soak up 20 seconds on P1 and flood over towards Xbox in the parking lot side. It's Journey to step up first. He's got to be able to find the entry. There's nobody to pinch us on the opposite side, so Journey needs to stay alive, and that's a tough gunfight to take versus Abuser. Trade still to speak of. Lucky trying to get this last kill to battle for some time here at P2. Still a lot of time to fight for.
So back and forth right now. Wubbabubs vying for control. Gizmo not going to allow it. Journey for the third, and that should secure the back 30 seconds here for Deviants. And it is really one of those weird choices, right? As a Wubbabub spawn over towards tennis courts, it's like, do we actually want to send anybody for this time? It's a huge chunk of time to give away. But also, Deviants themselves are already pretty well entrenched in towards the rotation. Lucky and Vortex immediately banging at the door here. But it should be a Wubbabubs here to touch first. 145 to 138 as we go towards this rotation. Players now starting to aggress through this top side. Lucky for the first one. Trophy system down. Players sitting towards the right. It's going to be Prezi. Abuser also coming for the sport journey up the ladder. Will not find the kills. But Prezi's job is not done. Needs support from Cobra, and he needs it fast. Oh. Gizmo able to find both of those kills. And Deviants storm in within 10 seconds.
What a nice little tech there coming through from Gizmo. He was up top on the bridge. Jumps over towards the AC. And now he's just letting them have it on top servers, baby. Force free now for Joey. It's going to be the cruise missile that gets called in from Cobra to unearth Gizmo from the hardpoint, but his teammate at Journey has arrived. Still battling for this 30 seconds, though. It's a very tight affair here on Embassy Hardpoint.
Oh, so back and forth with this game. And you know what? I think if you're Wubbabubs, given the fact that you touched first here, still a big fight going down the last 20 seconds, by the way. If you're Wubbabubs, you're frustrated that you didn't get that time, right? I mean, that was a real chance for you to start to put a dent in this game. You were the first one to touch, and you gave up the back 30 seconds to do it. Big dynamics going on between these two teams at this point. Deviants will find themselves at the back of that kill, about 20 to 30 points in the lead over Wubbabubs. Once again, it is the French to touch first here on New, and Prezi finds his way through for yet another double. 24 and 18. Prezi starting to feel himself here on the administration hill. Wubbabubs looking to hold. Deviants now starting to hit not just through the middle, but also around the side door. Journey goes a little bit early, and Prezi, well, he's like, Journey, mate, I don't know why you even bothered.
And you need this coming through from a couple players for Wubbabubs, because because let's not forget that Cobra had to invest that cruise missile to at least try to keep P3 contested for what little time that they were able to find for themselves. Still down to 30 seconds to fight for over by P4. The spawns have now flipped. With Lucky holding in towards the back line, he'll step onto the hard point and start accruing more time.
Big 23 to fight over. Resi and Linz coming through with the double here. Wobbers want to be careful about how much they put in towards this one. That is a full wipe coming through. And for Deviants, I don't know if you really care. I mean, it's a 15-point advantage that you give away to Wobbers at the moment as you go towards the rotation. You know you can get a full 60 off this rotation if you hold it correctly. Now for Wobbers, it needs to be fast, it needs to be furious. Linz coming through the middle of the map. He's already picked up 2. And what a transition this would be. Journey, the last one left alive. How has that happened?
The Wobbers are starting to fly. We're getting outslayed heavily at the beginning of this map. They have turned things around. It's Brezzy that's leading the charge, 27-20, 23-15 now for Cobra. That quick break inside P5 is going to put a Wobbers over 200 points.
How has that happened? That's what you got to be saying in the comms right now. If you're Deviants, you got to find your way back in pretty quickly. Abuser pre-firing through the double doors. Support of Cobra inside as well. Journey close by. He's able to pick up 1. Abuser, though, exits the kill momentarily. Now needs to get back in for 2. He will not find the second. Brezzy is the one to get it done. But a Wobbers at the moment, now is the time to go off to try and save this series. They are absolutely doing so. Abuser on 4 in a row. This is such a big moment to really start to put a lead in the game.
Can't close it out here. It's going to go towards a final set of hard points, and Lucky knows it off screen. He's also here along with Journey, trying to pinch inside of the hill, but no access. It is all denied. Abuser finds kill number 6 in a row. Another cruise missile in the back pocket for a Wubber, as they are 12 seconds away from forcing a map 5.
12 seconds away. These last few hills seem to have completely flown by in a flash. Abuser on 6 in a row, coming in towards this hard point. Brezzy touching for the time. Deviants, they're looking for support in gunfights. You don't really have much of a choice, though. You have to go right about now. Journey realizes it. The urgency is on. Lucky will double up, and Deviants are in. But a Wubber now just 3 seconds shy of victory. This needs to be perfect hard point from here on out.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, you can only allow 2 seconds before the rotation needs to be called for. In a Wubber, it's like a pick-and-choose battle. You can break this hard point, or you could just win it off the rotation over towards Nuke. But you gotta be careful, because Deviants, if they soak up all this time, they find the contest over towards P2. They can also put it away here and close it out in 4. You already have Gizmo. You can see on screen trying to lock down the parking lot side. Gets shut down. A flank is also starting to ensue for Wobbers here at Old.
Yeah, and already players isolated. And Wobbers might well be able to finish it here on P1, 2, 1. Lucky flies out, and Linz will put him down. Why not a game 5 here in this one? Such a close game all throughout the entirety of that hard point, mate. But just those last few from Wobbers just put the distance between the 2 teams. We're going to game 5.
I honestly really had Deviants maybe potentially upsetting. It would have been an upset at that to be able to take this embassy hardpoint away from the Wubber, who have been very, very good at respawns all year long. But I mean, you just have Brezzy leading the charge at 31 and 23. You also had a great help there from Cobra as well. And Abuser always delivering the goods. We know what he can do, a statistical leader as far as European challengers is concerned. That'll rage on to a map number 5. Team Notorious here on Zarquil Hydroelectric looking to do the same thing versus Aphelion.
You know what, mate? I rarely pull for teams. Of course, we would never be biased casters here on the desk, but I would love to see a game 5 in both of these series. It would be an incredible way to kind of gauge where we're at with the top 4, because that's ultimately one of the big talking points here is, you know, with Team Notorious not coming out on top in Season 3, losing to Unnamed in that grand final, there's always that question of, like, are they on top of European challengers anymore, despite the fact that they are currently the reigning champions on LAN? It's just a lot of questions here with European challenges as who is out on top after all the roster changes that we've seen. But regardless, at this point in the game, it is Aphelion on top for now, looking for the vast majority control of the back of P4. And if there is ever a kill where spawns are pretty much dead set for the entirety of the kill, it would be this one. But Metals, he doesn't care about how Fate is supposed to go.
Got Eric Boom to actually spawn in with him. I don't think that Furious is going to be ready for that. Maple also spawns across the map. Weeman was trying to at least play for the future going in towards P5. This is actually a pretty decent chunk of time that Team Notorious are going to soak up at the end. Denz is trying to create more space, especially through this ruin side. Going to catch a couple players off guard. There's the first, there's the second. Eric Maple had no idea Denza was on the flank.
Big coverage coming through from Denza. This is where Denza is at his most deadly, is when he is just running around the map, right, creating space for his team. You love to see. Man, he knows Denza's antics from those war days. He knows exactly what's up, but it's not going to catch him off guard. Denza will win that gunfight. Disgusting kill for him to take. Now backside coverage. Eric Boom, well, I mean, look, he didn't have an aid on hand, so might as well just take Metals out, his teammate out with the Fastnef instead. That's not going to help Team Notorious. Now going to have to make up where he kills around the front, and the Wee Man is very much ready to produce. He will pick up the double. Metals and Maple will complete the quartet as Notorious are in for the back 25.
I mean, Maple finding that kill on a Harry was everything because it allows Wee Man to stay alive. And Team Notorious, again, fighting for those spawns in towards the back. It's going to be a dead even game going in towards the second set. Even Denza effectively spawning in. Back God Rock over by P5. He's not going to try to hit for the old time. He wants to make sure that he can assist his team to maintain presence in the middle of the map. Actually, no, he doubles back. He can actually fight for the junk time there. So 118 to 112. Going back towards P1. Felling Esports are going to set themselves up here inside of the market.
Team Notorious not that far behind. Aphelion Esports in the moment, currently in control of P1. Got to be wary though because Denza's on one of his nasty flanks. Here he goes, Denza. As the first. Does he know where the second is though? No, did not anticipate Eric Boom on that heady. Trades galore. Ultimately though, Denza not being able to produce any more than one means that Team Notorious will be back through. But again, with 30 seconds left here for Team Notorious, getting this time is not ideal. You need to make sure you push through towards the next. And with those couple of kills coming through here, the door might well be open. From Maple over towards mid-ruins, he has so much to do. Denza just trying to keep these guys at bay over towards P1. And while both of those gunfights, as Denza will double up, it's a full wipe coming through from Aphelion. They do enough to keep Notorious away.
And Maple gets snuffed out, trying to push all the way through Broken and Ruins as well. I mean, nobody from Team Notorious minus Wee Man is showing up as far as the slaying is concerned. It's been all Aphelion so far. Wee Man, though, leading the charge in the lobby at 17-9. You really do feel like that's part of the main reason why this game is so close. Lucifer, aka Harry, is top dome, cutting down these players, trying to go through the old hard point. But the majority of this break attempt for Team Notorious is all going to be through the double arch in the mid-map.
Aphelion Esports, just about in the lead. Harry starting to put together a spree here. Metals attempting a flank, and that's going to be basically the entire status quo for this hill. Right, Team Notorious just trying to send player after player in on the flank. Harry is cutting every single one down. Finally will go down short of that cruise missile. Wee Man, what is going on? Wee Man at 19 and 12 is having a game. And now it's Aphelion Esports right back in as Denza will find his umpteenth double here in the game. Looking for the back 15. And of all the times for the spawns to flip, I'm not sure this is the point where Team Notorious wanted it to happen.
No, they really don't. But I mean, it's all thanks to Aphelion that pushed all the way through. Whether spawns flip naturally or not, Mythics is all the way to the backside of P5. And Eric Boom more than aware. He's not alone over here. He's going to try to find a couple more kills, but Furious still spawns in behind Eric. He's not going to expect this. No way. Never would you ever expect all of that to come through. Not anchoring out the spawns of Aphelion Esports build their lead even more.
Harry, man. It's Harry, man! Oh, God. Whenever Harry changes his game attack to Lucifer, he just hits Diffy, man. Will be denied that 6 spree once again. Eric Boom starting to double up now again. Eric, one of those players that can be hyper-explosive, will come through and live up to his name for the double, but trades galore at the moment. That's not favorable to Team Notorious whatsoever. Aphelion looking to soak up more time off this back 25 seconds. Eric Boom will give this one more look. That spawn in for Metals is less than ideal, but they will get the scrap. And now as we move over towards New, I saw it off screen. It's Denza who is looking for this time, looking for a flip of the spawns, and he's just found it.
Yeah, he's got his flippy floppies on, man. He's all the way over by the beach down low, southeast of the map. Eric's trying to pick things up, gets caught mid-tack sprint. Denza on yet another 2, 23 and 15 for sleep. Lucifer's up to 21 and 15, aka Harry, and Team Notorious simply have no answer besides Wee Man at 20 and 16. Aphelion Esports can do no wrong. Looking to close it out here.
Now Wee Man for the double. We'll give them a chance and in, if anything. But again, I already said it earlier on, mate. These back spawns are entrenched once you get hold of them. Aphelion know that as well. So the garrison will just continue to arrive time after time after time. Congestion coming through from Maple. That is not good enough. Now just Metals, the last one really to do anything in this scenario. He will be cut down by Harry. Denza finishing things by the looks of things on 4 in a row. Wee Man trying to find his way through. Mythics with the fact denial. And Aphelion Esports, they take this grudge match in a 3-1 fashion.
I mean, that is just absurd. Team Notorious won the map 250 to 220, but then the rest of the series was all Aphelion, man. And I talked about it. I mean, to have the hotel, not only a search and destroy in the control, might have been a little bit of a fumble for Team Notorious, if you ask me, as Aphelion, again, Visions talked about it yesterday. I'll reprise it here. The core of this team have been so good on hotel everything all year long when they've been playing together. So you got to be very careful if you are Team Notorious when it comes down to their veto process, clearly to allow those 2 map modes to come through. Clearly, they have some practice on it, that they were feeling that they were going to be able to take down Aphelion, but that's a tough loss when you're looking at it from Team Notorious' perspective. It would have been a tough matchup regardless. We knew that it was going to be a true battle for Team Notorious. Again, your Texas Open champions now find themselves with 2 losses in the group stage. That's not going to be healthy for seeding.
Yeah, for sure. I will say this much, right? And this is not, I don't want to be preemptive about Team Notorious, but like online, I guess like they have really rarely found success online. We'll say that much. Just in terms of the elites, right? Going all the way back to season 1, it was like a top 8 finish, top 6 in season 2, and then even in season 3, coming off the back of the Texas Open Championship, they still could not secure an elite victory. So like, I don't know, Notorious online versus LAN can sometimes feel a little bit weird. Still though, for them to come out here and lose this series to Aphelion Esports, a new look Aphelion Esports, will say that much, that some would argue it's just like, well, I mean, Mythics and Furious, are those players as good as Abuser and Vortex? I feel like they are at certain points, certainly, right? But I mean, make no mistake, a lot of that is down to Denza and Harry, man. Just Denza doing Denza things. It almost feels like we're getting to kind of the end of season Vanguard again, and that kind of Denza is what we're seeing here. And then for Harry as well. I mean, I don't think Harry has ever stopped doing this, to be frank. Here is a look at the map set then at the end of the series. A 3-1 victory for Aphelion Esports. A big victory here in the group versus Notorious.
It really is, especially for Aphelion. I mean, that's going to go ahead and just settle it, you would assume, especially for Aphelion, that they are the #1 team, especially out of Group A. The only other team that might be able to combat in that would be Clutch Rain, a matchup that has still yet to unfold. So we'll be looking towards that one. Could very much so be the decision-making. But, I mean, if Aphelion come out and absolutely wipe the floor with Clutch Rain, I think that Aphelion honestly might just be the real deal. I mean, Mythics has been looking great all year long. Nice to see him be moved from the unnamed roster that won Season 3 of the Elite along with Furious to play along with Harry and Denza, because this team has just been performing to all of the standards that are required when it comes down to Modern Warfare 2. 3-1 goes the series count, and Aphelion will now bring themselves up to a 4-0 win-loss record as far as series are concerned. Looking pretty darn good.
Pretty darn good indeed. Again, we had questions coming into this season, and we still do. We will say that much about kind of who would come out on top. Again, given the fact that Notorious did not win Season 3, you had to kind of ask the question, and we haven't had a LAN since Texas. That was like 2 months ago, right, mate? It's kind of like we didn't really know where we were situated amongst all of the roster changes. We still don't, but Aphelion coming out with that victory, I think, was a real good look for them, I think, moving forward in towards a, now, I believe, I'm going to say it, mate, don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'm going to say it anyway, a guaranteed playoff spot. I don't think there's any way they don't make it into playoffs now. So looking pretty good at 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, Aphelion, again, both Aphelion and Clutch Rain, you would feel for Group A. What is my hair doing? You feel like that Aphelion and Clutch Rain are probably going to be the 2 guaranteed teams, especially from Group A, the way that they've been looking all stage long. I mean, with Clutch Rain, just, I mean, we could still technically call it an upset because we were not expecting that Clutch Rain roster to come through and beat Team Notorious, even in a map number 5. Clutch Rain also just beat Noctem Black, so they are also 4-0 as far as groups are concerned. So really, it's going to be a battle for seeding once we get Clutch Rain versus Aphelion as far as the final match of groups is concerned. But, I mean, Team Notorious got some splaining to do. You can't win the Texas Open and not perform well, especially from the groups. They fell short versus Unnamed in Season 3 of the Elite. And man, oh man, it might be playoff bound, but it is not looking like a good one.
No, like, this is the thing. As I said, like, the top of Europe has always been very mixy. I don't think there has ever been a point where one team has established themselves as the #1 team. Even back when Wubber Bobs did what they did during Season 2 playoffs, they were still not established as like, this is the team and then everybody else below them. That just wasn't the case, because elsewhere across Challengers Cups and across LAN, we hadn't seen that same Wubber Bobs, right? It's just like, I don't know. I don't think there's ever been a point where we have had one team cemented as the #1 team in European Challenges. I just don't think that has been the case, and I don't think that will continue to be the case as we move forward in towards Toronto and then, of course, Challengers Finals. But who knows, man? Who knows what we'll get? Regardless, Wubber Bob's now taking on Deviants. It's time for a Game 5. We do love to see him, and also we love to see Lucky with the stop.
Always. The Lucky versus Cobra showdown. Both players got boomsticks in hand. All 8 players still very much so alive, and the Deviants are actually going to make a Wubber Bobs feel rather trapped inside of this A-bomb site.
Vortex going to draw first blood here in this round. Cobra looking for the up-close and personal sniper rifle. That's Call of Duty timing. Very unfortunate as Journey gets aggressive. Now for Linz and Brezzy here, isolated around this A site. You don't have any control, to be honest, whatsoever. You really do have to work for it yourselves. And indeed they will. Linz, don't challenge that. Do not challenge that. That is silly.
He has to. He's got a child across. He needs a couple bullets. Dead Silence being popped as well. I mean, Vortex is going to see both these two players cross, so they know what's coming to be. Linz can't plant this bomb. He's got to wait for the coverage through the cuts.
He's going to be able to at the very least. I don't think Vortex is going to be able to stop the plant. It's about the post. Doesn't get the kill.
Oh, no.
Linz gets away. And now this situation is very much advantage to Linz and Brezzy here. They've got the power, the element of surprise. I think especially for Brezzy, they don't know where he is. Now they do. Gizmo most certainly does. Vortex goes down. And that is a 2 versus 4 to open up this movie.
Oh, no. Deviants, you can't let that happen. 2v4 regardless. But, I mean, Vortex was watching the cross. He saw both players come through. The ankle biting there on a Linz, was still able to get the bomb planted. But the way that he was able to escape with his life, Vortex might be a little frustrated with that one. It's just round 1, though. But Brezzy found 3. That could be something to build off of if you are Wubbabubs. Let's see what the adaptations look like. Lucky with the sniper. Nobody was surprised. Probably going to hop up here on the taco truck, look for that very pixel-perfect pick. Nobody's going to give it to him.
All right, Abuser. Out of bounds for a moment here. To get up towards that top window. Works, because it catches Vortex off guard. He does not get away. I really thought for a second there Abuser was about to belly flop out that window. Nope. Does not escape. And this is okay for Deviants. You've traded off, and you do have bomb site control.
And it's all information, right? Especially with that gunshots that are coming through. Abuser saw 3 players inside of the elephant room. So now, if you are Wubbabubs, the shoe's on the other foot, you can make them feel rather trapped on this B-bomb.
Yeah, Wubbabubs are actually sending players towards the middle of the map here just to try and reposition. Deviants still not convinced just yet. And there you go. Finally, now's the time to get the bomb down. Wasted enough time around the clock. Players from all sides from Wubbabubs. That first challenge from Cobra will be met with Lucky Sniper Rifle. There you go. See you later, Cobra, in the next round, bud. Linz and Brezzy now up for another 2 versus X scenario, and this time Linz is not being offered up anything for free. Brezzy has to work for it and down to 13 HP. He's got to waste some time off the clock to hit the regen. I don't think he has the luxury of doing that, to be honest. Back up towards 100 he goes. Shots in towards Gizmo. Not a single one will connect. And this time, Linz and Brezzy, you're not getting a clutch.
Yeah, not getting the 2v4. Not this time around. I guess it would have been a 2v3. But regardless, great look for Deviants. Again, I mean, Abuser makes the heads-up play, obviously. When Wubbabubs are playing this map, we got to see this slightly, especially on stream versus eFuse. He is more than likely going to be that guardian of the B-bomb side. Abuser electing to go up top. Gets the information for 3 players, inevitably gets traded. And Wubbabubs don't have anybody in position to try to deny that B-bomb from going down. They just have to play for exits, and the retake just does not work out in their favor.
Oh, back to standard affairs here after the first couple of rounds went down to a B hit. Back towards A. Business as usual. Journey and Gizmo opening things up for the first couple of bloods. Reaction has to be fast from Linz. I don't think it can be because of the fact that Dead Silence is about a mile away from being earned. It's not a time measurement. We can make it 1. Finds 1. Trade is good. Now Cobra for the 1v3.
Oh! No!
Oh!
I thought for a second we were about to be on a little montage. I thought we were going to be on a Twitter clip there for a second. He was so close to getting this snap on a journey. I mean, it would have been a crazy 1v3 regardless for Cobra, but simply not meant to be. Deviants going back to what won them 6 rounds in a row in the map number 2 on Fortress S&D. That is just to keep the pace up. With 3 rounds of play, Journey has 6 kills already.
This is such a close search and destroy from the rip. Barreling towards the site, they go. And the age out's won by Wubbabubs in this particular instance. Yeah, I mean, Brezzy's so confident, he's even taken out Linz. Vortex for 1v4. Not gonna happen.
Oh, Mercado Las Almas search and destroy. A round that could be settled within the first 10 seconds by way of nades. And Wubbabubs, I mean, when they go for that 3-1 split, when they get these 3 players that are over by the cantina, Linz is always that player that is just laying down on top of that awning, that canopy, if you will, just waiting for players top cantina. It's Cobra Semtex that really starts off everything, right? Because your trophy system defensively is going to be so far back in the alley, it's not going to catch that Semtex on the side of cantina. So really heads up play and good usage of utility there for Wubbabubs to stop Deviants from putting more rounds on the board.
A little bit of space being provided early on in this round for a Wubber Bob, so wasn't anybody to contend with just yet over towards the site. And yeah, that late wrap around, I think, kind of catches Lucky off guard. Wasn't quite ready for the hit, wasn't in a position to pre-aim, had to get involved himself. And now it gets worse as well as Journey, no dead silence to speak of, was just kind of crawling his way in towards site, and Brezzy will cut him down. Gizmo and Vortex here, not really in a position to do anything.
No, and they're going to have to do this all isolated for themselves. Low 1v odds on 2 different accords, right? Vortex is pushing through Forklift. You got Gizmo through the cuts, waiting for the timing and confirmation for Vortex to come around the back. He's not even going to get that chance. I think Gizmo's going to get much of a good look at this as well. 1v4, Joey's done some pretty immaculate things in his career, but that one is not on the board at all. A Wubba Bobs answer back with 2 rounds of their own, with a 1-round lead at that.
Big round coming up from Wubber Bob set. This is a weird search and destroy. We've seen 5 rounds thus far. I think we've seen more B hits than we've seen A hits. Did we just, like, jump universes or something? Did we just change timelines all of a sudden where B hits are the norm? That one works out because the Wubber Bobs have a lot more space to work with.
You just don't want to play against all, like, the nade spam, right? It's the gamble of whether or not you have a trophy system or not, even offensively or defense alike. That's why you're probably seeing a lot more B hits to come all the way through. Plus, teams are starting to really understand how to do it. Old 8 hustle back on the board here for Deviants.
Journey getting his first shots in. Yep, definitely going to follow that one up. Why didn't you give us a nice little double? Journey's like, you know what, mate? I heard you. I'll go for 2.
Journey.
I'll even go for 3. Surely not the ace. It will be denied. Cobra, though. Stuffed, fried, whatever you want. It's a live snake being roasted.
What the Juanito are we seeing today out of this guy? Again, I mean, he wasn't bad with the AR. I am just so happy to see that Journey is back on the SMG, because that guy just does not back down. He runs at you. 9-4 through 6 rounds of search and destroy. What the heck? It's a great answer, though. I mean, they deny any sort of Cantina presence from Wubba Bobs there on their defense. Wubba Bobs going back towards that B hit. I mean, it's been working out.
Indeed. Wubba Bobs. Immediate trade now. And again, this is the same kind of situation we've seen in the before where we go towards B and there has been space created. It's about how quickly Journey actually approaches towards this site. Not quick enough, it would seem. The bomb is going to go down.
Now, how do you try to retake this? I mean, you almost feel like that Vortex, I mean, he needs to be a part of this play. And both Journey and Gizmo, they don't even wait. Abuse is already set up. He picks up a sniper rifle. Or did he just spawn in with one? It had to have been Lucky's there on the ground over by 10. And goodness me, oh my. Let's start sending more than one player defensively over towards B if we're Deviants, because that's now, what, 3 B executes that come through for Wubba Bubs, and they all work out. Lucky goes 1 for 1 through the initial. He gets the headshot with the sniper rifle, but then immediately gets traded. And by that time that the trade comes through, all of Wubba Bubs are already inside of the elephant room. They already have full control of the B bomb site. You had one player late looking over through the middle of the map, just cutting down players, getting information as soon as Deviants were trying to recontest that B bomb site in a hole. Deviants need to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for the other shooter drop. That's the problem right now. If they send 2 players towards B on the defense, things just will not go well. This is a very fast round. Deviants are going to put themselves in towards the middle of the map. And, I mean, Vortex has done that. He now needs to stay in the middle of the map. And, yeah, I think Cobra at 6 and 5, where he was, probably feeling himself a little bit too much there for that gunfight versus Vortex.
That silence being popped, and that's not a fun gunfight, whether you have a tack in hand or not versus a player in top window. Vortex needs to continue to fly. Dead silence has just run out, and you feel like the ability to clutch this round has also just run out. Still needs to try to collect this bomb. Does have some time to get to work, but, I mean, the last known position was Vortex. He was all the way back Banana. And the way that Abuser and Brezzy are playing around Cantina, they're aware of it.
Yeah, I think they're just playing around the bomb. I think it's more the point. There's no point challenge Vortex. I know that Wubba Bobs are quite egregious sometimes.
That was sick.
Oh, my God. These guys want to take up synchronized swimming.
Dude.
Crazy.
I mean, you'll see it from Brezzy's POV. He got the information, whether it was from a teammate watching the POV or Brezzy just saw it all together. But that double challenge on 2 different sides of Cantina, that's just something that you can't make up. That is just tons of teamwork being exemplified over the years, and the Wubba Bobs are just showcasing all of that plus some more. 2-round lead up on series point versus Deviants.
Man. They do just challenge, don't they?
I love
It's
it.
just that aggression that we were missing over in control. Lucky going to challenge early on this one. And once again, you said we need to see more than one player coming out of the rip up towards B. They are here. I don't know if Gizmo...
Ah!
No! That is the worst nade I have ever seen.
No!
And it gets worse!
No. What is
Johnny's
this
like,
round?
I'll show you how to nade. You want to know? Here you go, bud. Cobra he finds a snipe. Oh, get it on the replay. Oh, get it on the replay. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
I think it was Brezzy that he was down low. He closes the door because you saw that like the side tin door, it was still open from the escape of Lucky after he saw players rushing towards him over by the big door. He wanted to throw a nade inside of dark. It was cooked up. And by the time that it was cooked up to almost a medium well, he tried throwing it out through the big door, saw Cobra, overshot his right stick, and bounces off the wall. Thank you, Kate. Let's see it. Yeah. Oh, no. It was Lindsay.
No.
Closes the door. Oh, man.
Oh, dear. All right. Fast recovery necessary now for a Wubber Bubs, and it is there. Journey 1v3 to try and save this series to the game. Got a stellar search and destroy thus far at 12-7. Yeah, Dead Silence ready to go. He might as well utilize it. And he's about to go face to face with Linz down the wall on the other side of the window. And he's dead to rights. Wubber Bubs do close things out in a rather comical conclusion. Oh, dearie me. What a weird search and destroy. I'm still
I'm
recovered,
sorry.
mate.
I'm still just not over it, man. Like, that is just... And you know what's even funnier too is I just got done talking about like the closing of that round of like Brezzy and Abusa like working tandem off of one another for the double chow top cantina. I'm just sitting there just gassing up all the teamwork, and Lynch is just like, hold my apple juice real quick, proper. I'll show you what teamwork looks like, and
it's
even funnier because they won. Like that's what makes it even better about it too, because they were going on like a massive round spree after round, and it's just like I can't believe that round ended the way that it did. I mean, the only way that Deviants were able to stop that BX for coming through from Wubber Bubs is by way of a force-owned nade kill. That is just weird beyond belief. Not to mention how Journey goes 12-8 for the L. That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, it was a weird one, I think. You know, I think you talked about it early on in the search and destroy, right, where kind of Wubber Bobs were going right, and it was very often those B executes early on where Deviants just didn't really have a response. Of course, it will help. I think right off the rip where we saw that 2v4 coming through the rotation over towards B in that very first round of the search and destroy. But the Wubber Bobs do come out on top. Again, the usual suspects coming out to play. Brezzy at 9-6, Abuser at 8-5. Those guys, I could talk about them all day long, mate. I'm not going to do it because we don't have the time, but I could do it.
I'm still not recovered. Gotta somehow find a way, man. I was ready to write it. I thought it was written in the stars that if this gets to a map number 5, Deviants were going to be able to close it out. But there's two different things that we got to talk about. One, the overall turnover for Wubber Bubs. Be able to win that map number 5, Mercado Search and Destroy, is simply not relenting as far as pressure is concerned. The way that they came back in that Embassy Hardpoint as well, 100-point club on the Mercado map number 1, they get absolutely blown out of the water, or the snow as it may be, on that Expo Control, and the Fortress Search and Destroy. But then the other thing that needs to be talked about is that Wubber Bubs, yeah, that is their third map loss, but I think we also got to give some flowers to eFuse the way that they handed Wubber Bubs that loss on Mercado Search and Destroy. It needs to be said, though, this is a Wubber Bubs, man. They're back in full force. That is your number 1 team in the group.
Yeah, I still think there is a certain element of finding your feet again if you're a Wubber Bubs at this point in time, right? Because you spent an entire Challengers Elite season away from one another. Are you going to come back stronger? That's going to be the question. Right now, they look pretty good. Big victory versus Deviants there in game number 5 will mean that they finish week number 1 at 4-0, only losing 3 maps. As you said, mate, one of them to eFuse, 2 of them to Deviants, as we just saw. Deviants, of course, after that victory, are 3-1 to close out the week. Noctum also joining that, or Noctum White specifically also joining them in that endeavor at 3-1. But facing elimination here at this stage, Team Stray, Signs, and eFuse 1-3 for the former of those two, or 2 of those 3, excuse me, and eFuse at 0-4. Weird situation going in all those final matches. I think eFuse, therefore, depending on like who they face in their final matches, have they played Team Strays and Signs already?
So they just lost to Team Strays in a map number 4. Their last matchup is versus Deviants. EFUs are eliminated from playoff contention.
Yeah.
There's no avenue for them to find themselves back in because the only head-to-head that they could possibly have is Deviants, and their series record wouldn't even put them above anybody else due to other head-to-heads. So it's nice to see EFUs back in full force for another Challengers Elite, but commiserations, they're going to have to walk away with what little pro points they're able to get and have their heads looking towards Toronto.
Don't need permutations to work that one out, do we? Valiant Esports and Clutch Rain finished week number 1, 4-0, and that means by process of elimination, that will be a seeding match in the final match of Group A for them. Both of them, therefore, have guaranteed a spot in playoffs. It's going to be wonderful to see Clutch Rain. I think especially at 4-0, a real treat for us here to always see kind of a team come out of nowhere like Clutch Rain have done this season thus far. Team Notorious, on the other hand, 2-2 off the back of their losses to Valiant Esports and Clutch Rain. Possibly the biggest shock so far.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, we knew that Team Notorious were going to have their work cut out for them versus Valiant. But again, I don't want to sound like a broken record for all of us as commentators here at Challengers Elite. But nobody had, and I repeat, legitimately nobody had Team Notorious losing that map number 5 to Clutch Rain, much less even going to a map number 5. So Clutch Rain and Valiant Esports, that's actually the last matchup for both of those two teams. So that's going to settle out as far as Group A is concerned for the number 1 seed. I think Team Notorious, I mean, just sitting there at 2-2 with their head-to-heads over Noct and Black and the Atlas Lions, that'll guarantee themselves to be inside of playoffs. The real consideration comes through from the Atlas Lions and VVV, which is actually, I believe, a matchup that is happening right now. As I quickly go check the sheet, it is in map 5. After a Mercado hardpoint ended 250 to 249 for VVV. They're currently working a reverse sweep.
You can't lose that. you cannot lose that if you're the Atlas Lions. They always seem to find a way back. There wouldn't be a way back if you lose that series,
right? Which
would be disappointing, I think, for that roster, who have been, I got to give them props. They've stuck together the entirety of the season since that very first kind of big change up with Poyadrome, obviously following Raleigh, and obviously all the elevators. God, that feels like an age ago now, mate, where all that stuff went down. That would be disappointing, I think, for the Atlas Lions, for sure. And it would be a real shake-up of how we kind of view some of these teams. Clutch Rain have already offered up something special with their antics, so the Atlas Lions versus BBB, interesting affair, for sure. But that means week number 2 of action, or week number 1 of action, excuse me, getting ahead of myself there, is finally over here in Europe. Mostly, for the most part at least, the top teams have been performing here, Andy, but any real kind of final thoughts before we close things out?
Make sure you go over to twitch.tv for Clutch, We Are Clutch GG to make sure that you look at the conclusion for that map number 5, because there is a lot riding on the line, as you were just talking about there, Brody, between the Atlas Lions and VVV. I already have it up on my my monitor here. I'm ready to see the conclusion of that, because again, the Atlas Lions losing to VVV, again, that would be an upset for a lot of different circumstances, but it would knock the Atlas Lions out of playoff contention the first time that we haven't seen them in playoffs for a Challengers Elite appearance. But can't count VVV out, man. They've been looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, a lot of Call of Duty action to come over the next few days, of course. European Challengers Elite might be done for week number 1, but we got CDL Major 5 qualifiers coming up this weekend. We got some wonderful casters apparently on that broadcast. And then, of course, coming up very, very soon in about 45 minutes or so, the final day of action here for North American Challengers. All you Doug fans out there, Boston Academy fighting pretty hard in their group, and things looking pretty good for the rest of the field too. It's going to be great action going on for North America. Stay tuned in about 45 minutes ago for all of that. Here in Europe, we are done and dusted for week 1.
Welcome back to Challengers Elite and now the North American region. Day 2 of group phase play. It's going to get interesting. It's going to get mixy. It's going to get dicey. These are all things that we know and things you probably also know. My whole shift with me, I've got Visions, who you're looking like you're about to go on a safari, brother. And
yeah,
let me tell you, there's not a lot of people I would go on a safari with, but you're you're on top of the list. Right.
I'm at the top. I like to hear that.
Top.
You know what I did? I went across the pond. I said hello to the Brody, and I raided his closet. And I said, you know what? This looks pretty good. I'm feeling like Brody today. Here we are. So it's going to be a good day, Alan.
It's going to be a great day. Yesterday was unbelievable for us. We were in the European region, but the North American region also did not disappoint. Lots of theatrics and drama to go. Of course, there's a lot on the line here, not just for Season 4, but for the entirety of this entire Modern Warfare 2 Challengers year. We're getting close to finals. We're getting close to figuring out which teams are going to qualify for champs. And the format has changed pretty dramatically from last year thanks to a lot of the feedback that the community provided based on, not really thinking that there was a fair dispersion of teams from the major regions. So this is how the qualification works for this year. Number 1 and number 2 at Toronto automatically qualify. Doesn't matter what region you're in. You can come from APAC, you can come from North America, you can come from EU, come from LATAM. Those are your 4 choices. Then of course right after that we'll go into the LCQ, where a certain number of teams based on their pro points will be allowed to participate. One team at the end of each of those regional LCQs will also qualify. The next 10 to make up our 16 total teams will come 4 out of North America, 4 out of Europe, and then another one from both APAC and Latin America based on the cumulative points that you have in your region. Crazy stuff. I'm here for it though.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, when you get to, this point in the year and matches just mean that much more, you can really see the passion come out. I mean, we're going to see that, of course, when we get to Toronto. That's where I think it's really going to be a good sight to see those top 2 players, or rather top 2 teams coming through to be able to get those placings. But from here on out, man, every single pro points matters to get the best possible seed going into that LCQ if you don't qualify otherwise.
Well, let's take a look at how this season is panning out. Again, those pro points, super crucial. It's Omit at the top of Group A clean day for them. I mean, it was polished and a little surprising, I would say, based on how stacked this group looks. Hive Street Mod Gaming, they had a chance to play up against their former teammate Snoopy yesterday, and they beat them in a Map 5 affair. Convoy Gaming, Rocker also finding themselves in the top 4 at the moment, but look how tight these map counts are. Boston losing 2 Map 5s, and then Treaty 1 Gaming not quite able to find themselves a win either, round out the bottom of the swoop.
Yeah, I think Boston is really going to want to get some of those games back from yesterday. There were definitely a couple of questionable plays. I think that played out there for them that were probably going to be some winnable rounds, and I think that had a pretty big effect on their mental. So have to really clean things up today. I mean, no excuses. Have to find wins if you're going to be any kind of a contender here for the top 4. But other than that, I mean, I think Rocker or ESG, they got a really important matchup today with some of their lineups. So we'll see exactly if they can maybe rise to the top with Diamondcon still being added into this roster.
On the other side, taking a look at Group B and the 6 teams that make up that pool, NRK Anarchy, they are up top to a really hot, solid start. We'll see them here in a moment. They will be playing up against the team that is right below them, tied with them when it comes down to this group. Decimate also at 2-0. M7, who was looking really good in Season 3, trying to get themselves going here, just 1-1. Same with Orbit. And then Outlast Gaming and Need.org at the bottom of the pool. They will actually play each other in our second slot today, and that will be a must-win matchup most likely for either of the 2 of them.
Yeah, this is a very competitive group here for as far as what you have with this top 4. But, anything could happen with Outlast Gaming and Need.org. If they can put together some big wins, try to get some maps on the board here. I mean, we've seen Orbit struggle over the last little bit, so there could be a chance to potentially sneak in. But again, need a really big day 2 here in week 1.
Indeed the case, of course. We want you guys getting active. We want to hear from you. Let me just put it this way. I'm just going to be honest. Not a lot of you guys have been getting out on Twitter and letting us know how you feel about challengers. It really hurts me a lot, okay? Get out there, get active, tweet at us. You can either tweet at WeAreClutchGG or use the hashtag ChallengersLeague to react live throughout the entirety of the day. Get out there. You guys are tweeting about it anyways. Just throw a simple hashtag on it. Slap it on there. So we can talk about it and we can make fun of the things that you guys are probably also making fun of, because that's usually where the tweets stem from organically. With that, though, of course, you see at the bottom of our screen, NRK Anarchy and Decimate. They are going to be squaring up here for our first over matchup, a battle of the unbeaten for now. And this is going to be interesting because I don't think we kind of saw this group being a heavyweight battle early between these 2 squads of all of the teams in this group.
Yeah, that's a really fair point. I think these are the two that have been, the biggest surprises. The fact that they even win some of the maps that they did yesterday in some pretty dominating fashion, right? I think you're looking at Decimate for some really clean S&D. I think that's been a trend, of the roster. Doesn't matter who's on it since the beginning of the year. But you can see on the other hand here, I mean, Anarchy, like they were playing some crisp respawns yesterday.
Yes.
So going to be some big tests up against Decimate for sure.
Well, let's get to know the teams here before we jump on into the first set of series and matches for the day. For NRK, I mean, they've got some coaches, brother. They've got a coach, they've got an analyst, and they've got a team manager, I think is what those three over there are listed as. But the rest of the roster, it's going to be Cruz, Dak. They've been playing together all year long, and it's been working out very nicely for them. Lunars joins into the mix, and with him, it's Gunzy who kind of makes up this new iteration of the team. The majority of the squad did try to qualify for Season 3. They did not make it through, but here this season, like you mentioned, they have looked really fierce in the respawns.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have just basically always been, within the top at some point in time throughout this year. I think, you talk about Cruz and some of his land performances alongside Dak. So they're looking to get back to the top, but I think Lunars might be that guy to potentially take them there. And we always know what to expect from Gunzy. I mean, he's been at the top now for, it feels like, years and years and just constantly gets disrespected, but always tends to show up.
Yeah, indeed the case. On the other side, for Decimate, of course, there's a lot of people out here that I think are recognizing the name based on the performance they put together at Boston. Of course, the team is no longer any of those remaining players. It's now Bink, Estriel, Flames, and Noisy that have been picked up. And I think the biggest thing about it is these four guys have, I think, ultimately been kind of underrated throughout the entirety, maybe of this full year. But boy, when they have a chance to show up, they really have. And I think the biggest name of the game for this squad has been tempo. They are really good at controlling pace on the map.
Yeah, this team's fast, right? I think you get Noisy and Estriel, like this duo combo of SMGs can be very lethal on the map, very difficult to slow down and shut down. And it's also good that I think Estriel and Flames are, back together. We talked about that duo being together for a very long time before actually competing in challengers. So you feel like there should be some natural chemistry here, but now it's just a matter of building it with the other members.
Yep, indeed the case. So getting to know the rosters is one part of it. Let's see how these two teams have squared up thus far into this matchup. Again, a pivotal one. Of course, both teams undefeated, but not just in their series. They have yet to drop a hard point each. Talk about, again, the respawn prowess that is in the fold. The interesting thing, though, about it, and you were talking about this before we went live, it's weird to see NRK not win a single search and destroy yet, considering this roster.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think you look at these guys just on paper, and I think you would just assume they would probably be a naturally good S&D team, but they haven't been able to put it together. And even some of their map losses, they were only picking up like an average of 2 rounds. So I would love to see them maybe throw some different maps into the pool potentially, just to kind of get some different reps in there, get a different feel out. But I mean, up against Decimate, like that's where they tend to thrive. And on top of it, they're really showing out in respawn too, which is going to be very difficult, I think, for NRK if they're not bringing their A game.
Yeah, the control they played yesterday was real smooth. I mean, they were looking really, really, really good. So lots of things for us to kind of keep our eye on. I imagine we're going to get some really tight hard points, though. I think these are going to be like 250s to 225 pluses without question. So some of the players to keep your eye on as we dig into this series. Lunars on one side, Noisy on the other. I'll start with Noisy because I know you've got a lot of praises to sing about Lunars. But, man, Noisy has played with just about everybody that has been picked up to the CDL in the last 2 years, and it feels like it's just one of those conversation points of when is it going to be his time. It feels like it probably should have already happened, but this season he's been great. In particular, this season of Elite, he has looked masterclass in the respawn.
Yeah, Noisy's been great, but other hand, the guy that could really shut down Noisy and kind of stop him from making a lot of those aggressive moves on the map and being the playmaker, Lunars has been lights out, man. I mean, I was watching this guy last night, Alan. I mean, you heard it, before the broadcast started. I'm like, this guy's looking like a top 10 AR in the game right now. 1.46 KD, in the respawns, 1.58 in control. I think he has just brought so much impact to this team, and this isn't the first team that Lunars has done that with. He's done that with every single team he's been on. They've just never really been able to kind of make that run into playoffs, but with these guys, maybe he can.
It's always a funny story when you see a player like Lunars who's been floating around the scene for now, last 2 years. We've really kind of, been watching a lot of his, top tier gameplay, if you want to call it that. But, you always find these quote unquote like diamonds in the rough, like players that are just better than the teams that they find themselves on. It's like, at what point will someone take a chance on them? And that may be the case here with NRK. But let's take a look at our best of 5 series layout to see where exactly we'll be facing off between these two unbeatens. Mercado hardpoint for the first, and then we've got an LSCLO back-to-back for the search and the control. Interesting, I would think, just due to the fact that we've really seen a lot of hotel hardpoint be used by NRK. That was open for them. Looks like they have picked it for maybe map 4. So that would lead us to believe that Decimate have selected the Mercado. And maybe that's in the face of NRK leading away the Fortress, where they looked really good yesterday.
Yeah, they definitely did. I liked even the change, at least a little bit, within the S&Ds too. So going to have a bit of a different map pool this time around, a chance to strike in the S&Ds. But of course, coming up first, it's the Mercado. We highlighted the subs. We highlighted someone like Noisy, who can really come into his own on a map like this. We'll see if that comes true. Huge matchup. Both teams 2-0. Only one's going to remain flawless.
Let's get it, bud. Here we go. Decimate off to the opening with the first 2 kills and some hardpoint time. Cruz surprised by Noisy, who backs up in towards Dark and nearly has a chance at Gunzy. Gotta remember that Gunzy was, I would say historically over his career, he's been like the spoiler. LCQs last year, Pro-Am qualifiers in years past. He kind of just surprises you with these big runs that sometimes he goes on. And now an opportunity to do the same with this NRK roster, as they will clean up some of the scrap time and take their focus over towards Cantina.
A little bit of a rotation. Dak has already made his way over, and he'll find Flames first, so that's going to be a great setup here for NRK. And they even get a lot of this scrap time too, which is even better. Gunzy's going to be able to force maybe a couple more gunfights, and this is going to really slow down Decimate now in this rotation. Only 2 members going to make their way through tunnel, and Cruz already on top of it, 4 in a row for him.
Yeah, really big lockdown here from Cruz on the AR. He has been forced to be very flexible since his move from the ANZ region. But now, rocking the main AR, looking really good on 5. Picks up a Vaznev, needs to respond to Estriel up close and personal, who just barrel stuffs him. And that'll be enough for an opportunity for the break. Not yet convincing, though, as NRK are still spawning relatively close by. A chance for a re-break very quickly. And as they're on their way, kills will mount to a pinstripe kill feed. Dak stunned up, can't quite get in. And Lunars is the last one left, allowing Decimate to soak up the majority of time.
A good defense here from Decimate inside the point, able to kind of keep everyone away from it, not really getting any clean looks up until now, but still have Flames that can maybe make some moves. Still a bit of a fight for this remaining 15 seconds, and Flames is going to give it a go. Almost see a crazy snap from Lunars. Not the case. Decimate good for scrap, but already making our way to new. NRK look to have numbers and might be good for team control.
Tight game. Both teams are putting together the correct responses in the face of adversity so far. Love to see that, as Decimate now on rotation, looking to play around the back. Good 2 kills. First from the backside of Parkin, the other inside of Dark. Lunars doesn't have a great angle at this. Trophy system gets down, if only just in the nick of time. Are you kidding? I mean, he hit a Semtex and a stun. Still keeps his life. Shuts down Noisy backdoor, and NRK looking good for the hold as Bink will drop.
That play there from Lunars. A lot of patience. The trophy really coming in clutch, but putting together 2 means that control going to maintain here for NRK. You'd love to get this back 30 if you're able to. Flames trying to get a peek into the tin, but not really going to work out here for him. Has to take an alternative route, and his teammate's starting to drop. So one last 1v1 yet again for the scrap time. We'll see if NRK can take it this time around. Flames just not able to get the best of Lunars, who picks up the sub, and NRK gonna have a bit of a cushion now going into the next rotation.
And more importantly, that 1v1 win allows the team to focus on new, although it is a 3v3 with Decimate already in position to work this back alley. Gunzy trying to hold on from inside Barber as it opens up. Zone of control, not necessarily perfect, but it's going to work out. Now just a 1v1 for the old time. Big predicts it perfectly, but Dak still comes away the victor. And with that, NRK are going to get over 100 points.
And look at where the spawns are, very far out into the middle of the map here. So, I mean, that's going to net you about 15 seconds uncontested. And it's going to be another full flood through the back alley. Player through mid does get cut down. So it's another brute force play here. Have to get through Dak. We'll see if they can try to force their way into the gunfights. Bait and switches have to be on point.
Nades are on the way in. Trophy system is no longer in play, so Decimate will get a little bit of a softened up hit here. As again, we go back and forth. Dak one last left, and well, as he goes prone, just trying to hold down the trigger, hoping for kills, he will be denied, and Decimate will walk away with the scrap time. And hopefully, a chance to start making a move down through the middle of the map. Big kill for Bink allows the back of this map to start to open up for Decimate's rotation, but boy, you would love to see them try to foil this setup early, and the first couple of kills are good.
Have to find a clean break early this time around. That's kind of been the big problem so far, and that's why NRK have been up. Have to try to find some kills up top here.
Wow.
Very nicely done from Flames. Just completely obliterates Cruz. That's going to be the go button. They'll get themselves in the time. They don't have tin control on Lunars. Might be looking to take a route around the back, or at least make sure the parking lot is safe. We'll see if they can get together and create the break, but so far, lingering in and around the point was Decimate, but they get a little too greedy. They lose the 1v1s. NRK are in the time.
I mean, this is what you expect from someone like Lunars. He's at 10-5, doubled up on his KD. And that's better than par right now for what he's done until this point. 1.59 overall, and he just does not get traded. 4 in a row for Lunars as he will break back in for the scrap time. Cruz already on rotation, but cut down by Flames means that Decimate will essentially concede a very large majority of the back 30 seconds and default to playing in towards new. Have to have something here, though, as this lead is starting to grow and grow and grow hill after hill.
You need Cruz really to open up this play for the subs, and Cruz goes down again. So yeah, this whole play really should be nullified from the back. Very nicely done from Decimate, just making sure the ARs are not finding the picks necessary to enable the subs. But it is going to create a bit of a split spawn here. You can see a pinch on the map potentially come on through. Noisy's got a read on where Gunsy could be. This would be a big kill.
Huge 1v1. Noisy steps away from it, forces Gunsy into a pretty weird position where neither player can really challenge this. Help is on the way. Flames jumps across, finishes the elimination. But the thing about this is that's a lot of Decimate members pulling off of the hard point. So as Lunars gets a double from the front, now a chance for NRK to actually see this hard point and maybe even flip it here late. Decimate trying to hold on. No trophy in plays means the Semtex connects. Big also stunned up, but whoa, gets a wall bang through I don't even know what. Obviously the wall, but didn't realize you could spam that down for kills. Bink able to get a second, but ultimately NRK will secure their break for scrap.
Wow, I mean, that was great from NRK, and you mentioned it. A lot of the time actually does go neutral, right? So it doesn't feel like it's as big of a hill as you maybe originally anticipated for Decimate. Now have to really make up for it again. They've been good for getting to the hill first, but they haven't necessarily been winning the gunfights through that first and second wave. That's really going to have to change now. This is the hill that gets them back in the game.
Yeah, have to have it. Shut down over towards the top side of the minimap means that NRK are going to try to make their play through Warehouse. Noisy, Vaznev, top van. Steps into one, nearly holds down the trigger long enough to get the second, but the trade is in. NRK looking to threaten. Nades over the top. Flames there to meet them. And the greeting is not a warm one for NRK, who have to kind of wait for reinforcements and maybe try to split the focus here because you can't just flood through this position. And that's exactly why.
It's just too easy right now to knock down these kills, and everything through mid has also been shut down. That play through the back alley also going to be taken out, so
huge.
Everybody just going to be able to lock it down, and that's the hill I called for. That's the hill that we get a full 60 here for Decimate Gaming as they get themselves right back in the game.
Everything else to this point almost doesn't matter. That is a massive setup from Decimate, getting the full 60 at the parking lot hill. We go back into mid-market. Gunsy, a little play with nades with Bink. Bink comes out with a Semtex win. Lunars just not missing shots. He's now at 17-8. Just so measured, so clinical. And now he's got an easy, whoa, maybe not an easy 1v1 with Estriel. I thought Estriel for sure would have been a bullet, but Estriel blows his head off. And with that, a chance maybe for Decimate to still work to the middle of the map to keep this hard point neutral.
I think Decimate's been doing a really good job of just not losing Cantina control, but also still putting a bit of influence on the point itself. 25 seconds up for grabs. Gunsy kind of in a weird position where he realizes I can't let this time go over for free. I don't have the numbers to rotate, but how about that double up from Gunsy? That now should open up the floodgates. Bink, the last line of defense. Chance for Gunsy, though, to continue to make plays.
Bink has done well, though. He gets not just the Semtex, but he also stunned to make sure there's no regen for Gunsy. So that's essentially now 3 kills in a row for Bink, and he's going to clear off the old time. How influential was that play from Bink? Now at 21-14. Noisy causing problems all over the map. I mean, this is not at all where you'd expect Noisy to be. But he cleans up, too. A chance to still pinch through mid-map. NRK stacking up, trying to hit from the front.
ARs are going to have to get some key work done here. You got to find Flames up top. You got to find an opening to get your subs through. Maybe a chance to get down low, but no. Estriel Noisy holding strong at the moment as Decimate are still racking up the points, but a chance for Lunars to battle back. Not finding the shots needed. Flames is just picking them apart. The damage he is doing is just too much at the moment.
Thing is, Decimate's not even in the hard point, though. That back 20 seconds that just kind of happened watching Flames' perspective, he was the only one in Cantina. So, once again, NRK, they don't quite get the break, sure, but they actually get a little bit blessed here that Decimate didn't full take down that last, like, 35, 40 seconds. They only got about 20. Now, granted, of course, that still puts them to above the 230 threshold, and NRK are going to have to put together a solid hold here, but boy, that game could have been over, I think, for Decimate if they just had someone in the hill a little bit longer.
Very well could have been, but now you have to ask for a break. NRK in control. Lunar's just pinned to that back corner, not going to be red, but they will be able to fish him out. Estriel now at the front of it, trying to get himself in the nade, though. Makes it a little bit awkward, has to take the challenge, and now you're starting to see it. NRK slowly but surely bringing it back, but you can see the numbers around the point. Decimate still trying to get in.
And the spawns are all over the place. This is all about the 1v1s outside the hill before the contest can even come through. Cruz forced to take the challenge. Not going to win it. Estriel gets both. Still maybe a chance. The challenge. No. Dax shut down. This is going to get to well above 240 for Decimate. NRK spawning kind of all over the place again. Does this allow anyone to actually see the hard point in time? Bink shuts down mid-map. Last attempt is from Cruz trying to challenge, but he's shut down. And Decimate will take a thriller in map number 1, 250-209.
I mean, what a turnaround there for Decimate. That was a game that was mainly, in control there for NRK Anarchy. They were leading by about 60 to 70 points going into that final hill there on that first set. But that final hill was everything on the opposite end. Decimate get that full 60, and I think you could really feel a tempo change on the map from that point on. Bink has that insane little 4 to 5 spree there, also around Cantina to lock things down, make sure his team is in control of it. That was beautifully done as they grab that map 1.
And we take a look into the late stages of a Hydro hardpoint. M7 currently a bit down here to Need an Org, a team that we will see later as our primary focus, but this would be a surprise, especially considering that Mohawk and Prolud are both over 30 kills. Hold over towards P2, though, late in this Hydro, looking pretty solid. Hollow trying to split the difference right down through mid, but as he's cut down, now we focus on rotation.
It's a big rotation at that. You have to win these gunfights up close. Spark going to be the first one there. He's just going to wait patiently as you just got to keep him off the time. Find this first 1v1. Just allow your teammates to get here so that you can set up. That's kind of what you want to look for, and Sparta's done exactly that. Prolud also able to grab another, and now M7, they're here. Archives, what can you do? He's only able to come up with one.
Oh, Neptune actually pushes a little bit further forward, so he's creating that big buffer zone in front of the hard point. Still, spawn's good for the side of Need an Org. Trying to work their way in. Prolud stunned beyond recognition. He can't get it quite out of the line of sight, but Mohawk saves the day, floating in through the water, and a team nade comes out. No way! It's just down to the last couple of players. Mohawk dances back in. 240, 244. Mohawk still trying to find damage, but it all rests with Neptune. Not a star-shining game for him, but this could still be a game-winning play. No one on the hard point. 245, 241. Prolud trying to get into contest. He goes parkour, finds the kill onto Archives. Semtex denies. Back and forth we go. Millennium 7 not quite able to stay fully on. Mohawk has to go. It stops at 249, but can't quite secure the kill. And Need an Org take another thriller map 1.
Yeah, that one was just an absolute bang out at the end. Everyone just sprinting out spawn. No longer do you wait for your teammates in those moments. It is just all about fighting for those 1v1s, trying to pull off some flashy plays with a multi-killer too. But in the end, that close spawn really pays off there. Gets close, and I mean, that is a great first map for Need an Org to be able to take up of our previous champions.
Wow. Okay. I mean, did not see that one coming, tell you that much. It's just, here's the thing about this M7 roster, in I think those that have been like avid followers of challengers, and of course what we've seen out of the CDL, like a lot of those players not being able to retain their spots, is, boy, I'll tell you, there are moments where it's like Spart has a slow start, and all you could sit there and say is, if Spart just finds a way to kind of improve his gunfights, this team's going to win. But when you've got both Spart and Neptune not quite finding value, that's problematic because, I mean, Mohawk was fighting for his freaking life, dude. I mean, 30-plus eliminations for 2 players on M7, and the score was still them down 20 points after a hold? Weird. Not often you're going to see something like that.
Oh, no, definitely not. Prolud also, I think, right up there with him, right? Same amount of kills. Makes that insane play at the end there onto Archives as well with just a nice little finesse of the movement from left to right. And you think that was maybe enough, but not the case. Neptune able to get at least a good chunk of the time for the boys, but just not enough participation, I guess, between the two to really get them over. And you can see, I guess, the slaying on the other end. Everybody pretty consistent there from top to bottom.
I mean, 34 and 26, 35 and 22, those are top of the lobby based on KD ratio, but when you've got 26 non-traded for Zyril, mercy. That is wild. And then 2 minutes and 11 seconds in the hill for Archives. 14 of his 25 come inside the objective. That's a major difference maker that he's able to lock down a hill, soak the time, and still provide kill participation. Great stuff from Needham Norg.
Huge one there for them. Let's take a look at our scoreboard that we just hopped off of there for a second, and you can see where everyone kind of finishes. A big game out of Bink. I mentioned, his 5 spree there at the end. That was kind of, the deal sealer there for me. He was able to just shut down that rotation single-handedly and really able to put on the hurt. But overall, a lot of team shots coming on through. Flames puts up a good 14 assists. He's shooting at everything that moves. That's about the most damage there in the lobby. So very nicely done. And again, a great comeback for Decimate to get themselves back in that game.
Dude, I just have to kind of go the opposite direction. You're not joking about Lunars. 21 and 15, 19 non-traded, and he had a minute 18 in the hill? I mean, Mr. Do-It-All. The guy that wears many hats. Are you kidding? That is some unbelievable numbers for a loss by 41 points. So those are the two matches we're going to be keeping an eye on here early. Again, our focus will stay with this Decimate and NRK matchup, in which we go to an LSELO search and destroy, followed immediately by the LSELO control. And the only real thing we can say here is for NRK, it's have to be better in search and destroy generally today. I don't care about the map. Just get more than 2 rounds when you play a search.
Exactly, yeah. An average of 2 rounds, we were talking about it. That's kind of just unacceptable based off of what we have for this team. And, this is now a position that they just haven't found themselves in through day one, where they were winning every single respawn. So even if they dropped the S&D, it wasn't the biggest deal because they were going into the control and it was even Stevens. But now you're down 0-1 and you feel like it's, a lot more pressure on you to try to find this map win versus a Decimate that already is good. But I did mention the fact that I think I like the idea that it is an LSELO. It is a little bit different. So maybe we see some different pacing. Maybe we see some different set plays come through to kind of get that ball rolling here for NRK.
Yeah, I think that's a really good shout. And the ability for any of the 4 players on NRK to become a playmaker is open because of how this map functions. I mean, we very regularly see, subs that are feeling hot will just take away the map. They'll hit early flanks, hit early routes. Otherwise, if you get a great AR or sniper rifle that can lock down outside lanes, that opens up the map in a different way. There is that combined round count for NRK. Not great. 2 and 6 in both of their losses, but they do at least secure first blood here early on to Flames. And this is a little bit of a poke and prod here for NRK, seeing what they have as far as an option maybe towards B ahead of them.
Yeah, going to stall it out just a tad bit. Maybe just keep some of the players in the middle of the map questioning, but they are starting to clear some of that space. You can kind of see the arrows just jiggle peeking around these walls and moving down low below Gunzy. And there it does work out for Estriel. Known him from S&D really since the start, but can't put together the second. Good shots from Cruz. Make sure that NRK still have the numbers advantage, 3v2.
Yeah. Big trade right there. Noisy still in a position to foil. Oh, just completely stunned, and Gunzy didn't even need the help from the utility. Now the full wrap around the outside. Bink is, of course, very nervous about what's inside through lockers. But as he doesn't see anyone pushing through, he may get a read on this. He's guessed it correctly. That silence at the ready, pops it immediately. Gunzy for the plant. And Bink's going to go find the first kill, but no, can't quite get away from it. NRK will take the round.
Yeah, you can see it. Bink just arrow slowly turns as all 3 members are just sprinting through the bag. He was hearing a lot of footsteps going on back there for sure. But, I mean, he almost has a chance to make this play, right? If he happens to see Cruz in the corner first, like maybe it's a quick snap, but your reaction is almost always shoot the guy on the bomb and then try to pre-aim and predict right after. Doesn't end up working out. Cruz good for 3 kills in that round. And I love the way that NRK played it, too. They didn't just commit to the middle of the map. They cleared a lot of that space. They took their time, and it worked out for the best as they grabbed themselves a very great opening round.
Yeah, love that. And I think it's most important, like you were calling in the live moment of it, the fact that you get that trade immediately keeps your map positioning in your name. Obviously, the numbers stay with you. How about this for NRK? Double hit up to top office. Stack around the back. Flames has a read on it, but can't get away. So another first blood comes through with the aggression out of NRK. Decimate looking to respond by getting in towards the middle of the map. But wait, did Gunzy not see that? Hold on a second. Looters may be in trouble here.
Looks to be. I mean, are you going to be expecting this?
Whoa!
Looks like he's still there for 1. Finds Estriel and now has a sub to work with. Has to maybe get a read on the second player down low, but will be actually Noisy who finds Cruz in the back. And now a chance to reset. 3 versus 2. Noisy just trying to make a little bit of noise, fishing out for the second, and actually takes out Lunars, evens us up 2v2.
For a second there, I thought Lunars was about to make a new application for ARs without borders here by going over the top of that fence. Bomb still down 25 seconds. Gunzy holding on the opposite side of the map. Dak is still posted up. Top tower. And Noisy is getting close to earning a dead silence. Doesn't worry about it here. Just collects the bomb and then is going to meet up with his teammate Bink. Right on in towards B. NRK seem to have an idea that this is going to be the call, though, so they're already on rotation. Just comes down to can they actually see the site. Bink will deny Dak. Now it's all down to Gunzy. And he's giving away his position.
Yep. Noisy even going to chow out, and I guess the good news is that Gunzy can reset, he can reposition. The tough part, he's got a Vaznev, so... And picks up a second Vaznev, so not going to make it any easier, but we'll have some more bullets, I guess, to work with if he has to swap off. Noisy gets the information, and I mean, Decimate are just playing this perfectly, right? It's like, Gunzy, we're both on either side of the map. Which one do you want to come at? You're not going to have enough time in the end anyway. So Gunzy realizes it. It's like, guys, just give me a chow, man. Throw me a bone.
We have a gunfight, brother. What's a guy got to do? Can I buy a vowel? Something. Oh, God, dude.
Oh, man. What you just doing laps?
Oh, he's just getting his cardio in today. That's so frustrating. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. That's what you call finesse.
Yeah, I'll say. Abusive finesse.
Yeah, it's frustrating because you're getting bullets, you're tagging them, you know where they both are, but it just feels like it's hopeless.
Yeah. Crazy scenes. All right. 1-1 the count early here. Cruz, after his opening 3 kills, was shut down pretty early in the last. AR in hand, going to try to sniff things out towards the top side of B stairs. Lunar's pushing forward. Noisy is actually playing pretty close here at Tools. And then Flames is playing back truck. That, of course, will be known. Noisy also suspicious of the play coming over towards B, but Flames gets stunned and it doesn't matter. He still gets the first 2 picks. Noisy collects 1 through B, and now it's down to Lunars, who's already tagged, and Noisy will push through, finish things off, and Decimate will take a quick defense.
Yeah, that's just really just not moving at all there for, I think it's what, Flames in the back, just kind of laying down underneath the truck. Is just like, you can stun nade me all you want. I'm just going to continue to pre-aim, wait for you to come flying on in. He's able to line up 2 of them, and I mean, Lunars, once that happens, he's like, oh God, my teammates are done. I got nowhere to go. Very, very clean round, just making sure that they can't get across for free. It's something that we've seen from a lot of Cruz's teams in the past there, so good read from Decimate, good way to shut it down.
All right, so options for NRK are going to be limited towards B, you'd think, in their next offensive approach. Decimate thinking about what they want to do. And Bink will try to take the wall versus stairs gunfight at range. No one's contesting, though. Noisy, of course, very suspicious about if there's going to be a follow-up play through Office. Doesn't want to get caught twice in a row. But everything's quiet here for NRK, just kind of stabilizing and playing a pretty well-dispersed defense.
We'll say it's a little interesting to see, Estriel and Noisy not be a little bit more aggressive off the start. It just kind of goes to show the respect they have for the subs, maybe on the opposite end for some of that aggression, but they're going to take their time off the break and then use some of those stuns and nades, clear out some of this map. And, well, Noisy will be spotted. Stun will connect onto him. He's able to escape with his life, and meanwhile, Flames also able to draw first blood, and Noisy gets out of there. And, oh my, NRK falling apart.
Dude, Noisy just pulls so much focus from the defense of NRK. The fact that he survives is one thing, but the intention was to secure trades and get the bomb planted. Looters playing in from the side door. Gunzy still holding backside checkers. Estriel, Noisy stacked up towards couch. First kill's pretty clean, but there's no chance for the second. Gunzy tries to get in, but Noisy, not today. Secures the kill, and now all of a sudden Decimate sees some daylight here, up 3-1.
Even lays on the trigger a little bit here, too, just to pour it on in. Good read from Noisy. Jumps right in front of him. 6-1 for him. I mean, that was just an insane round. Like you said, he pulled so much focus away through the middle of the map, and they threw stuns, nades, and the man just still managed to escape with his life, and then makes a play like that to solidify another round here for Decimate. 3-1 up. NRK gonna have to throw some changes here into their game plan.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, B is just not an option for them, you'd think. And now they're going to try to just overload something in towards mid-map. Lunars cooking up a nade, trying to see if anyone's contesting backside of that A-bomb site. No contact to be had in Cruz. Just runs right out in the open. I mean, I assume there were some nades that were tossed, but none of it revealed. He drops. Estriel's now quick onto the flank, and that may shut down this entire round quickly as NRK are kind of stuck just around the A site.
Yeah, they are pinned right now. I mean, you can see it. Every single white dot all swarming around, but somehow Dak able to still win his first battle of the game. Gunzy has a read on the second, and Decimate throwing this one away. A 4v2 turns into a 1v2 now for Flames. He's got to be a little bit puzzled on what the hell just happened on the other side of the map, but now there's a chance to plant the bomb.
I mean, it's a 2v4 situation. You cleared out the bottom side of the open space towards tower. You got a kill in the post-plant position. There's only one spot they could be, in A. Very puzzling. So now Flames, more than halfway through his dead silence, has to find a way to clutch. Not going to happen. Team shots are too good, and NRK pull off a 2v4 to get to the second round.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a round you should never, ever lose. They kind of just get a little bit impatient and just kind of want to go in one by one. And, I mean, when you do something like that, especially when you're not investing your dead silence to do it, because why would you when you have a numbers advantage? You're just throwing your way lives for free here that are just being picked up for NRK, just sitting in corners waiting for something like that to happen. So,
yeah,
a little bit puzzling, a little bit questionable. That one's going to potentially sting because NRK now have a chance to build off of it and try to go back-to-back and tie this up.
Yep, and now they get another opportunity to try to get this defense going. I mean, we've seen them try to play this kind of reserved spread. We've seen them try to get aggressive and towards top office. And this time, there will be a little bit of a stack towards the A patio as Cruz will take position top tower. Missile called in, though. That reveals a lot. Noisy not going to be able to connect with any kills, but it's a wide open and vacant B. Sight Lunars tries to contest on the cross, but oh boy, I mean, that's just 18 nades right into his face. Estriel planting behind it.
I like this play from Dak, but it's being read. Flames knows where he's at, and Dak is even waiting for his teammates to get in position. He's trying not to reveal or give himself away, but Flames just needs a couple of pixels, and now Gunzy's forced to try to play for that trade, but it's too late. Decimate with a streak. I mean, great set play.
Yeah, it really is. I don't know. Did it not feel like NRK just didn't have a tally that they had a cruise missile? Like everything was planned to play towards that bottom side of the A site on the outside towards tower. And as soon as that goes awry, there's no one in position to essentially watch that cross to B. Everyone's scrambling just to get safe to make sure the cruise missile doesn't connect. And from there on out, Decimate just, you know, what you see is what you get, right? I mean, every pit of the map was essentially theirs after that call-in comes through. So Decimate now up 4-2. And NRK need to put together some magic here to get this thing back to level terms.
Do they ever? Can't just keep relying on these clutch plays. You got to try to draw first blood, use numbers, you know, kind of like they played that first round. I loved it. Just waited patiently, found a kill, then used the outskirts of the map with numbers. But that may not be an option for them now. Everyone just pinned up right now, bottom pool. Couple ARs just kind of watching through the outskirts. Again, it's kind of hoping for a peak, right? Hoping for that first blood chow.
It's so nervy, isn't it? Like, this is where Cruz died to Bink last time. He's now throwing some very cautious shoulders. You have two players inside, up and bottom bar that are looking for flanks because of what Estriel had done a couple of rounds ago. But Decimate have held on to the majority of their utility, and the defense is staying pretty passive. Estriel first blood as contact's made over towards A, and then the follow-up from Noisy is so quick. Estriel keeps his life. Flames secures the trade onto Cruz. And Lunars will be the last one left. He should get one here onto Big. Oh, or not! Spoke too soon. Big turns. Finds the kill on the dead silence of Lunars. And Decimate will get to map point.
Wow, I mean, surely he's not hurt, right? But he just turns. Spidey senses are tingling, whatever it is. Bink just gets a read on it, I guess. And able to find the kill. I mean, it would have been a pretty tough spot, even if he finds that kill onto Bink. But, man, NRK, I mean, it's the same thing, right? Stuck at 2 rounds at the moment, just like we were talking about through their games yesterday in S&D. Haven't really been able just to create any proactive plays or really just give us, you know, a whole lot to talk about, it feels like.
I agree with you. I mean, you got to think that really this should have been a 6-1, right? And for NRK, the only round that they win is the double stack up to top office from the defense in round 2. Everything else has been calm from Decimate, who now are trying to break down this little double low setup right in front of the A site. Dak provides first blood. Flames on the hunt. Has him stuck in the corner. Kill is in. Has Gunzy from behind the door. Knows he's there, but tried to finesse it either way. And with that, NRK go to a 3v2. Pause. 2v2. Bink actually taken down a couple, and that leads to an open B site, and Cruz by himself.
Yeah, Cruz, I mean, he hasn't been able to make his way at least to top party to maybe find Bink on a cross here. But this bomb's going to go down, and we saw how it worked out last time around there for Gunzy. This time, at least Cruz does have attack in his hand, so will be a little bit more lethal from far range, but has to stiff out Bink in the back.
Bink's just toying again. Stun will reveal everything he needs to know. Shots are decent from Cruz, though. Has an isolated play to Noisy, but no. Noisy over the top of the bomb. Does what he does best. Doesn't miss a bullet. Decimate will continue to really punish this NRK team on Surge. Another 6-2 loss for NRK as Decimate goes up 2-0 in the series. These are your two unbeatens in Group B, by the way. So, man, Decimate's really making some noise right now.
Yeah, they're looking to be at the top of the group here if they keep playing like this. And now that is 0-3 for NRK Anarchy in the S&Ds, only limited to just 6 rounds throughout the 3 maps they've played. So not a good look, but chance to recover, chance to bring it back to the control. Meanwhile, this Boston Academy squad, they gotta win versus Rocker ESG here. A huge matchup between the two, and well, so far so good. Up by about 30.
Yeah, for all of our teams that are 0-2, you kind of control your own destiny by winning out and going 3-2. At worst, it gives you a tiebreaker situation. At best, it just locks you into the 4th position. So that's kind of what's on the call here for Boston today. They kind of have to win both their matches, and I'll say Pentagram is playing, at least based on his current stat line, way better than he was yesterday. 18-12 to start, 40 seconds already in the hard point as Boston are enjoying about a 60-point lead.
Sensor finessing, but not going to be able to get the best of Godorex, who can now start picking them apart up top. Shawnee just laying on his belly, hoping that he can get support here from the side, and Snoopy's going to give it a go here for a few extra seconds. Does manage to get Rocker off of it, and that means that Boston Academy still up by about 50 here, going back into the resets.
Yeah, really well played there from Snoopy to kind of help clear out Godorex, and then on top of that, just make sure nobody else could really stay on top of the point for that little bit of extra scrap time. Also generates an opportunity for Boston to just rotate freely in towards lobby. Good clearance for the moment for Rocker, but Pentagram trying to step back into the play, can only get one. Snoopy. Oh, boy, Snoopy. I mean, I'm telling you, this kid is the future, period.
Yes, Alan, that's all I got. Yes, he absolutely is. He moves different. Like, look at his POV right now. Like, I'm getting dizzy. Like, I'm dizzy right now. Like, look at this. Chow almost guns Pander here through the outskirts, but finally a moment maybe where Rocker could look to play for spawns. It looks like one of the teammates will spawn in the back there with Pander and Sensor. He's got a key role here to try to play his life. Oh no, the teammate actually takes out DC.
That leads to a chance here for Boston to break on in towards lobby. Pander's the only one left. He's swapped to a kind of main sub for this new Rocker EXG roster, and he doesn't really quite get a look at anybody. Godorex from shop side clears off the lobby hard point. DiamondCon getting to work in the back. Oh my gosh, what an angle that is. Sensor's got to be scratching his head just a touch, and that leads to Rocker breaking back on in, but Snoopy's still alive. Semtex out. Shawnee working with him. Oh my goodness, it's perfect. Boston get the break.
Oh man, it's just so fun watching his POV and Pentagram. And I mean, when he's doing the same thing that Snoopy's doing, like look at the offensive pressure. And Pander hasn't really been able to live up to it so far. Snoopy almost goes on 6. This has just been a consecutive 40 seconds here that Rocker ESG are trying to contest, but they just will have no ability to do so. All of that time goes the way of Boston off of a rotation that was botched off a team nade. And now they're forced to set up for a full 60 of their own in kitchen.
Pentagram trying to rotate from the long side of the map. Pander there to greet the majority of this Boston rotation. But Pentagram's not really interested in playing forward further. Just wants to make sure Sensor's got a route to assist. And they do actually win the back of this hard point. Plus, there is force from the front also on the way. Shawnee shut down. Snoopy, though, on the way in. Dude, Snoopy, are you freaking kidding me? Give this guy the Mac contract tomorrow or today. Preferably yesterday, if we're being honest. He's now on 4. Oh, my goodness.
Like, look what he does, though. He creates 3 kills, he pushes all the way out, and then he's able to get some more damage in and finds one more. Lets Boston know exactly where Rocker's coming from. Rocker have to break, have to get into the hard point, and Boston are having none of it right now. They want to end it in kitchen. The setup is good. Rocker Academy, they are not. Have to flood in, have to just break it open, and it's not going to happen. Boston, they get it done. 2 consecutive full 60s. They make it look easy.
You think Nate was like watching part of like Snoopy's POV, like when he was on Death Cam yesterday, and he's like, dude, this kid moves really fast. Maybe I should just try to do that. And I mean, Nate's snapping right now too, brother. I mean, he's flying a little bit. We don't often see this from Nate. So, boy, I'll tell you, if the subs keep playing like that, we may need to keep our eye more often on this Boston team. We knew what we were going to get from Snoopy, but 30-19, 26-17. Whew. I mean, catch your breath, why don't you?
Yeah, and I mean, it's almost really interesting. Now that Snoopy's come back into this roster, you've seen Sensor kind of, play more of that hill time again, right? Where before, when we had, different swaps coming in, was Krempel's on the roster, it really didn't feel like Sensor was always the one soaking up time. But now he realizes, like, all right, I got some aggressive subs to work with here. I'm just going to post up, do what I have to, be in the right place at the right time on rotation, and let you guys fly. I mean, that is almost 60 kills coming through there between both of those subs. That's the pressure we wanted to see. That's a great start for Boston that need to find wins.
This kid is stupid good, man. Are you kidding? You saw it here first, friends. That's the beauty of challengers. Noisy. In and out real quick. What? Bamboozles Dak. I mean, how has that happened? Noisy just turned into like a bearskin rug on the floor. Dak just runs right by him. And that leads to Decimate's defense starting to really get active. Noisy just in and out again. Oh my goodness. This boy's slippery.
I don't expect him here now either. I'm not going to think he found the timing to get back inside green. And oh, Noisy! 4-0 start here. Make it 5-0 for Noisy. As he is just on a rampage, and there's only 20 seconds left right now for NRK to make the play to his own.
Dude, Dak has lost his last 3 lives to Noisy. He just comes off spawn, gets bamboozled, and Noisy's like, what's up, bud? How you doing? Oh my goodness, they're gonna get 4 kills. Dak's gonna die 5. Literally every single one of his deaths is to Noisy. Just stop it. Mercy. Just tap out. Something. Oh my goodness. Dak dies again to Noisy. Dude, if I'm Dak, I am throwing my controller out the window.
Oh, I'm losing full right there. Like, how many deaths did he have total? Were like all of them but 1 to Noisy, it felt like?
I think they were all Noisy.
Maybe they were all Noisy.
They were.
Oh, man. That is just devastating to play through there for NRK. I mean, like, we didn't see the start of the round, but Noisy obviously ran through them at the start and then continued to just roll through them for a 9-0 start there. Streaked out, ready to go. Holy.
Bruh.
Yeah.
I mean, you wanted to watch some good sub action today, did you? You came to the right place. We'll be here all night. Noisy on 9. Saying, let me see what I can get away with. As you see his stats, I mean, they've been impressive on every front, but in the respawn, Noisy has been a menace. But a slower start here, only 3 total kills for the first 30 seconds, and Decimate, keep their attention over here at A.
Oh, Flames, though, finds 2. This gunfight on the point is big, and just again, Noisy. He knows he doesn't have to take the chow. There's a lot of players that are 9-0 and just absolutely fly out there and look for the 10th kill, but not Noisy. Plays it well, relies on his teammates to get there, and that looks like that's going to be a very early zone picked up for Decimate.
Yeah, I'll say, not really any contest at all from NRK. I'll say, if Dak dies to Noisy again.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a map worth immediately just eliminating from your mind. Trades out, Decimate, working their way over towards B. Noisy, oh my goodness, he's got Dak complete. Dude, like, has his number, mailing address, social security number. I mean, it's just unreal. Dak does come into the game, though, with the 2 finally on the board as NRK start to get their defense going.
Needed more now than ever. It has just been very difficult here for the subs on the other end. I mean, even the ARs haven't really had the best game. It has just been complete insane display from top to bottom again here from Decimate, but mainly from Noisy And now Estriel gonna throw himself on the B point, has some support from behind. They're gonna do a good job of clearing Dak from behind so we can't pinch up the play. So Gunzi forced to find some kills through the front, but not getting any angles. That first segment has now been locked.
Gunzi will actually not be the one to open up the point here. It's going to be Lunars that is able to assist. Start to work, appreciating that second tick of progress on B. But once more, Decimate mid-map. Start to really focus their attention. Oh, goodness. Flames from the top rope. Dude, just could not track him. Could not track him. Teammate keeps this a little bit more limited, but still Decimate find their way on, and the kills, they don't stop coming.
Oh, they don't. They don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. Oh, man. Second segment isn't locked. That's like the only silver lining here for NRK, but it still feels like the pressure has just been a little bit too overwhelming. Decimate down by about 2 lives, and a chance for the defense to stabilize. That kill really would have helped, but should be a quick trade, and it is. Gunzi's able to get there, try to maintain some of this control here through this right side.
Yeah. Wow. Here we go. Trying to work their way back into position to get this defense locked. So far, so good. Cruz up top, though, denied. That opens the door from the back. Flames is also controlling front window. This is more than doable, just like that. Kills do come out trade-wise. Noisy trying to work on these players in the back line as the rest of NRK continue to just find the kills they need. 10v3 situation. Noisy would be the only one to touch, and he is not going to be able to. NRK survive through the defense.
Good response. It was looking like it was getting a little bit out of hand when Estriel got on the point. You were thinking, oh man, this is going to be a very swift control and maybe even a swift series, but you can see at least a bit of a fight back coming on through here for NRK. Able to hold strong. Good play from Lunars. He's the one that really helps them kind of stabilize, get set up, get some positioning through the map, allow Dak to kind of get through where Noisy was creating a lot of problems and try to replicate it. But 1-1 the tally, just 1 tick there on B.
Yeah. That is the big thing, is that it looked like it was going to be a runaway for a moment there. But you still limit it to only the extra tick at B. Still, a lot of work to be done here, though, if you're NRK, considering they got nothing going last time. And Estriel says, my turn to get around the back line as he gets the opener. Gunzi trying to work his way forward, but no, Noisy and Estriel just completely overwhelming. Are you kidding?
Yeah. And you just got to make sure they don't get back into those same positions that we saw last time around on the defense, because nobody got out of their spawn for NRK. I mean, they never even really got a good look at the zone outside of really their first attempt, their break off. That was the most amount of map control they had the entire time. You need that to change, and A might very likely be the target here, but maybe want to make a stack on B. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Noisy on the point, able to contest it. How is Noisy alive? Noisy's finding kills, and Noisy's done it again, and that will make sure there's no first segment just yet.
I mean, dude, NRK are playing this from inside spawn. They have not had a chance to see this A zone really at all. Gunzi eventually gets on, stops the clock at 36 seconds. Lunars to join him, but the kills still come out for Decimate. Estriel, Flames, clean everything up. Dak's the last one left, and I mean, at this point, Flames is playing this map from that top railing just to fall into a double, because he's done that like 3 times already.
Yeah, 17-7. He literally has. He's just dropped down from above like Batman, and it's just taking them by surprise. They just never seem to learn, I guess. But 15 seconds on the clock. I mean, this one feels like it's wrapped up unless Cruz can try to find or kill it too. He does have Dak with him, so there is a bit of assistance on the play. Need to get reinforcements here, and again, Cruz needs to try to come up big, but he's only there for 1. Dak now forced to do it himself. Trades are good and maybe decent enough for NRK. Still alive on the point.
But Bink's coming around the back again, so once more he clears, but still, it's just traded kill after traded kill, back and forth. Problem is, NRK spawning further away are left to their last efforts, and no, nothing. They are getting nothing on offense. The sub's just too good from Decimate, bro. I mean, this is an absolute masterclass. Both these teams are 2-0, by the way, and
yeah,
for what it's worth, NRK haven't dropped the control yet.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was headed. I was about to say, like, what's going on? Like, they've played an LSU, they've won on an LSU. It's not like they're playing it for the first time, but I mean, not to be disrespectful, it kind of feels that way. At least looking at their attacks, they're very much struggling right now maybe checked from that first round or the SND previously, but this does not look like the NRK Anarchy we were seeing yesterday. Of course, a different opponent, different beast here at the top, being Decimate, but has not been a good look. Have to put up a good defense here, at least have a good break to get some kind of momentum going.
Yeah, something, just because you know you're going to have to play a round 5 offense if you can even get to that point. And the odd thing about this map, for as good as Estriel and Noisy have been with the subs, Flames is 20-9. Like, there's just not a hole anywhere on this Decimate team at the moment, although Gunzy may have created one. Double allows a chance for NRK to start playing with their own level of aggression around the backside of the offensive spawns. Lunar's locking down the B lane. Gunzy, stunned. Nade's going out. They know he's here. Just comes down to making sure you get the challenge cleanly, and they do. So now it's just down to flooding forward. Problem is, Cruz watching over the top of this hut, looking good for at least the extra damage, but Decimate break through it, and a chance to stop the clock. 30 seconds remain.
Couple players, though, overextending on the minimap, maybe trying to come behind this play, see if they can disrupt Decimate on the point. Dak, tough, takes shots, gets a lot of damage in, but no one else from NRK really going to be in a spot to challenge. Lunars will follow up the exact same play, and he's going to take his time on it. Has a chance to stop this, but, I mean, that segment looks to be locked here unless Gunzy can contest, and Lunars can go big from up top. They are contesting. They are stalling. Lunars is here, might be able to stop the play. One more 1v1
Wow.
in Flames! How does he find all three? He guarantees the extra minute.
Have yourself a map, Flames. 25-10 on 4 in a row. The transition underway. NRK fighting a couple of kills, but nobody can deal with Flames. It just feels like any time that we pop up to a perspective of someone from Decimate, they are dominating. Flames, Estriel, long-time pals and teammates. Even when before they were eligible to play at Challengers, were wrecking the Black Ops 4 scene. A chance to be on top of a 3-0 and put them at the top of their group here at Challengers Elite. Bink, last one left after the first attempt. Doesn't quite get much done on the third tick of progress, but the two are locked, and Decimate are still finding exits out of spawn.
A patient play there from Bink, just waiting for Dak to hit that flank like he's been doing, constantly playing through the top of the bar there. It's a good kill. Just making sure at least your backline is safe. That's kind of the first key, but a lot of players bunkered up on the point right now, and Flames is going to call in the streak. They want to end it right here and right now. What is the streak going to find? Gunzy going to drop. That's a good first kill. Noisy going to jump on the point.
Oh, and their Decimate is playing over through the middle of the map, so they're going to be able to contest this top window position. Dak's the only one in place. He gets shut down by, of course, Noisy on the other side. 20-15 for him, but Lunars keeps the defense alive. Needs to get all three, and Bink shuts him down. Now it's just down to, can they touch the contest? No, not quite. And Decimate will take a 3-1 El Asilo control and 3-0 the series in pretty fast fashion.
My goodness. I mean, yeah, that is not the matchup I think we were really expecting. I think we were ready for a map 4, a map 5 at least. But clean work here from Decimate the entire way. And a lot of it starts from that comeback that we saw in the Mercado. That really did breathe so much life into this squad, and they played beautiful in the S&D on the control for a nice little 3-0.
Well, we jump back over to Millennium 7 and Eden.org. We watched one of the most winded final moments of a Hydro Hardpoint in their Map 1 affair. Eden.org took the win there. M7 bounced back in the Search and Destroy. They were able to win that 6-4 on El Asilo. So tight series here between these two squads. Surprising to say the least. Prolus been having himself a whale of a day, apparently. 21-14. Mohawk now on 3 as he just obliterates Eden.org's defense, challenging through mid. The stack is in, and that will be the zone.
Yeah, I mean, that's my king right there. Look at that guy go. Holy. Nice little 3-piece there. I mean, that second kill, we swapped away from it, but, like, those were not easy shots. Oh, we get it again. Look at this second kill. Look at the tracking on the Zyral, and then a little bait and switch out from himself just to pop out behind the block, challenge the third, shutting down every single flank play possible. All thanks to Mo having himself a nice moment there to grab that offensive round.
Oh, boy. Money Mo back in the flesh. Prolus still 21-14. 19-20 from Neptune. Much better respawn from him. Sparty's still down, but definitely not out as we head over to the Eden.org offense. Focus towards A. Mohawk knows he's in trouble, just tries to spam down the door. Couldn't quite secure the kill. Prolut looking to follow up, though. He'll get in towards bricks. Stunned from doing anything further. Nade over the top. Denied by trophy system, but it doesn't stop Prolut from trying to make a play. Tough gunfight versus Zyril, and as he loses that, Need and Org will get their second tick of progress.
Might just be the third unless Neptune could try to really come alive with a big play. Tough spot to be sure. Zyril will find him, and that should mean that everyone going to start to rotate over, but you don't really have the setup that you'll want to for a B. Jintroid's going to be able to hold this cross here, so Prolut going to try to get through, and he does. Important play to be sure. Neptune also able to follow up for some assistance, but Hollow sprints out onto the point, able to find one, just can't make much more of it.
So defense persists, at least for now. Focus for Need and Org off spawn will be up through mid. You've got Spart watching through mid desk. You've got Neptune on the other side watching Chandelier. And that is exactly what you expect. Just a little flex position. Spawns come up, and I imagine we'll go right back into the same spots. And whoa, Prolut. As soon as he gets a read, he could shut down the entire next offensive look by himself by getting in this position.
Feels that way. That's the first. Prolut able to come behind. Neptune shuts down a second, and now Spart's got eyes locked on Archives through the back here. A huge gunfight that Archives needs to try to find, and it's not just one now, it's two. They're going to double hit him out. Very cleanly done. Spart able to pick that one up. The back is now safe, and they can focus back to the front where Mohawk's starting to go on a bit of a spree.
Yeah, I'll say. And the whole team for M7 is really starting to light things up. Mohawk tagged by Nade should be finished off, and Archives will provide the kill. Flank play from Zyril, though, is also shut down. So for Need and Org, this is all coming from the front. Spart in the mix. Oh, last shot needed to take down Archives is well found. 5 in a row for Sparty. Chance for him to earn maybe a late cruise missile here as Hollow hits the dead silence. He's thinking about maybe taking a go of it. It would be surprising to say the least, though. I mean, he doesn't have any teammates with him. Spart looking for kill number 6. What are these tags? There it is. Kill is in. Now to the pistol, though. He's running out of ammunition. He's just tapping out whatever he can. 4 bullets left. He gets the reload off. Whoa, he must have YY'd it. Now Zyril's in trouble.
Oh.
And Spart lights up the kill feed with 8 in a row. M7 holding strong on B, and they've got a 7-life lead.
That's a hell of a play from Spart. 8 in a row for him. Lights it up in the back of the desks. Able to play his life terrifically, but still a moment here. Could come to life for Need and Org. They have to push out through the back of the desk, but Neptune has just shut it down with 2. Neptune for 3, looking for all 4. The last one left alive is Zyril, and Prolut calls in the streak to make sure they got it locked in. Final push now. One by one they come.
Wow.
One by one they drop. This map is all M7.
What a map from Prolut. 29 and 17. Unbelievable. M7 showing up, coming to play here after, again, the tight map number 1. They survived through a 10-round search. And then here, this last round of control, all M7. From top to bottom, too. I mean, Spark goes on the spree to get back to positive. The subs pop off. Mohawk's doing Mohawk things. That's the M7 that we expected to see at the beginning of the day.
Yes, absolutely. 29 there for Prolut, like you said. Man, Prolut's been playing so well. Like
good, bro.
Really big numbers. Like, I know we say, like, Prolut plays well. He's the objective guy. He's going to do the dirty work. But, like, the guy's been dropping bombs, like, in a lot of his maps lately. Really got to tip it to the man. I mean, it's great to see the squad, of course, back together, running things in challengers, you know, like we've seen, you know, during that Cold War season. But overall, man, when that team's on, they are just so difficult to beat. There's so much wisdom, I feel like, packed into all those guys that have played together for so long now. So those guys are almost always going to make the right play. And when they get into that groove and you start seeing those sprees come through, man, look out. Just get out of the way, it feels like.
I'm saying that's the only advice that I could give. Just get out of the way. Just get out of there. Go find something else to do for a while. We saw the same thing, though, from Decimate, man. What an opening series that was versus NRK. Quick 3-0 of NRK. Another team at the top of the group. But with that, we still have Boston squaring up with Rocker. We still have more of this M7 and Need and Org matchup. We'll have more of that coverage after a quick, and I mean quick break. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are into, late stages here of a Fortress Search and Destroy. Tallying the scoreboard, Sean is having himself a map, 8-5, as we get into a 5-2 tally. Rocker trying to fight back, but, well, Shawnee's going to tally his 9th elimination. Bomb is planted in the meantime. We'll go 2v3.
See if they're going to be able to hold on to this. Numbers about to come swarming on through here, through the middle, and Pentagram has to play the back. He's good for the first one. Can he live long enough and get the support from Shawnee? Looks like he's not going to be able to. Trades are there. Pander able to get there in the nick of time to make sure they are still very much alive here in the Fortress S&D.
Yeah, really nice on Rocker, I'd say, just to continue to swarm and not just be complacent in the fact that you've got numbers in a post-plant situation. Just make sure you're staying active. Make sure you can follow up and isolate these trades. Initially, good shots from Pentagram. Shawnee's follow-up decent, but yeah, that quick little mentality of make sure you're always running and getting to each other works out for the post plant to get locked in. So 3-5 the tally. Boston on for their defense. It has been really, I think, interesting to see the evolution of this Rocker team. Pander now kind of forced to go into the sub. Not something that we've seen him run as a main in a long time. As Boston in this round clean up an early attempt from Rocker down towards P1. And that gets us to an early 3v2 with Pentagram already top windows.
Yeah, Pentagram's going to be a little bit careful, maybe not to go a little too far. Goddard can punish, and he will be punished for the aggression. That's going to give just a little bit more ease here to Rocker ESG to maybe play for a plant on A. Very passive setup right now for Boston, playing for a push-through. Sensor and Shawnee have to kind of be calming here if you're Rocker, that we could probably stay at the back. Don't have to expect too many flanks to come through, not too much aggression, but they are going to throw some nades and stuns over. Bomb's going to go down. Time to play retake.
Oh, Pander's going to get caught here, though. Yeah, it's tough. I see the idea. Get over to forklift, change up this post plant a touch, but now GodRx is in a very tricky spot. He's going to have to be cautious of Sensor's position, but also check to make sure no one's on the defuse. And there's the double stack. Yeah, well played by Boston. It's a nice idea to get Pander around over towards forklift, because once action starts to occur over towards the bomb site, he can immediately cut back through or around it. But ultimately, Boston was just in too good of a spot to get the read. The kill comes through without much caution or concern. And with that 6-3 on the search, and Boston go up 2-0 in the series, brother.
It's looking like Elites, a couple times ago, what was it, Elite 2, I think, where Boston were 0-2 on day one, and then they start to put it all together. And it's looking exactly like that at the moment. Just need one more map to get over for the dub, and might be able to start to slowly bring it back for playoff contention. But we head on over to what could be the final map here for M7 and Need an Org. We just saw a very great display of how to play offense there in that final round. And now M7 off to a pretty decent start here too, up by about 30.
Going over to Fountain, though, this is where everything can start to change for Need an Org. And so far, the hold is pretty solid. M7 working on it, though, and that should block spawns. No, it doesn't. Hollow still spawns in. Oh, and how influential is that? He secures one kill, steps in for maybe another, but it's actually Zyril who finishes the job, and the spawns will stay locked in as Zyril kind of cuts down mid-map.
Even another spawn kind of comes in from Hollow here, so he's going to be able to play spoiler, and yeah, they're just not ready for that one. So that's actually going to give them a lot of leeway to push out here a little bit earlier than what you would typically expect, but good job of kind of keeping them at bay. Kills come through there for Spart. He puts together the double, and that means that spawn's now all going to be in the back, but that's a great hill for Need an Org. I mean, they're right back in the game and now have a slight lead.
Yeah, a little blessed here and there, but the players that were still in place after the initial setup did a really nice job of keeping their lives and making sure they were locking down their lane still. So ultimately, Need an Org kind of getting away with murder in many forms. So now back over to munitions. You talked about it, of course, M7 locking things down on rotation. Good kills off exit. Need an Org looking for an entrance, and boy, this is timid from Need an Org. Trying to work around the back. There's just not a lot of vacancy for that. Prolode's playing with his food. Eventually, Zyril gets the elimination, needed to open up the back, and here comes the flood. Need an Org now from multiple facets, working their way into the hard point. Mohawk voluntarily gets off to wait for help, and he's done well to keep his life. Spark cleaning up around him, and how about this from M7? Perfect little breakdown. Prolode gets the final kill, plus a nade to predict, and with that, the scrap time continues to be battled over.
But the spawns aren't close, unfortunately, so even with that two-piece from Prolode, it isn't going to guarantee them the time, but maybe Spart, when that double, will do so. As he clears out the back, does a good job again. I'm just finding a couple of these clutch multi-kills. Spart now up to 12-5, having himself a great map on Fortress at the moment. But M7 getting the best of that time, able to come out again with that slight lead. And while they transition right into Anvil with a little bit of aggression, they're already soaking up more.
Yeah, this is really, really nice from M7. I really have to tip that little bounce out play from both Mohawk and Spark, getting off the hard point, coming back in. Yeah, sure, they don't get like much more time after that, but it does allow an opportunity to get the scrap and then string into new. Need an orc battling back though. Gintroid, who had a great season 3, looking to be a spark here to get them not just back into the map, but maybe also into a map 5. Kills coming off for Need and Org. Long range shots from Gintroid shut down. Mohawk just too good at the range. Trades continue across the map. Not a lot of focus for either team over the OBJ right now. It's all about trying to win this rotation to set themselves up for new.
Yeah, both teams just want to hang on to the favorite side of the map. Don't want to get pinned to the back of P3, but looking like at the moment M7 do find themselves in the situation. Have to fight some very difficult battles. Zyril already top map control. Gintroid even going to reposition into P2 and just play for exits. So AR control looking pretty solid, but maybe a hole found here from Neptune. He's able to finally break through the defensive line. They might have a chance down to play from the back.
Yeah, really good stuff here from M7, though, just trying to counteract that. Again, this is what we love to see at this level, and especially at this time of year, being able to put together the response needed in the face of adversity. Things start to go wrong. What is your option to get things back? We've seen great execution to fulfill that from a number of our squads throughout our first couple of days here in Season 4's group play. That one in particular for M7 is now they lock down time on P1, plus they've got a nice stretch defense across the map as they set themselves up for Gallows. Spart in particular getting into a big play position. Stopped on a killing spree, but boy, this has been a blown open map by M7 with that last little stretch.
Oh, it has been, and Eden Org, I mean, they not really focusing on the time anymore, right? They're just kind of playing for new, but then losing those battles to new and kind of falling into a bit of a hole at the moment. M7, again, get the first touch, have the setup needed, spawn to the back, should be locked. And you're going to have to find yourself some kind of a break through the front now if you're Eden Org.
Yeah, it's desperate, isn't it? It has to come from the front, you're right. Spart, wow, look, lots of damage, but only gets one elimination. Chance for Hollow to step on in, and he's at full HP, so that's a clean set of kills all of a sudden from Need and Org. Prolute almost gets a read for a double, but would have been hard-pressed to secure the third, and as Zyril locks down mid-map, here we go again. Need and Org bouncing back in, and a chance to stretch over towards Fountain.
Neptune, oh, not able to get shots up there on the Gintroid. Need a trade from Mohawk, but Mohawk has to fight the whole world right now. His teammate's not going to spawn with him. And it's him against every single member. Not going to find the shots onto Hollow, and you have to imagine they should be able to double team him and just kind of push him out, and that it will be exactly what happens. Mohawk going to drop. Scrap time will be secured, though, for M7. However, a chance to get back into it again here for Need and Org.
Yep, this has been a lifeline of a hard point for them so far, because you get another full 60. Not only are they back in the game, they take the lead. Hollow's still on 5, by the way, so keep an eye for him at this front door crossing. If he gets a kill, it's likely going to be a cruise missile. Prolute, Spart on the way in with Mohawk. There's the opportunity. Cruise missile's locked. Hit still neutralizes the hill. Spart, long range. Lots of good shots to Gintroid, who's down to 1 HP. His teammates will not spawn with them. M7 actually kind of spawn in between, so they're going to have an opportunity to reinforce. Gintroid in trouble, but gets help from the banister. Maybe that's long enough for Archives to sneak his way in. Dead silence pop. Mohawk looking every which direction. But the kill comes out, and Archives may have just foiled this entire play. Neptune looking to clear, and he will. M7 will take the scrap.
Wow, I mean, that is a massive moment there for M7, one that's going to really sting on the other hand, though, for Need and Org. They needed that hold. They could not stop that push through the front, and because of it, they are overwhelmed and now have to lock in a full 60 at this next point. Not easy to do on P4, but Archives is being a little bit annoying, starting to run through the map, just slowing down this rotation. Neptune eventually finds him, but good zoning control so far.
Really good zone of control right now. Archives not quite able to get anything more, so M7 will get out of spawn and have a chance to start to make a move in towards the hard point. Zyril was also trying to kind of zone players away from top windows, and as he's denied, now all of a sudden Need and Org have no members in the hard point, and further than that, the SMGs start to clean things up for M7. Break is good. 27 seconds to fight for. Zyril looking to counter from the high ground. Bursts through. Missed his chance on Prolute, who was mid-Semtex, but does get help from Hollow. Kills start to come through. Need and Org building themselves a bit of breathing room here. M7 doesn't have a chance to stay in for the hard point to scrap time, and that leads to them maybe a little bit more limited on numbers than they'd like as we head back to Blacksmith.
They're fighting right now, Alan. Not going out just yet. Need a convincing kill feed on the rotation here. Have to kind of keep this tempo up, and Neptune, Proloot, both very weak, but good shots here for Mohawk. Able to find one. Just trying to get a read on where the spawns are, and he will wrap around the back here. And this is going to create a lot of chaos now across the map for where Needed Org is going to be coming up from, but it will result in M7. They do win all the battles necessary, throw themselves back at a time, and have a chance to close it out.
Yeah, looking good for it. I mean, M7 just manipulated spawns, to an absolute perfection. Proloot now around the back. Jintroid has gone prone. Brother, the map's about to end. What are you doing? You got to get back in over, help your teammates. Cyril, Hollow, try to get the work done. Hardpoint goes neutral. Spark to follow up. Trades are in. And Archives, how about this? Cleans things up, and Needed Org once again will see another hardpoint.
But the P1 spawns are there for 2 of the 3 members that just ended up dropping. So again, Needed Org going to have to just win some very clean battles. Can't afford to drop too many numbers here. This is really one of your last chances to try to flip the map and extend it to another hill. We'll see if they can do it. Proloot, though, so difficult to deal with. Finds yet another double, and well, with that, M7, they've got the job done. Nobody should be able to get there. There's a small contest, but it won't result in much. M7, they find a 3-1 victory in their first match.
Some really questionable routes by Jintroid there at the end. He lays prone just outside of Gallows, maybe trying to wait for his teammates to give him information on where they're spawning, but, I mean, they're already in maps trying to fight for hardpoint. Like, get into the archway, help out. And then there at the end, Jintroid spawns back towards Hay, and then tries to wrap all the way through Gallows with like 5 seconds remaining before they're about to lose, and says, wait a second, I don't have time to do this. I'm going to go back through the other archway, then come through mid. I don't know what that was all about. That seemed like a loss of attention to detail as far as state of the game was concerned, I think, on both instances. And with that, M7 will take that series 3-1. Really outside of the Hydro hardpoint pretty cleanly, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I mean, even the first hard points here, they were in control of at one point in time and let up a little bit. Ended up dropping that one in what was a bit of a barn burner on that final hill there on P3. But you take a look at least at the stats, and I mean, it's kind of what we talked about watching over just about every respawn so far. Is everyone's been getting involved, but the subs have kind of been that differential. You see Neptune getting a lot more involved this time here too. 27 kills for him. Right below, though, Spart, he had a lot of big plays alongside Mohawk.
Yeah, I'll say.
They create a lot of big moments there to, again, just keep the subs enabled and just locking down spawns, doing what you need to. A lot of damage even coming through from every single member, too.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you just do not expect this M7 team is going to be down for very long. I mean, they play with some vigor, and they've got a lot of really super, super talented players, obviously. So when all those things kind of come to a perfect storm, it's hard to beat these guys. Just kind of puzzling to see them, even with that win, now they're just 2-1 in the group. Now, their loss yesterday came to that Decimate roster, though it did take 5 maps for Decimate to beat them. So, take from that what you will. But ultimately, this M7 squad should be cruising their way into playoffs from here on out. I mean, the rest of this run should be pretty simple for them, although I said that they do have to play NRK next. So that would be, I think, the last thing in their way. So here's a look at Group B through this third phase of the round robin. Decimate clean with it. 3-0 in the series. Didn't drop a map to NRK, who fall into the mix of 3 different squads tied at 2-1, and Needed Org and Outlast, well, they need some help above them.
Yeah.
Plus, obviously, they play each other next, so whoever wins that series will still have a chance at playoffs. The loser will be done.
Loser will be done. I mean, very, very difficult matchups here, but I mean, that's just what happens that early into week 1, right? Those day 2 matches come through, and while they could be the deciding factors very, very early on for the entire run. So have to find some big wins, but a lot of these tiebreakers, at least near the top here, I mean, it could be very interesting for as far as, where the seeds are going to land. Decimate might be good to lock up first place, but still have to, play out a few more. However, it'll be interesting to see how some of these matches end up going here, to see where everyone ends up kind of leaving off before we get into week 2.
Yeah, and, for what it's worth, I think those that were looking at how the qualifiers went and, what this group in particular ended up being seeded as, this is probably what you expected to see as far as the top 4 versus the bottom 2. I mean, not to throw any shade to Needed Org and Outlast, but I mean, the teams that auto-qualified from last season were super solid, and now you're in a position to where you're getting better because you've had all this extra time to work together because of how much roster mania that we had last time around. So I think there is a level of expectation there when it comes to those top 4 teams being the top 4 teams. It just is a bit of a feels bad that the bottom 2 have not had a chance as of yet to kind of get themselves even into the conversation at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Just haven't been able to find the wins, haven't been able to match up against the best. Happens, I think, when you get into some of these moments with EU and North America, and you're just constantly having to fight up against those squads that just have so much built-in chemistry. So, not easy, but chance to still bring it back, chance to still make some runs. I mean, this isn't the last tournament. I guess that's kind of the good news, but we'll see if they can try to make some magic happen, I suppose.
Indeed the case. I still think we're waiting on the Boston and Rocker ESG matchup, but it looks like they're having a conversation about a lag out at the moment. So that may be a little bit away before we can jump back into it. I believe that was in the control that had happened. So yeah, they are. I mean, the conversation is very alive. So we'll see what happens. We'll step away for just a brief break. And at that point, we'll probably jump into the remainder of that Rocker and Boston series. Otherwise, our second slot is about ready to get going as well with the picks and bans. So lots of North American Challengers leads still to come. Don't go far. We'll be right back. Welcome back into the thick of it. We are on El Asilo control. Boston and Rocker dealing with a disconnect issue after the first round was completed. It is a Boston 1-0 at the moment. So they won their opening offense and now find themselves looking to go back to a 2-0 tally, pending, of course, they can hold off this Rocker attack.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it. So far, it's been decent from Rocker. They get a little bit of progress through that first tick, but haven't locked anything as of just yet. Real kind of in a key position here with the AR, though. Potentially open up the play. Gets a look at Snoopy, who almost turns back and fires, but we'll see now. Rocker with numbers and a chance for the first tick, maybe a second.
Yeah, looking possibly great for it. Sensor's the only thing in the way as Real takes care of it. Oh, it's a team nade that staves off what very well could have been at least a double stack. Diamondcon also in a little bit of trouble here. Snoopy jumps in, finds the kill with Diamondcon only on 1 bullet worth of health. Pander Godorek still fighting back. Pander changing up the angle, cut down by Shawnee, who is the overall KD leader in control at the moment, and that might be why. 5-1 with a nice little double from Shawnee.
Yeah, you don't see that too often from GodRX, I will say. But Shawnee just makes slight work of him. Good snap, and might be able to keep the play alive here for the defense on B, but that second tick has now come through. Good clearance through mid. Pentagram is forced now to come up with what feels like all 4 kills, and not even going to find one. That's a full stack, and I mean, Rocker, they have a lot of options here now that they're through.
Yeah, I'll say, I mean, look at Diamondcon's route. He's going to make Boston continue to spawn towards that bottom left-hand side little housing complex. Slow start for Snoopy, but hold your horses. Little double gets him back into the mix early. Diamondcon does get stunned. Awareness now that Boston have to deal with him in this back position. And Rocker are really just kind of relying on Diamondcon's play here. No one's really making any effort to getting onto A at the moment. Shawnee top tower is going to be hard to kind of shrug off this position. And even though Diamondcon will flip back to the bottom side of the map, Boston's going to collect all the kills.
Yeah, they're going to collect all the kills. DC is still staying alive, though. Should force them to that back left side. Just a matter of finding the kills that really get them to spawn there. And Snoopy able to shut down Pander, who's really struggling so far with that sub to find any kind of an impact, open anything up. 40 seconds now on the clock. Snoopy good for one more, and will be able to at least go on 5. Doesn't earn the spree, but DC, he's starting to feel the pressure. He's got to make a move, and he does deal with Shawnee.
And now this becomes a problem. Pentagram, nice shutdown, though. Brings attack out from spawn. Sensor stuck on the opposite side of the map. Wait. Diamondcon spawned right next to him. Okay, that's stuff. And now Rocker, with those eliminations, have a chance to get back on towards the A zone. Second tick of progress not fully locked yet. Pander looking to create some space around the back. Sensor closes the door. That will be enough for him to be alerted that, yep, there is somebody nearby. Second tick gets locked. Pentagram playing topside tower is going to have to jump off and come in, but he cannot do so. And Rocker will get the A zone in full. Exquisite offense.
I like it. They were just so persistent, right? It's like they never really gave up on the B play. They just kind of always had one more member lingering by the point, and then reinforcements would get there. Then there was a point where they had a really good clearance through mid, and Pentagram was the only one up for Boston to try to disrupt the play, and he wasn't even given the opportunity to find one. And from there on out, DC, I mean, he kind of just did the rest through the back.
Yeah, I'll say. Man, for a moment, though, I thought with that little stun check and the kills on the backside for Boston that they were just going to let Diamondcon sit back there and be like, all right, we'll come get him eventually. He's not going to be able to do anything by himself, but kills off spawn were good. So, again, Boston, after the reset, was up 1-0. We're going into a 1-1 tally. Both offenses are 1. Snoopy finessing, just dancing around Pander. Still quick to move over towards the A zone, but may need a little bit of help as Diamondcon continues to just absolutely shred teammates over across the B zone.
Yeah, able to find another one now. DC for 3 will finally be taken out for Pentagram, who needs to stay alive here if they want to make anything happen successfully on the B point, but it's so difficult to do so. Not a lot of information, and now they're being pinched up here, so that's looking like Rocker should be able to find this with ease. Shawnee the only one up, and Rocker, they have maintained control of defense in and around the B point, but Shawnee still trying to stay alive and make plays.
And Shawnee's been really, really solid for Boston, and the controls as mentioned, still 10-5. Diamondcon just completely bamboozled. He's high, he's low, and now he's on B. Shawnee and Sensor collecting the kills needed. Pentagram trying to zone in. Double stack on. First tick should be locked off this. Pander took the long route around the back. GodRX kind of joining him. Snoopy was considering the idea of this, but instead decides to help out from the site itself. Nice shots on the Diamondcon, but not able to tally a look at GodRx, and with that, Rocker's defense sustains and holds off that third tick of progress.
That's been flawless pretty much for the most part. Haven't give over any zones, just 2 ticks on Beeb. Still a chance, though, for Boston to fly through with a play. Not going to read that corner, and now GodRx has a chance to stop it. 10 seconds, have to stop the clock if you're Boston, but you have members to respond here from Rocker ESG. Through the back, Snoopy just trying to look for angles and get some kills in and around courtyard. Hasn't really found any yet, finally able to get through. Now a chance for Boston to likely lock this in unless Rocker can retake from the back.
Oh, they're rotating back over towards B. This is, you got Shawnee on the B zone. No one's going to be able to defend him. So that's how you're going to get the extra 60 seconds. And now Snoopy's going to help confirm that by locking down the second floor. I love that little cheeky play from Boston. Snoopy getting to work now with an AR he's picked up to make sure Pander can't get safe off spawn. But in the meantime, the rest of Boston is just chugging away through mid. You've even got a long play from Shawnee around the back. He's going to take 2 down in that position to flip spawns around, and now Boston can burst onto A.
Oh, and it was a teammate that ignited everything there. Rocker ESG fumbled big, and DC, I mean, what can he really find from this position? No one's really giving him a shot. He's looking, but second tick slowly on its way. DC's going to drop Pander, now needs to find something, and he can only come up with 1. Boston, have they gotten away with it? GodRx could still stop the play. Challenge comes through. Pentagram battling, running out of ammo, and will finally drop. Can't do it all by himself, but Boston's still in a very prime position to get this round.
Yeah, Rocker need to start gaining the map back. They're just all stacked up behind this A zone. Pander's working on it. Clears out checkers, long-range shots with Pentagram at bottom bar. Oh, you don't love the look of this if you're Pander, but whoa, last shot left. That was the last bullet in the clip. Connects, gets the kill on Pentagram, and now the shoe's on the opposite table, which has turned, as Boston can't find a way to get back towards A.
15 seconds. That's all you got here. Boston on their final attempt. 5 lives. Has to be perfect. Can't afford to give over too many kills here. They're going to stop the clock. DC not going to overextend, waiting for the child to come to him. Johnny brings it head on, and Pentagram follows up. Rocker is down. Boston is up. 2-1, headed into the next one.
Wow. That was one heck of a round of control. So many cool moments for Boston, but ultimately, it's not just Shawnee that kind of saves the day by getting the B zone. He pushes through, finds 2 off of that close spawn from Rocker, and then flips their spawn to be deep. You thought that was going to win the game. But it took an extra effort. Shawnee's at 18-10, though. I mean, come on.
Yeah, looking pretty deadly at the moment. Oh, is it 2-1 Rocker? It was 2-1 Boston, but
2-1 Boston.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it
2-1
was
Boston. Oh, well, we're getting a lot of mixed comms here. We'll see what happens now in this round. Coming on through, DC able to get some early progress and throw himself on the point, but Boston, good response, able to find 2 right off the bat.
Yeah. Wow, okay. Here we go. Shawnee getting to work. 5 in a row. Jeez, even while stunned, nearly gets the 6th. And Rocker are, wow, in a very tough position right off the rip. 52 seconds left on the clock. Real just stretching in to stop the clock at A. Shawnee nearby. Real interested. And yeah, the dead silence catching him on stun will be enough for the kill to come out. And with that, very plausibly, the first tick of progress. Boston looking to reform. Backside lockers. Real tested, denied. First tick, I don't believe fully got locked, as Boston were also dealing with a little bit of a third over towards B. Now it gets locked in. The double stack will continue to make progress.
Off sensor, though, kind of lurking over the top, able to find that first one. Now working for GodRx up close. Does get some shots. Oh, good reach out of Doug. Gets there for another one. 2 good kills here around this point for him, and his teammates are able to now take away a bit of that map. Real, only one really up on this side of the map, will actually play for the touch and maybe play for sensor here through the outskirts. Does a good job of finding the first. Has to get some more work done, however.
Real still working on the third tick of progress, in trouble. Deals with Shawnee. Oh, and then the help around the back. That will be enough to confirm it. So there we go. Extra 60 seconds on. Boston enjoying a 3-life lead. First tick of progress at B will be worked on here as Snoopy will get to depleting most of it. But the threat is on the way, and the kills are coming quickly. Shawnee's the only thing in the way at the moment. He gets off at the top of Pride Rock. A chance now with this back position with the trophy system to kind of hold the defense a little bit longer as Boston continue to try to work their way out of spawn.
Johnny's playing so well at the moment. Another moment for where you get a couple key kills. Rocker has to slow down, forced to pre-aim, and that's just more time being taken off the clock. Down to 55 seconds now. Have to try to get right through Junkyard. Not going to be an easy task, and you can see GodRx, he's so wary about Snoopy and where he's about to pop up from. Huge gunfight for Snoopy as he's forced to finesse and does manage to at least play his life, but GodRx now could maybe fly forward.
Here we go. GodRx in position to try to work around the back, but Pentagram just figures it out. Pander on the inside of tools may have to be the one to make the play. And look at Boston's setup. I mean, they are just not going to allow anything to come around the back. Sensor shut down at range. GodRx collects that kill. And that may be enough now. Yeah, with Real finding kills deep, it's just down to Shawnee. There was a chance to try to get under the zone. Last 5 seconds, Real gets the kill needed, but his teammate that was supposed to get on the zone doesn't actually get there, and Sensor off spawn. His frag does connect, and Boston, wow, well done. Get their second round, and there's still confusion on who won the first round, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think so, too. We'll see, I guess, to get confirmation, but I guess if the map ends, then we'll know for sure. Either way, really great lockdown. Good nade over the top. Doug just places it perfectly to land on Real, so he doesn't get a chance to back up in touch. And, well, no one's entered the map, so I imagine this would be a round 5.
Yeah.
Not sure
Okay.
if they would decide that through ticks.
Yeah, it was weird wording. They said it was 1-0, period, and then it was Boston, please make sure not to do this again. So, and quick looks, it looked like it said, please replay 1-0 Boston. So,
gotcha.
It's 2-2, round 5. Boston apparently also believe that they should be on the attack as well, so no reset here. As Snoopy gets the opening double and now makes his way through, shooting at Ghost. DiamondCon was nearby, and that's enough for the entire offensive hit to be staved back in towards spawn.
DiamondCon, big kill, plays his life, still alive on the point here, and, well, at the moment, Boston kind of trapped in the back. They don't have any bottom control here, and, I mean, every kill onto Snoopy, as well as Pentagram, is huge, because you can just keep them pinned to the back. He stops them from making plays, and, well, Real almost there for the third, but Pentagram with a little bit of a turn and a snap, able to try to ignite something potentially for Boston.
It's just being held at every front, though. Pander up top is a huge problem. Sensor does confirm the trade, but this is taking so much time. Shawnee, though, okay, hold on a second. The only one in the way is Real. That's going to be a full fall. So now a chance to get on the B zone. Trophies should be behind this play, you'd think, but it may not have been fully earned yet. There it is. It just gets played a little bit late. DiamondCon getting one. Snoopy confirming the trade. Looking for more. Just trying to sniff out this defense. Keep them from clearing off Boston from the zone, who's working on the second tick of progress. Snoopy up top is the one to do that. Goes prone, keeps his life, steps away. Pander the last one around the zone. But now you've got an opportunity for Snoopy to get off regen, track down the potential kill. Oh my goodness! A complete near 360 turn onto Pander, and now the stack is in for the third tick of progress. Rocker fighting back. DiamondCon shut down. Extra 60 seconds on the way as Snoopy gets the 4 in a row.
I mean, there was only 13 seconds. You said it, Alan, but Boston able to do it. Snoopy really able to do it with that 4 spree. Does get a little greedy, maybe going to top party, and he will be punished from Real. But you can really see Boston able to get a lot of that map control they were lacking off the start. Pentagram flying out, still causing problems for the respawners. But you have to start to dictate some of this focus now over to A. Get some clearance here. Rocker, they have a great setup around the A point.
Yes, they do. And mostly look at GodRx on top of tower with some pawns around him to feel out where this next hit's going to come from. Sensor on the zone. Trades go back and forth. Stays contested. Stalled at 40 seconds. It's Pander on the other side of this doorway. GodRx watching over him. Pentagram trying to be a problem. Topside patio. Pander still down and contesting. Pops up, finds one, has Shawnee in his sights. Stun comes out. Sensor still trying to contest from the low ground. kills still work out the way in Rocker. I mean, no one can get into a position to take a gunfight versus Pander, and now that the defense has fully reinforced, the clock continues to tick away.
Not good. 22 seconds. Stoopy maybe needs to be that guy again, but it's just a 1-for-1 trade. GodRx still holding strong at the top. Rocker doing everything they need to, picking Boston apart. There has been no clean looks onto the A point here for Rocker, or rather for Boston. And now with 9 seconds, I mean, this is it. One final attempt. Have to go.
If he gets one, chance to jump on for the contest, but there's just so many members nearby. Sensor, the last one on, will drop, and I'll tell you, dude, I kept just floating around it conversationally. How does Sensor not jump into the hard point and help? He's sitting there contesting back doors, but you need that extra AR to help clear off GodRx from tower. You gotta go. He was the first one on to contest and the last one to challenge there at the end. Was never a part of that play. You have to challenge that. You just can't sit there and wait for your teammates to do the work for you, especially considering that GodRx is top tower and Shawnee's being held top window. You have to create presence on the point and not just let Pander stay for free back boxes like that.
Yeah. I mean, he really was staying there for free. Like, he was under no threat, it felt like, right? He had assistance from almost every single angle, and yeah, the biggest problem, GodRx. I mean, that's just the God position. If you're a man AR, man, like, you're just foaming at the mouth when you're in a spot like that. When there's, no time on the clock, they got to run into you. He does what he needs to, and, well, Rocker, they make sure they do not let the setup break. And Boston, that one's going to sting because, it's always hard to put this team away. I feel like whenever we talk about Rocker ESG, I mean, the hardest map to get versus these guys is the last one. I mean, they're just never going to go down easy, and now they have a chance to slowly bring it back, go into another hard point, and see if they can maybe extend this to a map 5.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, looking at the rest of what this series is going to be laid out to play, you've got the LCO control done and dusted, but a Mercado hardpoint coming up next, where if Rocker can continue to play with some tempo, you expect them to be able to kind of, again, manipulate the map in some of the ways that we've seen them do in the past. Again, not with necessarily this roster. I think you take a lot of focus on that conversational point and you put it immediately into DiamondCon's hands and say, what are you going to give for us here as one of the more flexible AR players kind of in the history of North American challengers? Great success throughout certain titles, the fill-in during New York. Lots of things that have kind of been a part of his competitive career. Now the new guy up for this team, Pander swapping into the sub role. Those are, I guess, really the two guys that I'm looking at here for Rocker to see if they can continue to try to keep pace with what we saw to Pentagram and Stoopy in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, that is the difficulty, I think, when you play against this Boston team, especially now with Stoopy. You mentioned just the overall pressure. I mean, we saw it, right, from his POV. He is just so difficult to deal with. He just constantly, I mean, like, the most relatable player I feel like that is similar to him is like Shotzzy. Like, with his crazy movement, obviously it's a huge comparison. This guy's got a lot to prove, but you look at his POV and you can see something a little bit different. And I mean, you need that same presence on the other side on a Mercado specifically. Like, if your ARs just are not getting where they need to be, I mean, it is just a map that is so difficult to play, and you just always feel like you're behind in tempo, that you're playing catch up. You're hitting olds, and then you're rotating the new late. You do not want to get caught in that cycle here, but it's very easy to fall into that cycle when you're just not winning those battles, especially those important ones.
And the thing about that is it often comes in the backside of like trying to force yourself to play more aggressively to match tempo, and all of a sudden you're shelling into 1v2s, 1v3s, things like that. And that could happen on either side. We've seen it from either side. So those are kind of the points that we're talking through. Again, that is still a first slot matchup. Everybody else, due to the disconnect issue, has already started into their second match of the day. In particular, we keep our focus here a little bit with Decimate as they are on top of their group, but Orbit are not to be trifled with. A solid start for them here in the Hydro hardpoint.
Snap, though, from Estriel. And this is one of the big tests we'll see here for Decimate. We were talking about this matchup, having to take out Orbit. See if they're going to be able to do it. Good shots again from Estriel. Creates a little bit of space here through the front. And maybe a chance to start to push through now as Decimate are going to have a big rotation ahead of them.
Here we go. Bink down low. By himself at the moment. Noisy trying to watch as the exit will now start to come through. Gravity shut down, and this will put a huge pause into Orbit's attempts at breaking through P2 with those exit kills. Spawns are not actually in, though. Bink has got to come his way to recover, and actually he finds himself in a good spot to watch the cross because of it. And boy, talk about a free 25 seconds this could lead to.
Is up top. Not going to get any angles. Noisy just lurking down low in the water. And whoa, Noisy able to find 2 down low in the water. Jimbo does put it away, but what are you really going to be able to do? Will be spotted on the cross. Estriel here to reinforce, and well, easy pickings there for Estriel again. Looking like this will be the full hold that we asked for. Decimate do what they need to, and now have a chance to start to surge out and make moves to do, and they're already doing so.
Well, it's all about can they continue to dig into this lead. Orbit scrap time continues to kind of get them closer and closer to the 250 mark. Decimate set up in a good position, though. Noisy up front. Oh, my goodness. Lines up 2. Along the back, Gio's already been shot at by Bing, so now the threat has been aware, and Noisy will chase that one down. Okay, everyone starts to scramble back to the hard point, though, as Flames up top going to be tested by a couple. Wiz is the one to collect the kill. Now the focus down in towards the interior. Decimate trying to get into position to read this. Wiz around the back. Does find one big tray, but Noisy is still alive up top. He has been untrackable. Finally gets shut down, but the hard point only goes neutral as Gio's the last one to stand.
Yeah, Gio, one of those guys, man, that you can always rely on in some of these key moments. Another big double there for him. Slows things down and maybe just delays a little bit of this time coming through for Decimate. The spawns, though, in the back, you think would be good enough to be able to find the remaining kills and then push through afterwards. But Gravity, Gio, good enough job here to keep them at bay for a good amount of time. And will only let them get about 5 seconds there. So very well done, and now have some great map positioning here. But on the other side, you're looking at Estriel to be the big player to maybe flip the spawns out.
Jimbo around the back. Good read into Estriel initially, and the kill is there. Okay. Lots of pace here from Jimbo, but turned aside. Hold on a second. Decimate are finding an opportunity to get Noisy through the backside, with Flames also still kind of working through mid, and the spawns come in for Decimate. Oh my goodness. Now it's just down to can Orbit win the gunfights. That's really all it comes down to, is who gets the 200 points first. Gravity around the back on 3. There's kill number 4. Has Flames inside the hard point. Shots damage. Good. Gets the kill off the reload. Another player around the side, but it doesn't make a difference. The nades are in, and Orbit get the flip.
Wow, what a play from Tom Gravity, man. 5 kills in a row for him. 1 off of earning the streak here. And that is a huge moment to grab some of that scrap time and just allow your teammates to start to fly out. Gio's already done so. He is just nice and cozy in that corner in the back, and he will stay alive as long as he has to until his teammates get in position. Jimbo gonna go for a bit of a swim himself. Will be spotted, but oh, he destroys Noisy. Turns and burns, and now numbers looking good for Orbit.
Oh my goodness. Chance to contest. Big has to hold. Help is on the way for multiple points of entry. But the first kill goes the way of Jimbo. Tagged up heavily, though. Has to get himself out of the hard point. He's not really able to fully get the exit, so hold on a second. Decimate break back in with some conviction. They've got numbers. Orbit are spawning all over the map, though. They have a chance to fully envelop and surround this hard point. Flames make safe one side of the play, but from the front, Orbit get their break. One more contest on the way in. 23 seconds to fight for. Neither team can win here, but boy, do Decimate, I'm sure, want to give this one more try.
Yeah, definitely want to get in for just a little bit of this time. Let it go neutral, potentially, and with the spawns in the back. You think that's going to be the case, actually. We'll take a look at where the spawns are going to come through now for Orbit, and, well, not where you want them to be. All of them end up now spawning at the old time. Sure, they're gifted about 5 seconds, but they're now forced to win some massive gunfights here on rotation. Gravity going to take his time. This route has to pay off.
Here we go. Flames. Oh, little pop-up from Jimbo. Gives a route to open up here in the middle of bridge. Bink trying to hold on. Help from Noisy. Gravity mid-map. Really can only do so much, and hold on a second. That is as clean as you could possibly wish for if you're Decimate. Orbit now all of a sudden are kind of trying to play the map 2 ways. Some on rotation, some trying to play for old, and Decimate are finding every single individual kill. Gio's the only one that could possibly challenge, and oh my goodness, Decimate, what looked to be about to be surrounded with no exit, all of a sudden win all the gunfights, catch Orbit in a tricky spot, and come away the map winners.
Wow, I mean, that is just such a tough spot to be in when they start spawning behind P5 when there's still, you know, a good 4 to 5 seconds left, so the old spawns are active, and to have to kind of, you know, dissect the map and come back out onto it, figure out where they're positioned at, it is so difficult to do, and that's why they just start taking water routes, because they're just trying to come behind the play, find a way to see if they can disrupt something, create some chaos so that the Decimate members start to panic. But nobody panics. Everyone holds strong. They get a great read on where the members are going to be, and every single gunfight felt like it was won for those last 30 seconds.
Yep. I mean, that is not at all how I thought that was going to go. For really those last 2 hard points, just a couple of small things here or there that Decimate ended up kind of stringing together into one large macro thing, especially there at the end. Whoa, crazy scene. So Decimate find themselves a map winner here with this Orbit team really breathing down their necks to possibly still fight for a top spot in their group. It's not a team, like we mentioned, to shrug away from, because they have played super tight. But here, it's Decimate that come out the victors of map 1. Hotel Search on the way, and an Expo Control still awaiting us for map 3.
Hotel Search, man. And I mean, Decimate, this is where, they've been pretty good for the most part. We just saw them play at least, with Search and Destroy in their last series. A pretty swift 6-2 victory, not showing a whole lot of weaknesses, I feel like, in a lot of the setups that they were throwing at us. Great with the tempo, mixing it up, some aggressive rounds, some rounds where they slow it down completely and just, keep you guessing. And on a map like Hotel, that can be very, very valuable when you talk about using all of those lanes and really spreading out there on the attacks.
Wow. This Decimate team is coming a little different. We expected greatness out of them, but I will say they are playing to a level that I did not expect them to be at this quickly. So we've got a lot of matches still to kind of get through here in the group play. It's one of the products of what we get in these particular opening day actions. Lots of important matches as well, in particular for this second block of games. So a lot still to come. Do not go far. We've got more North American challengers coming up at the backside of the break. Welcome back to North American Challengers Elite, and a must-win match for both of the teams on hand. Need and Org, Outlast Gaming. Well, they both need a win. Both of them are 0-3 at the moment. You lose and go 0-4, your chances at playoffs are done. Even if you win the series, you will still be in a position of contest. So, see how things unfold here with Outlast Gaming, currently off to a pretty solid start through 2 hills on Mercado Hardpoint.
Yeah, I'll say, without a doubt, these guys have been putting up some big kills so far. You can see it, 7-3, 5-2, 6-2. So a lot of slaying coming in early for Outlast Gaming. But a good job from Jintroid to try to bounce back a little bit. It's been a rough start for him. We'll do at least a solid job of finding the first, but the double team in the back will be able to get rid of him. Zyril, good flank around the back here. We'll be able to disrupt the play as he comes up with one and maybe puts together a second, but his teammate's there for it.
Archives, though, still fighting. No, not going to work out. Gus still alive for a small time. Not going to be able to complete the effort in the 1 versus 3. So with that, 30 seconds to the fight for here for Need and Org. Good clearance from Archives spawning out through mid-map. That will essentially dissuade Outlast Gaming from doing too much contest here at the exit. And that will put us into about a dead-even game as we rotate back over to the other side of the map.
Romar's got himself into a good spot. He's going to hear a lot of footsteps also rotating through here, so should be able to pop up with Cryptic, who have been putting together some kills, and there it is. Promar just waits. First one, there's the second one, and can even threaten the exit onto Archives, and that's exactly what Promar does. Now the spawn's going to be very deep here for Need and Org.
Man, really good clearance here for Outlast Gaming. And they still have Promar finding kills deep on the other side of the map. Cryptic mid-map is in a position to lock these 2 rotations through Market. Also catches an eye into Archives. Help from Promar right over the top. Goodness, the timing of that was flawless. Player on the back starts to create some space, and it actually sees a couple of spawners happen to pop up nearby. Cryptic doing what he can to keep his life for as long as humanly possible. Help is on the way for the hard point, but ultimately Need and Org will get the break that they need right here in the middle portion of this Barber hard point.
25 seconds, a huge amount of time to get unless Promar could fight for it. The stun actually was good on the Zyril, but we'll be there for the lockdown. We'll be there for the trades. Already making some early moves, man. These guys are flying at the moment. Need and Org, though, still staying in this game. Going tit for tat here through the hard points. Just down by a few points. Solo makes his move to new and tries to break open mid.
It's a nice route to be hitting, and no one's watching it. Promar in the corner doesn't quite confirm the kill. Still, though, the kill comes out, but now it's Zyril along the back. That could be a big problem as the rest of Need and Org start to stack up through dark. Cryptic responds and actually forces out a team kill. Turns, had a good prediction to where Zyril is coming from, but didn't quite get any shots off, and ultimately, Outlast will get the kill they need to hold on to the hard point for now.
Still surprised Zyril comes with that double kill, though. However, it doesn't matter. Not that maybe loosened up the defense inside of the point itself, but not going to be the case. And now everyone forced to start to rotate over to Cantina here for Need and Org. See, 20 seconds going to be gifted over uncontested. So this is going to give you a lot of freedom to make some moves here on the map and kind of attack this how you see fit. And they're going to take just about long routes through either side to try to pinch them here in Cantina.
Yeah. The thing about it is you've got a little opportunity here from Hollow. Yeah, he's going to wrap around the back and line up at least the first. Doesn't quite confirm the second elimination, but Jintroid's there for the trade as Zyril continues to look down Promar at long range. That's perfect for Need and Org. Sure, there's 1 kill along the back, but the clearance is near perfect for Need and Org. I mean, absolutely exquisite hold, and that's going to allow them a chance to dig right back into this title. As oh, how about it? More kills come through. They could actually take the lead here.
Yeah, they could. It's just looking really good. Archives, we saw this on the Fortress hardpoint, just kind of gets into some of these annoying positions and finesses and plays his life just so wonderfully well. Another moment there from him. Hollow, I mean, he's already making moves. He's pushing all the way out here. These are gunfights you have to win if you're Outlast Gaming. Can't afford to lose this rotation to the last hill. Hollow is threatening it, finds another one, and this is just slowing down Outlast Gaming. They're all going to drop.
And Outlast Gaming just kind of get put into the blender, and they voluntarily continue to stay in the blender for a lot of that hard point. Lots of individual challenges coming out, and there's just not a lot of clearance. And now we're hitting through Old to get to parking lot, in which Need and Org have a setup for this. It's Archives. He's already in place to watch all of this, although the team shots were crisp. Howell will try to cut back through mid, and he's got a really good read on how this pinch would possibly come through. Just doesn't quite land the shots. Cryptic sends the hardpoint neutral. Cruise missile also called in, helped influence it. But Org on the way back in, trying to find a way to get established again into the hard point, but the kills just aren't quite there, and Outlast Gaming a chance to hold on to the back 30.
Yeah, this has been a while since it feels like they've been able to actually get on the time, but chance for the back 30. Certainly going to need it. Eden Oric just go on a crazy chain of events there. Those back-to-back kills, and Hollow doing a good job of clearing a lot of that space. But the lead change comes back the way of Outlast Gaming. A lot of kills coming through here for them. It's just going to really force a rotation out early for Eden Oric just to try to get some of that Cantina control. But Outlast Gaming, they're already there, already contesting it.
Yeah, it's been really solid. I think just, again, we talked about this in our first block of matches across a number of the different series that were happening at once. You know, when things start to go wrong, what play call do you have to make to get back in? And we're even seeing now from Outlast Gaming, they're providing that, even in the midst of what was a little bit of an ugly set of hard points near the end of that last rotation. 158, 183. Hollow gets a double clearing out tunnel. One more up top, though. Didn't expect that one. It's Cryptic still holding on to the P2 side of the map. You also see Zyral on the cross. Just tough gunfight over the top of the hedges. And oh, that's unlucky. It's a tough win for Zyral. And then ultimately, Cryptic still gets the kill by way of his trophy system.
Yeah, if he doesn't find that kill, then maybe that spawn actually doesn't come through for Outlast Gaming, and there could be a chance for numbers here with Eden Oric, but doesn't happen that way. Trophy comes in clutch. Spawns were good, but are they going to hold? Look at this push through the tunnel. Jintroid just opens up with 3 in a row here. Transitioning off of P1, make it 4 in a row for Jintroid. That is one heck of a way to break Cantina.
Wow. Again, little cause and effect. You want a response? There it is. Zyral up top. Ooh, just did not expect that there was going to be a quick contest out of Dark. Gus able to kind of assist as now Darkside gets to work trying to clear in towards the first floor. Very quickly realizes that there should be more players nearby than there are. So where's everyone gone to? And there they are. Kills come out. Well formed by Outlast as you look at Boston Academy on the other side in the picture-in-picture. They're still in the middle of their first series. They do take the win 250 to 166. So that'll be a 3-1 series for Boston, putting Rocker now into a pretty tumultuous spot as Boston needed to kind of win out the day to have a chance at playoffs.
Exactly, and Rocker now forced to win themselves and see if they can do it. Outlast Gaming, though, they are now in a spot where not only are they getting scrap, but they're contesting new, and they could end it right now inside of 10. Archives realizes he can't just fly in there by himself. He needs to wait for his teammates. Teammates are now here. Bait and switches need to be effective, and well, so far they have been. They'll find 3 of the 4. Last one up, Pro Amar. And now we'll see Zyral soaking up time.
Yeah. Good position for him to be in this back corner. Can stay safe from incoming nades up top. But of course, there's a question in this setup to where exactly is the hit coming from. Oh, and well played by Zyral. Gets now to the second floor. Teammates clearing out below him, and it's a full team wipe Visions. And look at the play from Eden Oric. They immediately get out of the hard point, bump forward, get a read on Outlast Gaming. And even though Eden Oric cannot win here, of course, this is great for them trying to establish some pressure at new. Outlast Gaming are stuck inside of Barber at the moment.
Yeah, they are, and if they die, then the spawns could be interesting, but Cantina is where they're going to be at the moment. And you can just see Hollow outside there on the X-ray, knocking on the door, getting ready to try to bust this hill open. Have to get inside of Barber, 225 to 234. Hollow's got to be the first one to go.
Nades go quiet for a moment. Contest in for Hollow. Outlast happy just to stay in the back. Trophy earned. Will keep them safe. Semtex doesn't quite get around the corner. And it's a Mexican standoff. No one wants to move. Hollow trying to bait them into the play. Gets one in the corner. Teammates still trying to spam things down. It's back and forth, back and forth. Here comes the helper on the last side. It's Pro Amar, but no! Woo. The kill comes out as Hollow gets the 5 straight. 237 for Outlast Gaming. 235 for Eden Oric. Outlast need to break.
All the patience has paid off, but still have to get the job done. A full flood through the back alley to try to break open Barber. Side by side, the subs in the hill for Eden Oric. Hollow! He just lines up all 3 of them. The only one that could get here would have been Cryptic in the back, and he is shut down. Eden Oric, they find the break, and they manage to hold on for the win.
What a play from Hollow. I mean, flat out, that is just... Stay alive, stay alive. I mean, both teams just do not want to make the first move. And ultimately, Hollow kind of baits the gunfights by just throwing some shots at the wall.
Yeah.
Outlast Gaming get kind of baited into trying to respond. They predicted a jump chow, and after the gunfights come out, Howell just hits the cross, gets in, cleans it up, and then holds that back door like his life, and for that matter, the map depended on it, because it did. So, was it 9 straight for Howell, I think, at the end? 8 or 9 straight at the end? Unbelievable heroics out of him.
Oh, man. I mean, it's so interesting to see Hollow do it, not only with the sub, but we've seen him do it with an AR in the past, over these last couple titles here too, right? But, rocking this sub on the day, it feels like he's found a lot of just impactful plays. You see it there at the end, and yeah, Hollow goes on an 8 spree. 25 and 23, just about all those kills coming through in the end, talking about having the ice.
Unbelievable, man. What a performance out of him. And on the other side, Outlast is going to be really kicking themselves. I mean, look at the stats. Everyone goes positive for the L. That's tough to see. But, I mean, the objective focus, 3 members over a minute of hardpoint time. Nearly all 4 of them for Need and Org. 2 get close to a minute 30. So when it comes to turning kills into objective play, Need and Org found some advantages right there. And again, this is a key matchup for both these two teams. So it's not just the series that matters, but every map will matter as well. Ultimately for the team that ends up winning, because they are going to need some help in the tiebreaker scenario. So the rest of this series, we'll see an El Asilo search and an Expo control before possibly a double dose of Fortress at the end.
Yeah, the double dose of Fortress is interesting if we go the distance here, but the El Asilo now, you need a big regain on the other side, because like you just said, I mean, I think the worst part about losing that is that you were controlling the majority of the map. You were leading, the majority of that map, it felt like, for most of it. And then to lose it like you just did, that's just going to have to be a really difficult spot to be in. So have to do the reset now coming into the El Asilo. A chance to tie it up and to stay alive here throughout playoffs or throughout the regular season. Head over to Decimate in orbit, and right now it's all tied up 4-4. Bomb going to go down. 3v3 we go.
Thought Bink had a freebie on the Wiz. Still tagging his right knee, but just can't get the kill. Wiz has stayed down under cover. Geo helping out. Flames looking for the double, but dude, what? Wiz was made out of titanium.
Yeah, I mean, he had elbows like peeking out. He had knees coming out. He's turning left and right. He's just trying to finesse the bomb cover, and he still manages to get the final bullets in there to finish off the trade. But yeah, I mean, Wiz, I don't know what he's made of, but shout out to him. Stays alive, and I mean, that is a pivotal round. 5-4 now, orbit on that point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was, again, 1 bullet away from the bomb not being planted, and how different that last couple of moments look like if Decimate just hold on to the defensive side, but not to be. And now all of a sudden you're going to have a big Nixie battle here right over the middle. But oh my goodness, nobody from Orbit was looking arches. No one was looking over towards Arch at all.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty important spot to at least have one person watching. You got to be ready for plays like that, and maybe they're just not expecting a play like that to come out, knowing that it could be the very last one. But if you're going to play up against a team like this, I mean, you have to expect the unexpected. They're not just going to, sit up and post up just because they're a round away from elimination.
Yeah.
They're going to play it like it's the last round they'll ever play. 5-5 now, the tally. Caught off guard is Orbit, and it's going to be an attacking round again for them, and I don't think they're going to be.
Doesn't look like it. Decimate, though, looking to kind of stack up into bedroom. Jimbo may bite on this. He's playing up. Noisy bursts through, and Jimbo, he was second-guessing the play down low. Bink even keeps the plant away. And, oh, man, it changes that quickly. Flames pops through the door, still gets the win versus Wiz, lets him know about it. And Gravity, now a 1v4 required, and there's just no way.
Nope. Doesn't really feel like there is. If there was, he had to find Bink right there in that instance. Yeah. But now it's just too much to do with no real time. And honestly, that play that we just saw was just kind of wild, where Flames just stuns open the door. He forces a little swap off there from Jimbo to look down low because he hears the doors open. And then it's just Noisy who hits the top. So, I mean, that is some great coordination. Not easy to pull off.
No.
In a moment like that, but it works. And Decimate, those last 2 rounds, I mean, no one even died.
Nope.
Maybe one. I guess Jimbo got one.
Yeah, Jim. Well,
The round previous, I guess he got one before dropping.
he did. Yeah, one previous, but that was a 3-0 up start, we're being told, by the way, for Orbit to kick things off. And then they get to a 5-4 tally as well, so, oof. This Decimate team's icy too, man. They've got composure. Not willing to change up what they know works. That little hit through mid, maybe a miscue by Orbit, not at least giving a good check to it. It seemed like a couple of stuns maybe were thrown, but you gotta have somebody watching it still. You can't just give it up and hope that you're gonna play a 3-man stack on the cross through mid. No way.
Yeah, that's one they'd love to have back, that's for sure, because guess what? Now it's 2-0 Decimate, and like those are like two tough losses too, right? Like it's 250 to 235. We just saw Decimate like lock down a full P1 hill for about 30 seconds to secure that win on Hydro.
Yeah.
And then they win back-to-back rounds to steal it away. Man, it feels like anyone who's been kind of on this Orbit roster has just had a lot of very unfortunate circumstances, throughout this year, and it's shaping up to be another one of those where they just get so close, they just can never actually put it away.
Yep. And look, there's something to be said about that. Like, at a certain point in time, you're going to play up against teams that are at even footing with you, if not a slightly better than you. But if you go up and don't have the ability to close, that's what makes, I think, the difference between a good team and a great team. And we've seen it so many times. I think especially we've really, really seen it when it comes down to like the opens, like grand finals, teams that go up, and it's just like, okay, this should be easy. No worries. Clean it up. You're off to a lot of money and a lot of notoriety. That has not necessarily been the case, though. So I think that's kind of been, I think, an interesting point when you compare like the CDL to challengers is moments like that. You need to see you be able to close out if you're going to have a lot of consideration from those that are looking at you from the CDL's level.
Yeah, I mean, that is it, right? Like, they need to see that clutch factor. In order to really take a chance on you, you have to bring something special. And when you've just gotten so close and just have always fell short, man, it really, really starts to add up and, well, starts to be a problem with your confidence even too. But we'll see what happens in that series. Chance to bring it back, but not going to be easy. Meanwhile, this one's been a fun one so far. We had a great map, number one. Although goes on an 8 spree to end it and close it off with a dub and steal it away here from Outlast Gaming. But right now, they're down a man, 4 versus 3. That bomb kind of hovering around that A site.
Dark is right behind this play. Or I guess technically right in front of this play. Lots of white X-rays in front of him, starting to make a move in towards the site. No active defense being used at the moment. Gus is also threatening the side doors. He moves up top. So he's cleared off the post plant position, and the timing of that check is absolutely picture perfect. Takes down Archives off the plant. Pro Amar gets involved with a follow-up. And now it's down to Jintroid and Zyril, who they have recovered the bomb, but the problem is the timing is just not looking good for them with only 17 seconds on the clock. Zyril now by himself for what is to be a 1v3. And yeah, Outlast Gaming, just too much control on the second floor. Need an Orange just kind of lost track of it.
Yeah, they do. And Zyril, he's got no time. You'd have to cook Pro Amara, then just pre-fire a door right inside, but no one's going to give him any looks here. And I mean, that is some great timing, but also just a great look and a great route, right? Where he realizes, all right, no one's really watching, from green or from the soccer field. I have a chance to push through and just take the hop up for myself so I can do a little check. And it works out very well, plays his life, and ends up coming away with a second with the Semtex. And everyone just kind of gets pinned inside A. And that's what happens when you take sometimes too much time on the attack to get the bomb down, right? You get a little too fancy working through the outskirts, hoping for kills. And when they don't come, you're forced to make a play.
Yep. Well, Outlast on to their first offense. Archives outside bottom A, just kind of playing in the rocks. He's the only real defender on this A side. Need an Orgar heavy, leaning towards potentially something at B. No information, though. That might be enough for Archives to consider that I should be in trouble here soon. But Outlast Gaming are just hanging out. Maybe setting up for a game of billiards down low at the bar. I mean, they haven't moved at all.
We've been seeing a lot of this, through like the LSC loads, especially like in some of the early rounds where it's like, just like feelers, I guess is what I like to call it. Just like, oh, what are they going to do? Like, are they going to hit this? They're going to stun nade this? Or are they going to late pinch? Well, Jintroid says, yeah, absolutely going to late pinch. Not going to be able to get out, but that's a lot of information, at least for his teammates to work with. And I mean, with 30 seconds left, what are your options here?
Yeah, I mean, Archives and Zyral off of that play from Gintroid had slid further forward. I mean, Outlast have a ton of the map to clear. Zyral, good shots to Gus, doesn't quite finish the kill, and then surprise, here's Darkside with the bomb now making a play over towards B, so that works out, but maybe only a little bit luckily so, as now the full flip comes into the map. Needed Orc playing from behind this plant. Archives will flip over towards the defensive side, and they're going to look to pinch this.
Cryptic, he's getting some sound cues. Needs to read Hollow, and he does. Now all down to 1. Archives, AR in hand at least. We'll take the top of Pride Rock here. Try to navigate through the 1v2. I'd have an idea. One's on the site. Bang, open the door, but not going to be able to finish it off swiftly. That means that they can just finesse it and start to run around and toy with their food.
Yes, indeed. It's a tale as old as time. Boy. So many small moments in this round of search, though, that it's just... For a moment, you think, oh, Outlast have no room to work with. How do you even get out of spawn here? I mean, the map is being fully controlled by Need an Org, but it really comes down to that one gunfight, the top window. The fact that Gus stays alive, so crucial, because then it's information on how you re-wrap over. The kill comes out from Gintroid, quick plant, and rest is history. So here we go. Outlast into their next defense. Still holding back pretty passively. Waiting to see what exactly Needed Org want to do. A couple of the doors have been stunned open, but Dark has got an SMG, so he's just playing for intel on this corner.
Sure is. Shoulders back and forth, just kind of waiting for them to potentially kind of push through like we were seeing their rounds previous. Working through the courtyard and then backtracking and making sure that they're good to hit the green light on A. But Pro Mars in a weird spot now. Look at this. Archives is like, listen, I saw him. I don't care. I'm flying. But Cryptic turns at the right moment. And Archives just goes a little bit too fast. Does get caught with his gun up. And that means now with that number kind of being lost at the back of the spawn, we're now forced to brute force. And, well, it's just not going well.
No, it's really not. I am surprised that Archives doesn't just try to hit the door open again, get the kill, and then open up the space for his teammates to work with. Maybe he's thinking that Promar didn't see me. I can get behind the team, but I think that's just too greedy, honestly. Zyral for the 1v3. Now is the first 2 nicely. And Promar still inside the site. So Zyral, who's still got his Dead Silence together, gets the regen, chance to go for the 1v1. Pops the door, sees him in the corner, but no, Promar sneaks forward. Doesn't allow him to continue to play off the doorway in Outlast game and get to 3-0 up.
All right, that was a very scary moment for Pro Amar because he hears the door bang open behind him, but Zyral still has his Dead Silence active, so it could have been a surprise on where he ended up popping out from, but the sub really pays off there in that instance and is able to get the snap. Just a quick little bang open of the door, looking for a quick little kill, but doesn't come through there for him. Outlast Gaming, man, they're just edging out here versus Need an Org. 3-0 up.
Yeah.
Not giving them anything.
Been some pretty tight rounds, though.
Have been.
Mostly off of the mid-round action, right? Like, it hasn't necessarily been at the first and blood engagements. It hasn't been at the end. It's been these mid-round engagements that have come through. These little audible changes to the initial plan as now Need an Org are getting aggressive into the teeth of Outlast Gaming, who are in a position to deal with this. Hollow just works his way in. No one checks the back bar, and Pro Amar walks away with 2 freebies.
Yeah, and Zyral's caught in his 3rd, 4th 1v situation.
Yeah.
It feels like he's always the last alive, and he's good for a kill or 2 here and there, but it's just too much to ask constantly from him. This one should be secured, and well, Gus, I think, has even got a pretty good idea of where he is. And, oh, Zyral almost snaps, but not to be. Not to be. 4-0 up.
Wow. That was by far the most polished round we've seen as well from Outlast when it comes to them playing passive. Little spinning of the web, come into my trap type situation. And Need an Org did not know what hit him. Flat out. 5-1 for Pro Amar, 4-1 for Dark. Zyral, as you continue to mention, finds himself in his 1v multiples. That's where the majority of his 4 kills have come from. So now all of a sudden I kind of counteract my previous statement saying, okay, Need an Org just need to be better at just getting kills flat out in the early stages of these searches because you can't just keep letting Zyral sit into 1v3s.
That's exactly it. Have to find a way to get kills together, find some of these trades, just don't let them be as slippery as they've been. We'll get some checks onto the site. Darkside just in a position again where he's just looking for information, but at least the site started to come through here slowly but surely for Needed Org. Hollow caught on Sprint. Great first kill here for Darkside, but now that's pressure on Archives in the site.
Yeah, Archives is kind of stuck here. I mean, he needs help and he needs it badly. The thing about it is Dark is in a position to kind of be the pivot point here. Cut off these rotations in towards A. He's just holding one angle. And ultimately, if he really wanted to, he could just stay here to deny the high ground post plant. Which very well may be the call. Zyril getting chased. Turns away. And Need and Org are going to play this pretty darn individually. I mean, Zyril's not here to help out the player on site. Jintroid is floating at the outside of A. But all the individual gunfights are being won, so maybe a lack of concentration here from Outlast Gaming, who are now down to a 2v3.
Don't really trade Zyril, and Zyril even comes behind the play again and gets here in time. Wow. I mean, that is finally a play where Zyril's actually a part of what's happening with the rest of his team there. And Archives, I mean, he is caught in the site, but he's able to survive for as long as he does. Doesn't really meet any challenges here from his opposition. Plays for that bomb plant, but it's really Zyril in the back, finessing his life, getting some good shots in, and taking some very wise challenges.
And I'm just surprised that for Outlast Gaming, if you get the recognition that there's a player deep watching outside the flank, take your 4v2 at worst onto the site. Like, you still had a player up top denying the post plant second floor high ground, but everyone just kind of gets baited into 1v1s and Need an Org win every single one of them. So now Outlast Gaming go back to their passive ways. I'm sure Pro Omar doesn't get away with this twice. Not that it's going to amount to too much, because Need and Org are also saying, all right, you want to play passive? We'll play passive.
We'll give him any freebies right off the bat this time. Introid's in a pretty interesting spot, though. I mean, if he gets any kind of information or has a chance to hit this flank, it could be huge, but Darkside going to spot him. That's also going to force his position now inside, where he'll follow up with a Semtex, but won't finish off the kill, but does at least shift some of the members around here on the defense for Need and Org. And now down to about 40 seconds.
And these nades need to land here. And okay, Dark's going to get some information that there is somebody on site. Get to work clearing that out. Pro Omar provides. Jintroid behind the couch needs to get to. Second challenge is delayed. And Jintroid nearly gets the perfect reposition, but ultimately Outlast will get the kills they need for a plant. And now it's Hollow for a 1v3. First one's free up top. And he's got Dead Silence, hits the trigger, wants to go quick. Lots of space that he has to clear out, though. And I don't know about this much space to clear out, but clears it out nonetheless. Problem is, Outlast Gaming have regained control of the high ground, and I just don't see a world where Hollow gets the shots to get these kills plus the defuse.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. Doesn't feel like as long as no one just throws, then should be around here for Outlast. And Hollow's, he's hoping, he's fighting, but no one's giving him anything.
Yeah.
Tough scenes there for Hollow. Outlast Gaming, though, pick their moments well. You really got to give them some props for that, man. It just feels like it's such a difficult position to be in. Like, once some of those defensive members shift around and Introid is no longer in a comfortable position, like that's where they start to pounce and just start to slowly work into A and just find those kills on some of the sub players.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You know, I think a lot of teams could get entrapped by playing as slow as Outlast are, but in this head-to-head matchup, it's kind of keeping Need and Org like confused almost to a way. It's just like, why have they not hit this yet? Where are they? Like, and that little bit of second guessing may have amounted to more dramatic changes than were actually needed, because a couple of rounds, Need and Org have gotten away with a lot of free map control, including right now. It's a free A site. Just plant, set up your post plant, win the round. I mean, that's just as easy as it gets, you'd think.
Let's go down at least, but still going to be a difficult spot. Have to hold on here to a 3 versus 4. Cryptic hoping for someone to give him a chow, but you can see them start to make this move up top. Looking to collapse. Need to find the player that's going to be looking at the clutch spot, and it's going to be Zyril. He's under pressure, under fire. They're going to be able to sniff him out, take him down. Now at 3 versus 2 as Jintroid gets one back.
Who's supposed to be making contact on bomb? Jintroid's playing a 1v1 in what? that was a 4v4 post plant, technically. The kill off the exit of the plant comes through swiftly, but what was the idea for the rest of that setup? You had one player up top that got baited into a 1v3, essentially, because Outlast know for a fact they have to clear the second floor. Hollow's playing... I just don't understand that setup from Need and Org as far as the post plant is concerned, especially considering that the plant was free.
Yeah, I mean, it's too reliant on Zyro, right? Like, they're just like, hopefully Zyro stays alive for 40 seconds.
Give him
and
some help,
we can
though.
finesse. That's what they're relying on, I guess. But yeah, no, I'm with you. And you got to help them out somehow, but not enough. I mean, very, very disjointed search and destroy. And it never really felt like they were on the same page. You could see rounds where they were kind of sick and tired of playing back. They're like, okay, let's hit something, like change it up. And then you hit something and Pro Amar's in a corner and it says, well, thanks for the easy double. And then just like that, it just... Okay, well, I guess we got to go back to playing passive our next defense, right? Like, it never really feels like they found any counters or any play that kind of worked for them on that LSULO.
Wow. That is just not good. I'll say that much. Let's take a look at what's going on around the rest of the Group B matches that are happening right now. M7 find themselves 2-0 up on NRK Anarchy. That's happening on the We Are Clutch GG stream. It was a 250-140 Hotel win and a 6-5 Embassy Search win. They're on the LSCLO control. Decimate sped run their way through today. 250-235. I mean, we saw that come back onto Orbit plus the round 11, but they swiftly take a quick 3-0 control. So Decimate go perfect on the day. Didn't drop a single map against two very tough opponents. So now Decimate, I mean, they've locked top position. They've beat M7, they've beat NRK, they've beat Orbit. The only opponent waiting them at the end of all of this would be, I think, Outlast, if I'm not mistaken. That should be easy, based on what we just saw.
Yeah, well,
just to speak frankly.
It's looking like it, right? It's looking like it's just the Decimate show in Group B at the moment, for sure. Only dropping 2 maps. I mean, when you don't drop a map on day 2, I mean, it looks like they're even getting better, right? They're cleaning up some of their mistakes. Did play a lot of tight maps, to be fair, so... You know, there were some round 11s in there. There's some like 10 to 20 point hard points, but it's the fact that they're still coming out on top, still making the right play at the right time. And Noisy seems to be coming into his own.
Oh yeah,
Alan. I mean, he's been on a bit of a different level as of late, and he just goes on some ridiculous sprees to help get Decimate to that 4-0 win-loss record.
Yeah, really clean. 2 map losses. Both of them were M7, who find themselves, pending of course that they win their matchup, which they look good for. That's the team that will ultimately likely end in second. And, oh my. Okay, so Omit and Hive Street Mod Gaming. If I'm not mistaken, that game's going on right now. Maybe incorrect in that. No, they're going to be playing Convoy next. But Hive get through Treaty 1, who is who they played to start. They're 9-6 in their mat count. Omit beat Convoy. And we'll have Rocker next. So both of those two teams... at the top of the group will play each other next week, but look at the bottom of this group: 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 0-3, and the map counts are tight. So Treaty 1, they need to win their next matchup, which they play Boston Academy, and that could put us into potentially a 4-way tie by the end of the day at the bottom side of this bracket, with groups or people being 1-4 fighting for that final spot.
These last 2 spots up for grabs. And I mean, even after seeing what we saw out of Rocker ESG, like they were struggling a little bit. They have a huge matchup because Boston now holds head-to-head versus them. So yeah, teams in a position where they're forced to now win, or else they may not be seeing playoffs. And now we'll jump into it. Omit up against Rocker ESG, all taking place on the Hotel R point to kick us off.
Start here from Omit. Again, they have been really impressive. We talked a lot last season about Gwyn and what he brings to the roster, but Purge, since his first season of Elite came back in Season 1, he has gotten better and better. And no need to introduce Yees and Phantoms, but we'll do so anyways. It's the first time we'll have Omid on the broadcast here today, at least, and what a flawless start this has been on P1. Are you kidding me?
That's been great. Haven't given over a single second. Rocker can't really fully commit as a team because they're trying to hold on to some of those P2 spawns and are going to give a little bit of room here to Omit to even kind of figure out again, like, how do we want to hit this? And it might just be a bit of a split. Purge coming through this right side. Gonna see an AR on the top of the Godheady, and we'll just wait for Phantoms to add in the assistance. That's the first kill. Now just got to try to deal with GodRX, and they've done that. They're already at the back.
Yes, they are. Spawns will flip. Real just has to kind of value his life, get out of the hard point. And the timing of this is actually pretty darn good. Diamondcon gets 2 through mid. Gwyn stuck in the back, and okay. That's what you call a recovery if you're Rocker ESG. I mean, because that was under threat of being almost like 110 to 5 if Amit were to have broken and hold that. Still 25 seconds to fight for. Amit with the spawns in the back will get the damage and the kills needed to get the break. And okay, well, it may not be 100 to 5, but it'll be about 80 to 22. It's a heck of a start here for Amit.
Oh, it is still, yeah, very good position to be in. Rocker just have not really been able to, find themselves like they were at the beginning of the season, where it feels like they were finding so much more success, but roster changes, role swaps, still trying to get back to where they were, and now forced to try to find themselves a good amount of time in kitchen. As everyone comes off the old time, exits safely. Diamondcon gonna get a read on this push, maybe get some bad timing, and he will be worked. So Diamondcon can't find anything. The back is now open. And here we go on the collapse.
Yeah, this is, I think, a moment to kind of speak over, what's caused Rocker problems. I mean, how much value did Fame bring to this team when it comes to being a slaying SMG? For a while, at the beginning of the year, we were really heavily criticized. Like, why is Real the one playing the Rogue Slayer SMG role? Why not give that to Fame? They eventually kind of made that swap. They kind of enabled Fame. We talked about it, like, he had a call to his teammates saying, hey, I'm blacking out. Like, that is the call of Fame is just going to go kill things. We are not seeing any of that sort of same gameplay, though, from a player like Real or Pander now on this new sub. And it's really hurt this team, I think, when it comes to tempo and, of course, their ability to kind of outslay their opponents, what they were used to.
For sure. And Omit, I mean, they have a chance to really run away with things here. Once again, you're asking for Rocker just to set us up with a good kill feed, at least off the rip. Just give them a little bit of time. You're at the bar. First 10 seconds, solid. But Yeez is just going to fly all the way up. It's a team nade there from Purge that does, unfortunately, stop him from making the play, and that does also stop the streak, but it does still allow Omit to at least get up front and contest.
Gwyn trying to play the backside staircase. Dual hit with Phantoms. Trade's good, though, for Rocker. 2v2 now for the point as Yeez cleans up Pander. Real off the regen. Well, 1 second over the top, though. No. Purge 2 clean. And still on 65 HP. He's going to get the regen and want to go a little further. And oh, what a set of shots that is versus GodRX. That will secure the scrap time. And now Rocker need to put together something extraordinary here as we head over to a restaurant.
Them boys shooting right now in Omen, let me tell you. They ain't missing bullets at the moment.
No, they are not.
It is looking a little scary, and Rocker just have not really been able to heat up to that same level. Nobody having, a decent game here where they can at least try to breathe some life back into the roster. It is at least another rotation. We said this almost every time. Rocker have been good at getting to the new hill first, but they have not been able to hold on to any time. This is where you just need it. And finally, a good moment where they actually flood some purple into that kill feed. We'll find 2. Might get a trade onto East for the 3rd, and they do, and maybe a moment where they can actually start to bring it back.
Have to have it, though. This back 30 is still going to be tested by Purge. He's got help from Phantoms, or so you'd think. Pander, last one left, finessing over the top, but the Semtex from Real that cleans things up. Last attempt here for Amit, coming through Rugs, shut down by Real. Okay, there's a chance for Rocker to get to it right over to the 100-point mark, and Amit, if they're not careful, they may throw too much at this and not have numbers on rotation, because Diamondcon's already in place to watch this.
Yeah, no, it's a really good shout. Yeez is going to be the one that has to kind of make up for it, hold on to Kitchen, but he's got so many angles to look at. Diamondcon's still alive in the back. Push comes into him, and Yeez able to find another. Good comms through that spot there in the back there from Yeez, and Phantoms will be able to get the nade off after tagging DC. And now he's able to go prone, soak up some of this time. Rocker still fighting through the back.
Oh, and Phantoms has read that there are 2 players coming back staircase side. He's going to need the help, and he's going to need it immediately. Players from inside bedroom, though, are kind of held at arm's reach. How about this? Pander, Real, get the kills, get onto zone. Rocker holding for the time being. Real trying to finesse, but Purge denies him the chance, and Amit will re-break in the blink of an eye. Pander on 7, just trying to surprise the rest of the Amit setup, and he's done well here. Now back over to the tech. He's got players at range. He's already dealt the damage by getting the streak. Just comes down to, can he hold his life a little while longer? The answer, no, and Amit will look to fight for this back scrap time.
It's always Omit getting scrap time, it feels like, almost on every single hill. Able to still maintain that lead up to about 180 points now, going back into the reset of T1, and Yeez working his way through couches, will be taken out. Good control of this side of the map right now for Rocker to set them up for the next hill, as well as maybe get some crucial time on P1.
And that's where you can start to chip into this lead with time on the first hill. The cruise missile, you don't expect to bring much kill potential, but it will help you win a rotation later down the road. So if you can get this thing closer to level terms, which with these kills, they should be able to get onto the hard point for some pretty sizable amount of time, that could be how Rocker make this comeback really start to hurt. Kills from it. Turn the hard point back to white. Diamondcon over the top. Nice shots to Yeast. Can't quite finish the kill, though. And Rocker are being held a little bit over on the other side of the map as we only have 20 seconds before we have to rotate.
Yeah, you can see it again. They have to kind of fight for this P1 time and then look to push through, so they can never really keep their ARs on this side to battle out those early rotations coming through for Omid. And, well, still staying in this game. That's kind of the good news here, but you're getting closer and closer to that 250 mark. And Omid, they have one good hill here. They could very well end it.
Yeah, could very well do so. He's caught back Spa. Kills from the front, good. Rocker, okay. They drop absolutely nothing. They block spawns, but Gwyn still wants to fight for it. He is turned away. Quick hit for Amit, try to come from the front, but there are still a couple of Rockers that will spawn up. Problem is, none of them could really reinforce the actual hard point itself. And Amit just cut right back down through mid, pick up the kills from behind on the off spawners, and now Rocker is kind of in pieces as they try to re-break.
Have to re-break this. Have to at least let it go neutral. And Real from the side, he's able to break it open. What a shot. Snaps onto the second, and that is enough to open up the points. Gwyn still battling back here. He does have Purge with him to maybe play for a bait and switch, but the comp's not there. Kills here for Rocker. Gonna force a rotation, but Rocker ESG, they're back in this game.
If Purge drops right there, Rocker have a chance to really bottle Amit behind this new hard point. But ultimately, Amit gets the kill, and there's a little bit of push outside of the site here. Couple of kills for Amit, clean out the back. No flip for Rocker. 215, 170, and the double from Gwyn just locks down mid. Rocker are going to be left to trying to have to hit this from the front. I believe Pander just called in his cruise missile, which doesn't find any value whatsoever. Purge is still holding down the front doors. Long-range shots. Little heat check versus God RX. Kill comes out. But the problem here is that Rocker have to break with this limited amount of firepower. 2v4 onto the site they go. Real drops. Next set of hits from God RX are on the back. Shut down by Yeez and Gwyn in combination of each other and Amit. We're going to take map number 1 unless Real can do something amazing.
Yeah, looking like Purge should be able to find him here pretty handedly. And, well, he takes the time for the gunfight. Has no time to get in. Omid here to play, and Rocker still have not been able to show up so far on the day. 250 to 171. I mean, in firm control for the majority of that map as well.
Yeah, that is a big point. But, you know, again, I think that there's something very significant about the lack of dominant SMG play out of Rocker right now. And Diamondcon going 14 and 23 doesn't help either, for what it's worth. As we jump back over to our main focus matchup. Again, both of these two teams have to have a win here. We're 1-1 in the series. But Outlast Gaming currently up 2-0 in the control and looking pretty good here defensively around the A zone, although there is a lot of time for Need and Org to play with.
Bit of a snowball effect after that S&D, carrying it right through into the Expo. Just need that final zone here as Cryptic's able to find another kill through the back. 4 in a row for him. He's still weak, but now gets the regen. Hollow doesn't come fast enough, and he's just finessing his life, just buying time right now. Hollow, I think, is going to leave him while he runs into another heady, so Gus able to take him out. The back control has been great, and A will finally be touched here for Need and Org.
Gus is still up top. He's just using the zone as kind of his fake teammate. As soon as someone jumps on, he knows he's got to make a play, but until that point, he can still hold this top restaurant position. Problem is the kills from Need and Org are happening all over the map. And Outlast Gaming are really just waiting to see if Gus can make a play, but no. He gets flushed out of the top side, and Need and Org are not, they're not losing gunfights, Austin. I mean, it's just kill after kill after kill. The stack is now in 3 members large. Hollow's making sure no one gets through window side. That's his 5th and 6th kill, and still not a single kill for Outlast at the end of the 3rd round of control here on Expo.
Wow, huge plays there from Hollow. I mean, not only what we saw there at the very end where he goes on a bit of a spree, but that whole route to wrap around to actually pick off some of the ARs that were set up and in a firm position to knock down some kills, keep them off the zone. Hollow gets there and just finds himself in a really good position to run away with things and just continues to invest in that dead silence, go on a 6 spree, and now has a cruise missile also in that back pocket.
Could be huge for them to get through this defense, get to around 5. Outlast Gaming, hard focus towards B right off the rip. The players defensively in bar are going to see no contact. Archives will use this as a chance to know that he's got to kind of play his life in the backstage area. Stuns nades all landing. Archives gets his double, and the initial threat towards B is completely denied.
7. He's still keeping it going. Have to try to play your life a little bit more, and you may never really give him a chance to get to B. But finally, they clear out 1. They'll clear out 2. Good shots from Cryptic there to put together the multi-kill, and now you're feeling like your odds are pretty good to lock in this zone.
Yeah.
Not going to see a whole lot of contests, I don't think, here from Eden Org.
Yeah, I'll say. Quick break. Also neutralizes the lives after what was a very solid start from Eden Org defensively. They're still looking to put this spawn trap in play, by the way. They're kind of ignoring the players on B, saying, we'll get them eventually. Let's just hold this main lobby position and kind of just benefit off of what should be spawn kills. But Zyro's kind of stuck behind Globe. He's going to get caught, not fully on the exit, but he has to give up his position. And now the members for Outlast that are streaking behind the defensive spawn, you can see the panic. Zyro's looking every which way.
Yeah, they've done the hard part. They find the ARs in the back, they get through them, and they're no longer caught in the spawn trap. Archives could keep them in it, though. Does find himself a double, and maybe sprints right to the back for the 3rd, but he's not ready for that gunfight. Caught on reload from Gus, who does manage to keep the back safe. Hollow trying to maybe do a similar thing to come out into the map and find Darkside, but he's now in a position where he's going rogue, finding kills, and is very slippery.
That's just too greedy of a call, I think, for Need and Org. Like, okay, we'll let this 3-man stack just secure B for free.
Ooh.
And then we'll just play for a spawn trap. But, I mean, Outlast Gaming clear out the defensive spawn. They come back to the fight. You have Need and Org completely bamboozled. That's where they're coming from. And even though there is a defensive moment here, it still comes at the cost of 2 points on A with still a minute plus to play with.
Some crazy shots. Goodness. Archives needs to bring some more of that. But still not exactly a position of strength, you would say, here on the attack. 2 players sure maybe on the opposite end that could disrupt the play, but they have to find a way to get their teammates out of spawn. Have to loosen up some of the numbers here. Or maybe even touch A to draw out some of these defenders. But you can see the backtrack. Look at Darkside. He's actually went all the way back to his side of the map just to try to get some kind of information and find these ARs in the back.
And they're on the opposite side of this wall from one another. Zyro denied. Darkside gets the kill, but time starts to tick away. Cryptic provides an exit. He's also got top bar control. He's going to watch the cross to Sauna. Jintroid, bottom side stairs. Is going to have to be the defender to get the job done. First one's clean. Jumps on to contest. Clock stops at 21.3. 13 lives apiece, but Jintroid surfing for kills. Not quite able to lock them down. Kills all turn up in favor of Outlast. Now 2 members on the stack should be good. And indeed it will be. Needed Org just could not quite get it together defensively by the look of it. And with that, Outlast Gaming will go up in the series 2-1 with a 3-1 victory here on Expo Control.
Very clean control, but that final round, got to give a lot of props to Darkside. I love that route. He is lingering in the defensive spawn. He's picking up a couple of kills, but he really realizes the situation of, okay, my teammates can't get out of spawn. I need to back up and find that kill. And, I mean, he just barely found it. Not easy to do so. Love to see it. Take a look at what's happening now in our S&D. We saw Rocker get worked in the hard point, and, well, not looking too pretty here in the S&D either.
Not a good start, I'll say. They played this map yesterday, did Rocker, and they lost it 6-1. Yikes. So that's not good news. Amit on the other side. They won. Oh, wait. They won this map 6-1. They didn't play each other. So a weird coincidence of results right there. But it does lead you to kind of pick your poison as far as who you favor, I think, especially considering the current scoreboard being 3-0 up with only 3 total kills. I mean, talk about dominating rounds for a minute.
Here we go with the stuns and nades. Who's gonna find kills? Looks like no one, just a couple tags, but Outrx good with the gun up close. Real's been able to play his life and does manage to get down low. Pander's doing the same thing. A lot of Cantina control here. Phantoms might be caught off guard with an off angle, but does wisely back up.
Yeah.
We'll just try to slow it down. Lots of time here to work for a pick, but going to be difficult to retake Cantina.
I think they're thinking about maybe wrapping this. You've got Purge moving forward and towards mid. And he's stuck in the tunnel. Hold on a second. Purge could play spoiler here. Oh, he's sniping too. This is maybe even more problematic because all it takes is one good look. Got Outrx up top. No, it's not quite able to lock down the shots. It does force out a trade. Problem is, those subs are still hanging out in Cantina. The mid have a big problem when it comes to trying to clear those guys out.
Yeah, both ARs, I think, too.
Yeah.
Not going to be easy. Trophy going to go down. This is all just information gifted. And DiamondCon able to just delay on his belly. Finds a kill. Phantoms 1 versus 3. Not going to be able to play his life. Rockerix, ESG, finally able to get something productive going. They got themselves on the board.
Yeah, and it's just getting both SMGs into Cantina for, very little cost, right? A couple of nades are traded, but ultimately, Rockers still get the information with Real's little poke and prod from the awnings to see that there are 2 players up top. So he says, come on in, the water's fine, no one's down low, surely. And that setup just is unbreakable, especially considering that you do have a sniper rifle that's slow moving through mid like that for a minute. So big bounce back round here for Rocker. Need to see something on the offensive side, though, for us to really start to consider their chances at getting into this map. Tons of nades over the top, ceremoniously so. Purge affected, but instead of going inside, he decides to keep his life on the outer, and that is enough for him to now take his focus deep with the dead silence. Oh my goodness. Rocker had no idea what to expect right there. I will say that was probably the last thing on the menu they thought was going to be a late charge with the SMG down low.
Oh.
Wow.
It's bad from worse. I mean, they come off of a round, they get themselves one, but I mean, just no hesitation on the rebound here for a moment. Just sprinting at them. Purge feeling himself, getting a little mixy, getting twisted there in the final kill cam as he finds the snapper. But boy, oh boy, this is just obviously not the same, Rocker squad that we used to praise. It's just been very difficult with the adjustments that have come in, and you could really see, like Real's not nearly as active as we used to see him. DiamondCon coming into this roster, really trying to get something done with that backline, but it has just not worked out here so far.
No, not at all. Now mid, we're going to give a quick look over towards B. Rocker are more focused on playing off of this long flank, and Gwyn has seen it. Shots to Real, finishes the kill. Knows there's a second one nearby, but the trade is out. Bomb is late, by the way, to B, so hold on a second. Rocker could actually still salvage this 3v3, although they do lose DiamondCon mid-map. So Outrx on one side, Pander on the other. That's how this post plan has to be broken down.
Chow from someone to potentially open it up, but I don't think anyone's going to budge. Why would they? Look at this setup. Shot's going to come through. Phantoms now knows that Pander is isolated. What can you do from there? And, well, Outrx does do a good job of finding one. Gets his hands on a Vaznev here, but only 20 seconds left.
Yeah, dead silence popped over the top of the bomb site. That is the ultimate kill needed. Oh, boy. I mean, they look like they're just having their way throughout both of these first 2 maps, don't they? I mean...
Oh, yeah.
Granted, again, Mercado can sometimes be a little bit of a hogwash, right? Where it's just like, all right, we're all just running at each other and nades are going to connect and, someone's going to come out surprisingly or whatever it happens to be. But, man, I'll tell you, this mid team's playing with a certain air of confidence, I'd say. Where on the other side, 0-5 from Real, not a great start for him, obviously. DiamondCon also kind of not really been a part of this matchup yet with a poor hard point. Now just 2-5 in the search. A couple of bait nades thrown over to the top of A, but Amit, they're going to get a really quick read here with Purge hitting dead silence that no one's home. And now it's the quick rotation to B. The bomb is not in a position to play blinded yet.
On DC might be able to actually cut some players down here. He gets a good read on Phantoms as well. Pinned in the corner. Doesn't really have too much of an escape, I don't think. And yeah, that's a good time to call for the bomb plant. Pander going to get it down, get out with his life. And now time for a retake here for Omit.
No one's really watching this back alley, though, so Gwyn's going to have the ability to watch the Top window? Oh, he uses sniping though. That's the problem. Trade comes through. Real, just don't give away your life, and this should be a round win. Gwyn would have a real tough time making his way through this top window. Shots are out. Gwyn trying to burst through the doors. It's Pander down low. He's going to find the final two, and Rocker hold the post plant with some confidence. That's what you needed to see.
Yeah, I like that play. I mean, it's, a bit more of a creative one where DC is just kind of laying down behind that mid block. He's waiting for a potential late pinch to come through. The other site never does, and then just pops up through mid, finds a good kill, gets info onto Phantoms. Phantoms can't help with that play. So just really good awareness. They make the heads up call, play for the plant. It works out here for Rocker. The offenses, haven't really been the biggest problem, but the defenses, they've been kind of getting run through here and there. Haven't really found a stop on this A point. We'll see if that could maybe change here for them. Gonna have to. I mean, they got to string together hell of a lot of rounds.
Yep. Once more, all 8 players push right on in towards A. Nade connects onto Purge. Pander, Dead Silence to follow up is going to go quickly with Real. Gwyn on the corner. What is? He's got a knife. He's got a knife! Oh my goodness! I was like, is he cooking a nade? What does he have in his hand? Look at that little meme. What do you have? It's a knife.
It's a knife, all right. Oh, Gwyn for the win, baby. Looking for a third. Not going to really get any shots there. Diamondcon also now peeking for what could be a chow. And oh no, Yeez is pushed out. Got RX in the back, and DC doesn't have the Dead Silence just yet. The good news is they're not going to go for the bomb plant. So they're going to give DC time as he goes for the little cheeky wallbang spot on the site. He's going to realize quickly they're not planning yet.
Not yet. Dead Silence almost ready as well, with one stun to play with. And they know exactly where he's at. Diamondcon going to flip the script, though. Go back over towards tunnel. Oh, he's guessing B. He has guessed incorrectly. Skirt! Right back the other way. The longer this takes, by the way, the more that Yeez is going to sniff out that there's no one playing back alley. So now they should have an idea that he has retrained his idea to go back in towards mid-tunnel. And oh boy, now the Dead Silence has expired, and Diamondcon is going to be left to one option, and that's hitting through this position right here. Gwyn up and out of the window. Diamondcon for the first, but no. Not going to be able to take the second and a mid with just the boldest knife call you've ever seen watching Modern Warfare 2. That will be a demoralizing blow as a 6-2 tally comes out and the Mid go up 2-0 in the series.
I mean, what a prediction that is from Gwyn, right? Just laying down on his belly. Just a little pop, pop. Thank you very much for the double. I don't see it too often, but you can really make some moves with that knife if you put yourself in the right place at the right time. Rocker, though, man, it's been all downhill.
Yeah, it really has been.
It's tough, man. It's really tough to sing their praises.
You know that meme that I'm talking about, though, where the little kid is, like, running around the above-ground pool? The mom's like, what do you have? I got a knife. What? And everyone freaks out. He's like running around.
So.
Okay, yeah. It's a stretch, I know, but wanted to go for it. In my mind, it was hilarious. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Into our must-win matchup for both these two teams, and it is all dark side early. 20-7, 5 in a row, 110-point game here on Fortress, and Need and Org need some help.
Apparently, Need and Org had 9 points going into P4, so they were losing P2 and P3. That is not something you see very often on Fortress Hardpoint, but yeah, they are. It's beyond the blender, isn't it? It's a good moment here to maybe get the favorite side of the map and start to lock in some P1 time, but it almost just feels like a lot of the damage is already done. I mean, Outlast is at 180 points.
Yep. I mean, this is like Stevie Wonder signed, sealed, delivered right now. It feels like someone's going to have to do something. And, oh, Gintroid nearly was the one to provide a couple of kills in a row, but ultimately we head back over towards Gallows and Outlast Gaming. Even though they're on the out right now, Need and Org really need to put some confidence down to this setup because it's a really good look as far as how you zone things off. The last thing you want, though, with this little double stack towards P1 is nobody anchoring in the back. Watch out for these spawns, friends. That's what I was afraid of. Darkside's going to walk around the back. No one was anchoring, and no one's even looking for him. Oh, my goodness, what a miscue. Darkside tees up. Get him all three. No, Gus shuts it down, but, I mean, oh, you just kind of saw it happening in slow motion. It's like a car crash.
Yeah, it's like Man, it's tough because if they were just able to anchor the back for maybe another 10 to 15 seconds and then they pushed out and let that happen, that probably would have been the best possible play, but it happens halfway through. Not ideal. It's a lot of time that ends up going over for Outlast Gaming. The silver lining, they do have P3 control, but have to hold on to it, have to bunker up, and while the streaks are coming in, Darkside trying to open it up.
Oh, and he gets 2 off the top of the archway. Oh, boy. Hollow holding down one side, Archives the other. Last one to keep his life is Cryptic, and the trade is through. Okay. So even though that was a very punishing cruise missile, Need and Org get their setup back into fold. And Zyral's even creating more space over towards Statue side. So ultimately, this could be a full 60 here for Need and Org. Outlast is going to have one more look at it.
One more look. Hollow on 5. Pro MR will be able to shut it down, denying the streak and trying to just keep them pushed back. Do not let them out of P3. That's kind of the goal right now. But Need and Org, they are certainly fighting, trying to work themselves back into the game. And with the full 60 there, only going to be down by about 50 to 60 seconds now heading back into P4.
Yeah, not bad at all, but this rotation is not looking all that positive as munitions will open up. Outlast Gaming are actually not in the hard point for the moment. It will leave an opening here towards the north side of the map. Cryptic looking to pick that up, but he's going to be way behind this play. Dark in the corner. Oh my goodness. Huge play from Dark. Leaves Jintroid by his lonesome to try to hit from the second floor. Zyral and the rest of Need and Org are trying to work the other direction, but the success is pretty limited. Damage controlled here for the time being, though, as Jintroid works off regen to get back into the hill.
He can't really throw himself in it just yet, but he does do a good job at least getting up top, get some key positioning. Just needs to try to follow through on the kills. Archives there for one, and now he's good enough to at least throw himself in the time here. So Need and Org still fighting, man, still battling out. This is big 15 seconds that you can't let them get, however. And Cryptic, I mean, 4 in a row. He is just frying at the moment. Snaps on Zyral, makes it 5.
Oh, boy. Here we go. 235 to 158 over to Blacksmith we go. Pro MR tagged down to 10 HP. Really can't do anything besides try to hope and pray he can keep his life. Not going to be allowed to. Outlast Gaming looking to recontrol Gallows side. Pro MR spawns up in place with the team. First shutdown's in. Cryptic. Whoa! Just smokes Hollow in 3 straight shots. There's the cleanup. And Need and Org nearly down and out. Have to find a way to clear and hold somehow, some way, with 239 already tallied by Outlast.
Yeah, looking solid for the dub here. Pro MR finds one inside. Another one gonna drop, and just a couple seconds away from a big dub to stay alive here in the final season. And Need and Org can't touch, can't get in. Nothing left in the tank. Outlast Gaming, how about that 3-1 victory?
Yeah, really clean. Like, really, really clean stuff. I mean, again, we walked into this one, but hearing that Need and Org only had 9 points through 4 hills or something like that, I mean, that's crazy. The Dark Side was just doing whatever he wanted to. 30 and 18, 27 non-traded? As a sub on Fortress? With a minute 45 in the hill? Did I read that right?
I hope not.
Me, same. I'm hoping my age is causing me some vision problems. Sheesh.
Boy, oh boy. Man, there's just been a couple players that I've kind of just been tag teaming each other throughout, you know, these matches saying, you're up next, buddy. It's all you. You go off. Now you go off.
Dude.
Take a time. Man, look at that. That's a stat line. 27 of the 30. Almost 3K damage, 2 minutes basically in the hill. I mean,
give him 2 minutes. Yeah, just give him 2 minutes.
Just give him 2 minutes. Round up. We're round up out here, you know. You know how she goes.
Holy.
But,
well, I mean, when you go 30 and 18, you get the extra 14 seconds to get 2 minutes.
You get those.
Right.
You get those. Come on, man. I mean, that's a hell of a performance.
Wow. That is. That may go down as one of the more impressive sub stat lines on Fortress Hardpoint that we've seen this season, if not maybe in Challengers at the moment. Are you kidding me? Oh, boy. Wow. So, Outlast Gaming with that win. And here's the thing is, again, they win it in 3-1 fashion. That map count could be monumental towards potential tiebreaker situations going into their final match next week. That puts them at 1-4. Orbit and NRK are above them, each at 2-2 after they've finished off their day. And NRK did not look good today. They did not show up at all. So with that in mind, who do they play in their final matchup, Outlast? Oh, they play Decimate. Oh, boy. That is not what you want to see. Yeah, it's not what you want to see.
No, it's not. And, well, this has also been a very one-sided story, too, hasn't it?
I'll say.
You know, I'm almost curious, Alan, and I know it's a loaded question, but do you think Pander should have swapped to a sub after being what I consider to be like a top 3, top 4 AR, or do you think he just had to based off his position?
It's an interesting conversation because we've talked to Casey a couple different times, and we had mentioned this like in the Vanguard years, like, oh, Pander's pulled out a sub. And he at one point in time had mentioned, like, before Cold War, I did play a lot of sub, like back in the day, like Black Ops 4, Modern Warfare, and stuff like that. But it just feels like over the course of the last, like, year and a half, we'll say 2 years, like, Pander does come across as, like, a super clean, methodical AR. I won't call him slow, I won't call him an anchor, but he plays a clean AR. So it kind of makes you wonder, like, did they just feel like DiamondCon was such a valuable asset that they had to add him and then make an adjustment? Or did they just not have him biting to fill in the sub spot that Fame left open?
Yeah. I don't know. It's an interesting conversation for sure. I mean, still lots of time left in the year. Rocker got a lot of points, so
they have a lot of points.
So I mean, they're in a pretty solid spot, but you know, will they get back to that same form that we were seeing where Pander, you know, was dropping 30, 40s? It felt like consistently.
Yeah.
But didn't want to get too deep into that. They do get the round. It's tied up, not over yet. But just for some food for thought, I suppose. Just throwing it out.
Well, I think it's a fair point too. You know, not turn this into a podcast, but I mean, think about just the last 2 days. The sub players that we've watched just take over. Like, it feels like we're currently in a status of, like, this season of Elite, maybe in Toronto, that, like, the best sub duo may just win the event. Like, it's just the amount of playmaking we're seeing from SMGs and Vaznev players is through the roof. And the teams right now that are doing the best, both in Europe and North America, guess what? Their stat leaders are all SMG players. So I think it's a fair conversation to have.
For sure. Well, we'll see if they can battle back. Now on defense, have to defend this A point. Is going to be contested. DC struggling so far. 6-13. Love to see at least a big moment out of him. Huge 1v1 versus Purge. Does manage to at least keep the contest alive, but his teammates not finding kills cleanly. And Omit now have a chance to play for a stack.
This should be at least 2 members on. That will get him 2 ticks of progress. You've got Rial trying to get around through main lobby. One trade from the front helps, but yep, that's about the time that you say we haven't seen Rial in a little bit. Let's turn around and make sure we kind of cover our bases here. Phantom staying down behind cover, but only could do so for a small time. Rial off the reach, and no, not clean versus Yeez initially, but eventually comes back to win the gunfight. And Omit, after getting 2 and nearly all the 3rd tick of progress, turned their attention over towards B.
Great fight back there from Rocker. It was looking like it might have just been chalked, but good clean kills come through, get the subs into the right spots, and able to play retake here. Down to about a minute. Gonna swap over to B. DiamondCon's just been in this cheeky little prone position, hoping that Purge maybe comes his way. Door's gonna shut. Gonna reopen with the stun, but not gonna take that chow. Meanwhile, he's now threatening the respawners, but that's a huge trade there from GodRx.
Yeah, I'll say. Chance for the defense to still hold the high ground. Long-range shots from Pander, good. Instead, goes back through secret stairs. Should have a freebie onto Phantoms, and yes, it is. Second tick of progress is not fully locked yet, but that trade will allow Yeez to grab it, and now more on the way. Rial is kind of jumping into this 1v question mark situation as he was trying to just foil the whole setup, but ultimately he comes out unsuccessful. At least for Rocker, they hold a 3-life lead, and they've got a really nice setup here kind of around and through the A zone, which you got to keep in mind only needs 1 tick of progress, so 1 mistake is all that really could be made here by Rocker. Otherwise, Omid are just going to jump on and win this round quickly.
Long time to play perfect. See what the setup will look like for Rocker, though. Playing through the backside here, and well,
nice.
So far so good. Rial puts together a couple kills. Phantoms now under pressure, under threat. Stuns, nades coming his way, and Rial even backs up to reinforce. So very good job. Rocker locked down the back. That's going to give them a little bit of extra security and just, again, eliminate a little bit more time off the clock.
Yeez does create an opportunity to move through the old B zone, though. So this Rocker defense off spawn had to be kind of cautious about that quick pinch through windows. Gwyn working on the front. The rest of Mitt clearing out mid bar. Maybe for a chance to kind of get pool control and then just isolate Rocker in this cafe, top cafe area. Gwyn waiting for a cross. Mitt taking their time, very structured on this approach. And there's the chance for Gwyn to get activated. Not going to win the first gunfight, but the awareness is in, and Mitt now make their play.
On the point. 7 lives to work with here. Rocker, they find one more good wipe. Might be good for the round. 3 kills going to come through. Last one up going to be Phantoms, and now no lives remaining here. Omid going to have to play perfect. They can work the clock a little bit, but this is going to be really difficult to try to break down this setup now of Rocker.
Yeah, and this is the only call available, and that's unfortunate that Purge can't keep his life because he would have had to have pinched late if you're going to send 3 players through window side. Goddard X gets a good look at Yeez, so that should be enough for Rocker to know where this threat's coming from. Tough gunfight for Yeez. Pinched up, crossed. Now it's just down to just Gwyn. 1v10, if you want to call it that, but no, can't get out. Rocker will take the defense. Well handled around the A zone. Lots of credit to Real, who is making some work happen backside buses.
Yeah, he was finding we'll see it again here from his POV. Nice little snapper onto the second, and then, yeah, backs up, reinforces, and this really is everything on defense, right? If you keep this back kind of street safe, then they never really have an option to kind of force out the ARs unless you get behind them or unless you just kind of brute force right through the front of the point and kind of bait them out with a little bit of a touch on the zone. Not to be, and, well, Rocker slowly doing it. Need to put together another to close it, of course, but we're at this point where they're starting to play pretty well, and some of the members starting to pick up a little bit here.
Streak would go a long way. Tell you that much. Right on to B they go, though. No shots even taken yet. Amid are going to have to concede the first tick of progress. Phantom's a good look at one, but this double stack still stands. Second tick on the way. Kills coming through for Rocker, who may have a chance to even put a little bit of pressure on A at the same time here with how clean these kills have come through. Third tick is going to be essentially a lock, and Amit are just not in position to get themselves set up around A. We've got 2 minutes and 18 seconds worth of offense for Rocker to get over to A.
He's playing for exits. Does actually figure out that first one. Goddard X, though, he's still alive. He's carried that spree right into this one, and he has not dropped as of just yet. Looking for double digits. Pander, huge kill on the back. He's going to pop the dead silence and now try to make a proactive play, but Phantom's not going to give up that spot, and now Goddard X is going to call this in, but it comes at a time where everyone drops, so only going to play for maybe Phantoms, but the trophy keeps him safe.
Yeah, and that's, you know, again, that's been a weird byproduct of the kill streaks in this title, right? It's just like, it's almost not worth it to even call them in because you're not a part of the play. It takes so long for it to actually connect onto the ground, and in the meantime, your teammates all lose your lives, so ultimately, it gives Amit a lot of ground to work with here. Kills, though, still being battled. Goddard X gets to 10 in a row. He's 23 and 15. I mean, nobody can take him off the map. Pander on towards A. Will stop the clock at a minute 23. And Rocker will still hold on to a 1 life advantage while they try to finish off this A zone.
On the point.
Dude, Goddard X.
Clock. Still going, man. 12 in a row. Just on an absolute tear, and, well, finally going to drop down. Real with a nice drop shot. Does stop Yeez from getting a forward position here. And that's going to still keep the defense just kind of posted up. We're ready for these engagements. Phantoms, has he found a window to get through, though? Getting an AR to the back again could seal the round if they find a clean set of kills.
Clock continues to tick. Yeez has Pander down low, making sure nobody comes around the outside of the B zone, but Pander will surprise him. That clears off some more space where Pander can continue to kind of go without a leash and try to foil out the defense early. But, oh my, Amit are going to win all the individual 1v1s. Goddard X is the only thing in the way, which that may be enough based on how he's playing right now. The Turner! Oh my goodness, Adam almost got all 3. Still, though, it keeps Amit's defense way at bay. Lonely Gwyn can watch the cross into the zone, but a weird team nade back of the map?
I wonder if DC must have ran in front of him as he was throwing the nade or something like that. It's the only thing that makes sense, but gonna take DC out of the play, and I mean, that's really gonna hurt their tempo now. Have to just brute force once again. Gwyn with a snapper. Tapping for number 2. Gwyn goes on 5 in a row. and goes for what will maybe be a streak of him or for himself here. Excuse me. Just needs one more kill, and I don't think there's really going to be a chance other than Real just dolphin diving across, stopping the clock. Purge is there, and well, Phantom to clear him off. We're going to round 5.
What a final spree that was. I mean, Goddard X goes on a dozen, but Amit still somehow worked their way back in. That probable team stick, like you mentioned, how costly that was. Rocker not being able to kind of just collect all of the ground that was given up because of that spree that Goddard X had gone on. Now leads us to a 5th and final round. Rocker trying to just see another map. Will they get the offense? I imagine they probably do, and yeah, they will. So, attacking ground here for Rocker. Time to put up or shut up.
And just need just a little bit more. And DC's been struggling, man. It's been so tough. He came off of, what was looking like one of the best players at the beginning of the game. Has not hit that same form here with this Rocker roster. Need a huge round number 5 out of him to potentially send this to a map number 4. But right off the bat, Rocker back on their business here at B. Really uncontested again. And this is another really fast zone.
I just can't believe Amit aren't even bothering to even really take a look at the B zone at all with his opening setups. They must have a lot of confidence that their defensive A is going to be, as we just saw, essentially. Doors pop open. Purge going to be hitting into a 1v3. Oh my goodness! He gets 2, and he's going to get the reload off. How has he stayed alive? That was a true 1v3 through a back door.
Not what you like to see. Rocker, though, still got one more member lingering. They know Pander was at the back. But Purge is going to take this moment with the dead silence there. What was left to try to push through, get to the back of the spawn, maybe come behind these 2 players that are being met by Yeeves there through the bottom portion of the map. He's good there for 1. And Purge looking for kill number 6. He's going to chase it down here, and he'll find it.
Wow.
Streak secured.
And this is big because from the defensive side, you could still take a lot of space away from Rocker on that back street, like you mentioned, just by calling in the cruise missile. So it's just down to, can Rocker get the kills, force a tough decision to Purge. First one's good on to Yeez. Gwyn has to back up. He's also looking for a second streak. Not going to have it. Rocker clean with it. Purge is the only one left up, and he's going to call into the cruise. Hold on. There are 3 members on the zone. That should be 2 ticks of progress. You figure that this probably doesn't hit for anything, and yeah, second tick gets locked. Yeez has to contest and clear. Not a lot of help for him. Purge is on the way. Rocker holding on to numbers. They're going to maintain at least 1 member on. You got to find a way to contest, and Gwyn's making his move through pool.
Oh, he's just barely able to get there. The water even slowed him down just a tad bit, but he's still able to contest. His teammates are out here. Phantom's helping with the retake. Good with the nade kill. Gwyn is keeping it going with 3 in a row. Yee's now coming in with the reinforcements, and wow, Omits, they hold, they get there, and they clear the points.
Oh my goodness, and now they've got mid and possible playing through Sauna to take away more of the map from Rocker. Phantom's in trouble, has to keep his life. You just have to. Long route from Real. Moving back through windows. Yee's checking his back the whole while. Gets an eye on him. Gwyn also from the front takes down 2, and here come Omit trying to take away more of the map. Pander in the bushes only gets 1. 35 seconds to play, and Omit's defense is in place with the life lead.
Oh man, all pinned to the back of the map right now. Rocker ESG gonna have to now find pivotal kills to open up a bit of space so that they can get a touch, but they are working with little to no information. Gwyn looking for what would be kill number 6. He would have a streak, but is the streak even necessary at this point? He's in a prime position to keep the spree going.
Unbelievable shots from Gwyn. Turns back down to the point, reinforces it with the trophy. Rocker are stuck in their spawn. Have to run, have to fly. Trying to reset the sprints. Pander from the behind. Gonna get 1. Doesn't quite get there to touch in time. He went ahead a second and maybe a chance for more. But Amit will hang on to 2 defensive fortresses around the A zone in back-to-back rounds.
Oh, Rocker, I mean, it just feels like they keep getting so close.
Yeah.
So close. So many moments where it feels like they might have had it. That's a really tough scoreboard to look at.
Yes, it is.
32 kills for Goddard X and DC. I mean, he just couldn't shoot back, man. I love that kid, but he just did not come alive in this series. And Rocker, I mean, they needed him. They needed this
badly.
win.
Yeah. I mean, this is just to kind of, just go to battle a little bit for Connor. He was 0.01 away from being top KD for Minnesota in day one. He had a 1.01 KD. GodRx had a 1.02. And in the respawn, DiamondCon had a 1.12 hard point and a 1.02 control. That was the best on the team yesterday. So a bad day here for DC. Every time we looked in, the scoreboards were just not ones that you would wish upon your worst enemies, I'll say. But even in the effort for the 13 and 35, he still did more damage than Pander, technically speaking. So he's at least getting shots in, but he's not getting full credit for the assists. And ultimately, on the other side, it's just positive stat lines everywhere.
I mean, it almost just looks like he's playing really fast, like 35
I
deaths
agree.
with an AR, right?
I agree.
Like, look at the subs.
Yeah.
Look at the subs. Yee's 29. You look at his team, Real 29. Like, those are fast players, right?
Yeah.
Man, I mean, not much more to say than that. You mentioned it yesterday. Solid day, just does not click today. So, man, Rocker now like 0-2, lost to Boston. They lose that head-to-head. They now no longer have this head-to-head.
Yep.
And Omit 3, oh sweet. Our number one seed here from North America.
Dude, and
that's wild.
That is wild. I mean, the number one seed based on pro points. You have to keep in mind that this Rocker team did have to requalify after not making playoffs last season. So it's just one of those things that because the beginning of the year was so good for the collective trio of GodRx, Pander, and Real, based on Challengers pro points, they will be in the LCQ and they will probably be good for one of the spots at Champs because of the auto qualification based on regional pro points. Top 4 from NA after the Toronto results and after the LCQ will automatically get in. So that's essentially saying that Rocker have to be probably at least top 5, but probably top 7, which they should be good for. But when you talk about needing to figure things out, today was an eye-opening day for both Rocker and NRK, who both came out with some stinkers today.
Yeah, they did. They certainly did, and now there's not a whole lot of time to turn it around. But I guess the one, silver lining you could look towards is like we're heading to LAN. Can't imagine changes would come to LAN here for the squad. That's where they usually perform their best. You expect them to and collect a lot of points, but man, tough scenes. You take a look at Group B though. How about Decimate? We talked about them at the beginning of the day, Alan. These guys are looking electric. They don't even drop a map on the day.
Yeah, they are. I mean, this team is looking by far the heavy favorite, although I will say Amit is throwing in some major consideration for being again at the top of the NA leaderboard, if you want to call it that, or at least the power rankings. But with the results, with Orbit and NRK being at 2-2, we said at Outlast it was a must-win series versus Need and Org if they want to have a chance at a tiebreaker. They have to play Decimate next week. So it's going to take, I think, a miracle to even get to 2-3. And then after that, you're hoping that Orbit and NRK drop to 2-3. I don't even know if that's a possibility. I don't know who they play. It's possible.
M7?
Need and Org would have to beat NRK, and Orbit would have to lose to M7 to force a 3-way tiebreaker, but the likeliness of that, I think, is a pretty big stretch.
Yeah, it's a huge stretch for sure. So, out of their hands, though, but definitely put up a good fight today. Looked pretty good in their matchup. I mean, could have been a 3-0 if it wasn't for the heroic set of Hollow there through that first map on the Mercado. So, definitely some good looks from those guys, but just not picking up maybe enough wins through that first day. Take a look at our other group, though. You mentioned Omit, being the other big contender right now. Yep. And we also have Hivex Street Mob, who, despite losing one of their best players, still seem to be keeping up the tempo, still finding the wins.
And it's one of those things that it comes from surprising members. I mean, Thresh and Rupert still on that team, but Velux and Mock have been great so far. Speaking of, if you want to try to check out that action, it's happening live right now in the We Are Clutch GG stream. Convoy playing up against Hive. It's a 1-1 map count. Convoy up 2-1 at the moment. And the control on Hotel. Nero's 24-16. The guy's having a massive game. And then Boston, I believe, is 2-0 up against Treaty 1 Gaming. So what we were talking about here in this particular group was there was a chance that we could have 4 teams at 1-4, and that would make for a really interesting final day of action. It'd be the first time that we would have seen a tiebreaker with 3rd to 6th being the consideration.
Yeah, I mean, we're always ready for anything like that, but yeah, you certainly wouldn't expect it. But man, that group very, very top heavy right now with those two teams that are just kind of working everyone else. But that bottom 4, who knows who gets those last 2 spots right now up in the air.
Big question mark. All that action with the ongoing games, they're both being covered on the We Are Clutch GG channel. So make sure you head on over there to twitch.tv/WeAreClutchGG if you're trying to catch the Hive Street Mob and Convoy game or the Boston Academy versus Treaty 1 gaming. That will be going on simultaneously. The broadcast will be flipping back and forth between both of them, so you won't have to miss any of the action. But for us on the Call of Duty Bravo channel, we are done and concluded for week 1 in our final Challengers Elite season. Some clear-cut favorites are coming from some very unexpected spaces, but until next week, we take a bit of a break. We'll catch you guys for the CDL this weekend, and then again, our last phase of the round robin next Wednesday, 2:00 p.m. Eastern for Europe, 5:30 or probably 6:30 p.m. Eastern for North America, and then Thursday will be the start of our final Challengers Elite playoffs. Until that point, we make sure that you guys out there keep holding it down. Bye-bye.